Korea's first S-Class Awakened one was Giant Zio, and the truth is, she was just a third-grade elementary school student. She rose to the top 3 in the world and was a leading figure in Korea. In the 21st century, the world's mainstream shifted to a fantasy style, and S-Class Awakened ones appeared one after another. Zio naturally became the Mage King, who reigned above all, reaching an invincible peak. However, with her free-spirited, carefree, lazy, and muddle-headed personality, she hid her power and lived an ordinary life. Will that ordinary life continue as she wishes? Or will an unexpected event occur that changes her life? Join Nezuko Recap and follow this exciting story. Night fell, with only the faint moonlight hiding behind the white clouds. Outside, the lights were dim and a car was parked. Below the building, a person walked over and asked, "Team leader, are you there?" "Everyone has gone home." SASE John, with a troubled expression, asked in a confused tone, "What's wrong?" "Unmeasurable." "What on earth does the rank unmeasurable mean?" He analyzed that if the rank measurement device couldn't measure it, only 2 things could have happened. People were buzzing with discussion. "This device is brand new, just shipped from New York yesterday. I've already turned it on. Has that person arrived yet?" "Yes, team leader." SASE John fell into thought. It might just be some kind of malfunction. All the equipment in Korea is outdated. He was lost in thought, but what if it wasn't a problem with the device? Meanwhile, Zio was leisurely enjoying a delicious drink. Her slender legs swung back and forth. The moment he entered and saw Zio, a hint of confusion flashed across his face. "Huh, a little kid?" SASE John asked. "Little one, what's your name?" Suddenly she cut him off, but he panicked, sweating profusely. "Sorry, but wait a minute. More importantly, how old are you?" "I'll be in the 4th grade the day after tomorrow." Zio's voice was extremely calm, but she emphasized, "Mr. Registering as an awakened one has nothing to do with my age, right? Isn't this an invasion of my privacy?" He lowered his head and replied, "I'm sorry, little one." SASE John thought to himself, if I underestimate kids these days, I'll be in for more trouble. Just then, someone came over to report, "Team leader, the highest value on the old measurement device is AAA, right? It'll probably be as you expect, right?" He was surprised. "Vice team leader, I was summoned here after work." She emphasized, "Yes, almost everyone was. By the way, even if it's accurate, that's a huge problem. Have you seen the report? This child's name is Giant Zio. Because she was born prematurely, she's only in the 3rd grade. You could say she's 9 years old. Our country's fate depends on that child. Because Korea has never had an S-Class Awakened one before. How many people have been sacrificed already?" SASE John clenched his fist. "Now, I feel sick just looking at obituaries from funerals. But don't get your hopes up too high. Maybe it's just a small error." Just then, someone rushed in. "Team leader, the measurement room is ready." He turned his head and replied, "Okay, I got it." SASE John held out his hand and said, "Let's go, Giant. This way." Afterward, the scene switched to the measurement room. A glowing sphere with a strange crystal. A hurried voice echoed in the room. "If you want to become an awakened one, hold on tight. Identity verification complete." Just then, Zio was surrounded by various devices. With the sound of the machine, her eyes closed. Identity verification complete. A huge supernatural power emanated from Zio. A status window appeared. Highest rank S. SASE John's eyes widened in shock. Looking at the system, he couldn't believe it. Is it real? Highest rank S? SASE John wondered. The last letter was S. It wasn't just him. Everyone in the room was stunned into silence. In the late night sky, a white point of light suddenly appeared. A status window appeared. "Congratulations to Korea. Korea's first S-Class Awakened one has appeared. Internal server. Due to the birth of a powerful leader, the Korea channel has been expanded. Korea has been changed from a co-managed nation. Upgraded to a top priority managed nation." A slender hand reached out and touched it lightly. Zio stood there looking at the status window. Around her, high-ranking constellations would be housed in the Tower of Babel belonging to Korean astronomy. A cheerful voice rang out in the room. "Korea finally has a chance. Now we can survive." SASE John spoke loudly into the microphone. "Hey, Giant Zio, which star are you holding on to? What are you doing? Hurry up and call the reporters." The next morning, at the Blue House, she wondered to herself, why are there so many comments? The status window showed that all other rankings were fluctuating. Korea internal server National channel, national ranking number 1. Zio stood there and glanced at it, firmly in first place. She put her hands in her pockets, silently analyzing this constellation, that constellation. When will I ever finish counting? The system continued to appear. Due to your disposition, the fate reader feels greatly wronged. Didn't I already say it? You're such a rude little brat. But I can't hear you. Just pointing it out is enough, Zio said helplessly. No, even so, someone suddenly shouted, startling Zio, watch your words, you little brat. I am. Giant Zio's manager. She backed away uneasily. Oh no, Mom, what should I do? Your daughter seems to have become number 1 in all of Korea. Time skips to about 20 years later. In the middle of a clear sky, a huge tower stood. People stood in its shadow, their faces filled with confusion. A voice in their minds echoed. There's another tower like that in every part of the world. All media outlets were reporting on the tower, but with current technology, they couldn't discover anything. People began to hesitate. Was that made by aliens? Mom, I'm scared. As people's fear and confusion were about to erupt, the bustling populace fell into a panic. A huge hole opened up, and a new era for the city began. Tentacles reached out, and the disaster occurred. Before people even had time to worry, giant monsters gradually jumped down from the portal. Meanwhile, the suddenly appearing rifts opened gates for monsters from another world. Although people tried their best to fight the monsters, it was impossible to kill them all. Footsteps grew heavy. It was then that the people who created a dramatic turning point in that situation. Dot appeared. After that day, the world turned a new page. Under the warm sunlight, the city returned to its usual appearance. Currently, Constellation District, Block 1. At that time, Zio was calmly playing a game. Oh, at that moment, Zirek shouted, Giant Zio, at least take off your headphones and check your Kakao messages. Are you even listening to me? She replied helplessly. All right, I finally got it. Are we having fried chicken again tonight? Is your puppy looking for you? Do you need something from me? He walked over, annoyed. Are you kidding me? Don't you watch the news? Someone just jumped from the tower after hearing the news. Look, don't you feel anything at all? Zio yawned and replied, Americans are so diligent, it's scary. The two stared at each other blankly, and the scene became awkward. Then, a piercing scream echoed, shaking the space. Zirek grabbed her shoulders and shouted, Please stop playing these useless games and focus on conquering that tower. You hopeless idiot. Status window. Welcome, Fate Reader. The one who bears the sacred oath has finally awakened their hidden power. The type of the new world is awakened. It is the era of hunters. The bottom floor of the Tower of Babel where they are born is called the guidance floor. Those who obtain a ticket to the Tower of Babel will be reborn as awakened ones through guidance. These awakened ones develop along two paths. The purists, who risk their lives to climb the perilous tower. And the dungeon breakers, who accumulate experience in low-level dungeons. Among them, the representative of the purists is my younger brother, Giant Zirek. He was born 11 months after me, and is Korea's 4th S-class hunter. He's been competitive since he was a child, so from the moment he got his tower ticket, he was as active as a fish in water. In a strange light, his back looked solid, and a giant bear with glowing red eyes appeared. Zirek's gaze became sharp and extremely cold. Then he rushed in like a gust of wind. After dealing with everything, Zirek calmly clapped his hands. Nothing special. Whether they're good or bad, they have the potential to destroy the entire ecosystem. The one chosen by the stars, a person with a rare ability harder to obtain than winning the Super Bowl. Nicknamed the Key of the Stars, Zio's thoughts flickered. That's me. Then there's the other identity, Mage King Joe. However, when I'm at home, I'm just. A knock came from outside. Giant Zio, is that you? The person who came was none other than GM he. Yes, it's me, GM. GM, you're home from school, she replied, but you should leave home quickly. Ms. Park seems to have found out. Mock exam results. Why did you hide them? So stupid. Zio became anxious when his mom coming home. Then, GM he calmly raised her hand. 5 seconds. Then another finger continued to fold down. For Zio and Zirek's faces were clearly written with helplessness. Footsteps moved along with the status window. Trait, cat-like parkour activated. She is a student, accumulating bad grades step by step. As a junior in Korea, she stood on a utility pole, staring at her hand. Zio was eating ice cream, her eyes glued to her phone. The content inside was about a Republic of Korea blog. Internal channel number 1. Mother of 4. In a country with 4 S-class hunters. Why are you complaining at 4:30? Even a third-ranked person is just playing games. The most popular is the Grand Duke of the North, Winter. Mother of 4, you get stronger just by breathing. Please have at least some conscience. You parasite, don't you feel sorry for everyone? She thought to herself while eating, just endure it. She's my main source of income. Mother of 4, the only way is to complain. I have no choice. I'm just ignoring everything. What's that? Observer, hidden power. Of course, there's a reason why the number 1 ranked person does nothing and isn't criticized. The Babel network will automatically expand each country's server based on the number of players of each rank. Depending on the size of the server, the number of tickets allocated to each country will also differ. This number means that a small number of awakened ones will bear the responsibility for the entire country. In this era, the value of high-ranking awakened ones far exceeds that of nuclear weapons from the old era. Korea transformed from a nation snubbed by the Tower of Babel into one of the leading superpowers, and they were well aware of this. Trait, cat-like parkour stopped. Zio walked down the street, lost in thought. I see him everywhere. Even if I go to Beam's place, he still nags. Suddenly the system appeared, forcibly opening the treasure chest. The Supreme Being stands up and whispers to his only incarnation. She vaguely sensed a rift ahead. Zio looked around in confusion. A rift? But this is near Seoul Station. A major change had occurred on the street, and strange sounds echoed. The flow of people was still moving normally. She went into a blank state. But this is near Seoul Station. Just then, her phone rang. An emergency disaster text message. A warning sound blared. A portal has suddenly appeared. An unexpected rift has occurred. People nearby are requested to evacuate the area immediately. Zio's eyes filled with alarm when she heard evacuate to a safe area. A huge portal appeared high in the sky. Sharp claws destroyed a vehicle. A giant monster appeared. Zio realized it was a desert spider. It probably isn't acting alone. If so, eliminating it would be a hassle. Apparently, this was said to be a 6-star confrontation. The Korean peninsula looked chaotic. The chaotic voice of the evacuation team. All residents, please avoid this road. Please move slowly along this path. Go inside and remain calm. If anyone is injured, please inform us. System, your constellation, the Fate Reader. Are you still here? Didn't I clearly say a portal would appear up ahead? She thought to herself, you just said one vague thing and left. I didn't think anything would happen. Why aren't you answering? Are you mad? All right, I'll just go straight home, okay? Someone reminded her, student, hurry this way. Zio scratched her head in surprise. Me? Why? The person advised, it's very dangerous to act alone right now. Even if you feel uneasy, please follow our guidance. An old woman came over and said, student, at times like this, you should listen to the government officials. That's how everyone will be safe. She hesitated, but my mom and my rabbit-like younger siblings are waiting for me at home. The old woman grabbed her hand and pulled her. Egu, worrying won't help. Everything will pass. Zio wanted to say something else, but she thought, is this the warmth of the Korean people? The rescue and suppression team had arrived. Just then, a person jumped down from a helicopter. The rescue team will go in immediately and close the portal. Agent Kwang Gina. Hey, don't close it. Someone shouted. I said my child is still in the station. They comforted, please calm down. Another person continued to shout, Subin, please save Subin. The strange portal in the blue sky grew wider and wider. She collapsed on the ground in anguish. Oh my God, Subin. Please forgive me. I'm a hunter, and I'll go in and bring the child out. On the street, people grew worried. Hands kept working on the phone screen. Zio felt panicked. No data. I'm really trapped. If I want to sort out the situation and pass through normally, it will take a lot of time. Although I left home rashly, it doesn't mean I don't plan to go in. She fell into thought, trying to brainstorm. Zio realized, in that case, this place seems to be the safest. Suddenly, someone shouted, startling her out of her thoughts. Look over there. Isn't that a monster? Are there no awakened ones here? A lot of people had gathered over here. What kind of disaster is this? At night, Zio sat down and wondered, should I reveal myself? Since the rescue and suppression team is already here. Or should I just sit still? A monster was continuously destroying its surroundings. The security personnel worried. It's coming this way. Guns were prepared to fire. The monster kept approaching them menacingly. The members of the security team continuously focused their aim and fired. Then, with an explosion, they shouted, get out of the way. A huge explosion occurred, and the space was engulfed in a sea of fire. Gina shouted loudly, "You little brats, wake up right now. If we keep getting tied up with this level 5 beast, how are we supposed to set up the barrier neatly? What are we going to do? Form up quickly. The rescue and suppression team is here. Why isn't the portal closed yet? Isn't Agent Kwong enough right now?" Elsewhere, people were talking. "Didn't you hear just now?" Another person asked, "What's wrong?" They began to recount. "I heard a child couldn't get out of the station, and an F-class rushed in." F-class? I'm waiting for him. This position is practically like a beggar's. Why of all places at the station entrance? You're saying an F-class went in to find a child? Doesn't he know how fickle rifts are? Even if we don't close the portal, we can't completely rule out the possibility that the other side will suddenly close on its own. If that happens, they'll never be able to come back. Even D-classes hate going in, so they lied. Even so, it would be great if they could come back. If that happens, a hero will be born. The space became chaotic. "Set up the barrier, quickly," she ordered. Team 1, enter the station. Someone stopped her. "Hey Kwong, Gina. If they haven't come out by now, it means that little beast has made a nest in the station. Don't you know this portal has to be closed immediately? That child is already a lost cause." Gina gritted her teeth and replied, "Vince Sr., please close it. I'll go in." Then he was grabbed by the collar, a blank look on his face. Gina's voice carried a cold threat. "Because I have to go save the person who went in. You go close it, you bastard." Just then, someone shouted, "They're out." A person quickly directed, "On duty team, bring a stretcher." The space became chaotic. "Are you okay? That child, the F-class, you're only coming out of there now." Gina was shocked. "Hero," the word jumped into her mind. Beck Do Hyun walked towards a girl and comforted her. "It's over. It's okay." Just then, she ran over. "Excuse me, may I have your name?" His face bore the marks of scars and dust. He smiled gently and introduced himself. "I'm Beck Do Hyun." Others murmured, "He found the child." "My God, that's amazing." Zio broke out her thoughts, deeply moved. "Amazing." She thought, "It's finally all over." She looked around and asked, "Can I go home now, right? I miss my bed, too." "No, I really miss my mom. The family at home said they were really worried. But it's late, right? Can I go home now? Let me go home. Everyone passed, right? Finally free." System, trade added, decoy. Huh. The fate reader is sighing. "I vented my frustrations to the neighbors who are already parents. I don't know where you learned these bad habits." Zio wondered, "Who are you tattling on?" "Geez, I'm going home now. Writing something in my diary, and then sleeping is the best." A foot was running hastily on the road. Suddenly, someone grabbed her hand. "Hey, wait." Zio's face went blank, her eyes wide. Beck Do Hyun pleaded, "Please help me." He recalled a past scene. How on earth did things turn out like this? He spoke quickly. "If you do that, Kwong Gina will die. Not just Kwong Gina, but everyone here today will die. The hunters and many other civilians. They are all very helpless. The entire Seoul Station area will turn into a mass grave." His figure in black attending a funeral in the rain. Beck Do Hyun's face showed sorrow. "Now I know. A person will never appear before me like she did. Why did she go straight there that day?" He walked gently in the rain. "It's because of her. She's already here." In reality, Beck Do Hyun warned, the Manticore that is about to appear here is level 3, but among them, that there is a mutant equivalent to a level 2 disaster. You have no way of verifying if what I'm saying is true or false. Zio fell into thought, listening quietly. Beck Do Hyun's gaze was extremely pleading. "Please." She asked, "Do you know who I am?" He replied, "Yes, I do." Beck Do Hyun's tone was very certain. "You are the Mage King." Just then, someone shouted, "The portal won't close." "What's going on? What's wrong with this report?" "Report it quickly, support team." He introduced himself again. "My name is Beck Do Hyun." His special skill library was activated. System window. Completed verification of Giant Zio's authority. Designated area. Do you want to continue looking for information about Beck Do Hyun? Type, character, automatic date creation. Read error. Item storage. User, Giant Zio. Library, general. About character, Beck Do Hyun. Age, 25. Zio was shocked looking at Beck Do Hyun's information. Huh. His title is the world's protagonist? His voice was so sincere. "Do you believe me now? I'm counting on you. We don't have much time." She replied, "I have one condition." "Okay, anything. After this is all over, let's not meet again. If we meet again and you strike up a conversation, you're dead." Beck Do Hyun was surprised. Huh? Zio thought as she ran. A protagonist? A returned protagonist? What the hell is he? No matter how the world is supposed to fail, that person shouldn't exist in the first place. If I get involved in this, it's definitely going to be a hassle. Let's just handle this quickly and stay away from him. Outside, the night grew darker. News report. After the level 6 to 4 rift in Gazandong, buildings and roads have been restored. Zirek was checking the system rankings. Number 1? If it's number 1, it's normal. She's number 1 again. I heard that even though she's number 1, her life is still the same as always. I followed a clue about Joe appearing at a temple in Gangwon province, only to find out I'd been played when I got there. I believe in these real-life things now. This world is scary, so bizarre. How can someone write a story of what they saw with their own eyes in 20,000 words? With just 20,000 words, you can achieve anything. Heaven and hell are real. That fake rapper is at again. But anyway, how can you eliminate both the monster and the rift at the same time? Doesn't that sound like a scam? It's thanks to a special constellation skill. I'm a top-ranked law student too, but I really can't do that kind of thing. You can tell at a glance. If you don't stay at number 1, you can't understand them. There's compensation. What a relief. I work near Gazan Station. I thought it was already resolved. He stood up and said, compensation, is it worthy of his status? That crazy person talks like a child. I just didn't leave the room because I found it annoying. They've probably noticed again. At that moment, Zirek's steps halted. Hey, hello. I contacted you last time. Yes, that's right. Yes. I have a daughter who's around 20. Follow her for a bit. No, I'm thinking of sending her to a temple. He covered his mouth, his body trembling involuntarily. What kind of parent sends their child to a temple? Would she be happy flying out like that? Enjoy your freedom, sister. System, special skill activation successful. Library, identity verification complete. Authority granted to Giant Zio. Your request, record all information within a 1-kilometer radius. Then make a decision. Execute edit. A large number of system windows appeared. Zio commanded, eliminate the possibility of the rift's occurrence. Beck Do Hyun was shocked. The future is changing. Zio asked, is there anything else you want? You only have a few seconds left. Don't forget anything important. He replied, yes, and thought to himself, I can witness it with my own eyes. He declared, this is the Mage King. She powerfully used the mage's power. System, edit complete. Zio turned her head and asked, is that it? We've been moving together for so long. I'm exhausted. Let's not meet again. Beck Do Hyun stopped her. Hey, wait. Zio, with her ability to read novels for 100 days straight, mused, I guess protagonists come with the risk of assassinating the world's strongest. What a great item. Where did you get it? Mage King. Let's go to the Tower of Babel together. Mage King. He's clearly planning to stick to me until I die and then assassinate me. Mage King, do you think the equipment at the nursing home is good? In her imagination, she sat in a corner. Finally, there's Wi-Fi. Who searches for things in this kind of emergency? But then Zio suddenly froze. The text message read, my dear baby, I'm in your sister's room. Come home quickly and clean up. Meanwhile, her mom was sitting on the floor, talking on the phone. My dear baby, mom seems to be talking to a consultant at a temple in Gangwon province. I heard she has to go there every morning to pray to Buddha. Enjoy your last days, dear sister. She was horrified, no way. Meanwhile, Beck Do Hyun was searching around. Which way did she run? He felt awkward too late. At that moment, Zio leaned against a wall and spoke. Young man, do you have money in a house? Beck Do Hyun pointed at himself in surprise. Huh? Me? Suddenly, she wearily raised a hand to her hair. Zio said, can I sleep at your place? Beck Do Hyun fell into a panic. Huh? Meanwhile, Zio blinked confidently. He suddenly shouted, are you asking me to let you stay over? Wake up, Giant Zirek. Wake up, Giant Zirek. Later, Zirek complained in his arms, it hurts. Beck Do Hyun got angry. Are you kidding me? You can still laugh after getting hurt like that? Zirek said, our kind Beck Do Hyun. He shouted angrily. If I hadn't used Deus Ex Machina, what would you do to me? What are you talking about? Stop the bleeding first. Zirek's eyes were filled with determination, and he instructed, remember, from now on, don't tell anyone anything you've seen. Beck Do Hyun was confused. What? Afterward, a sad expression appeared on Beck Do Hyun's face. He was flustered. Why did it suddenly turn out like this? Suddenly, a bright light shone on Beck Do Hyun, and he covered his face with his hand. Then he opened his eyes wide and looked straight ahead. Looking up at the sky, Beck Do Hyun wondered. That is, he recognized the person in front of him, the Mage King. Then, a giant dragon was roaring incessantly, aggressively approaching her. Wherever Zio walked, the ground sparkled. She said, hey, you're the one who made her like this. You have to be honest. Do Hyun replied, I'm not responsible for it. But that wound, although I didn't cause it, it was because of me. I'm really sorry. Zio asked, what's your name? He answered, my name is Beck Do Hyun. Then she fell silent. Zio smiled faintly. A merciful guardian, that a magnificent title. He was confused after hearing those words. She reminded him, hey, I think I'm going to cause trouble for the people around me again. As night fell at Beck Do Hyun's house, he said, I bought a toothbrush and daily necessities, but are you just going to sleep here? You're back. Open the melon ice cream for me. Zio wondered, why is the Wi-Fi password so simple? He replied, it's 123456789. Do Hyun brought the item over. This is the melon ice cream. Just as Zio was about to reach for it, he pulled it back, but Do Hyun demanded, promise me you'll brush your teeth and tidy up your socks and slippers. Ugh, she complained, so annoying. He refused. No, you'll get cavities. Didn't you also eat cake and candy? Zio reluctantly agreed. I know, just give it to me already. Do Hyun continued. I'll give you clothes too. Go change and sleep. She wondered, the clothes I'm wearing are comfortable. Do Hyun explained, if you sleep in your outdoor clothes, you'll get rhinitis later because of the dust. She replied coolly, I know. He fell into a fantasy state. Mage King Zio snatched the ice cream. She thought to herself, you should have just given it to me obediently. Would a runaway be a little sad? Then, as Do Hyun stood up, Zio's movement stopped. System, congratulations. Korea has successfully cleared the 38th floor of the Tower of Babel. Gildan rang the bell of victory. The 39th floor of the Republic of Korea's Tower of Babel has opened. Internal server, Republic of Korea. National ranking channel 1. Internal server, Republic of Korea. Number 6 king of late night snacks. That bastard. Send the coordinates quickly. Número 8 David. Hey, número 1. Number 4 white bird. Are you following the entire ideology, not just noticing it? Number 8 David. I'm ashamed of Sean's magic bugs. I couldn't even make it into the top rankings. Number 5 Bambi. Joe, where are you? Zio thought as expected. David is amazing. He's truly my idol. Someone like me doesn't need to study. My hairstyle is already perfect. Phone screen. My precious baby. Hey, why aren't you coming home? Just because you can survive today, are you really going to live so miserably? She slowly lifted the blanket and lay down, her eyes not leaving the screen. Zio pondered, I don't know, whatever. She spoke. This might be a bit late to ask, but do you live alone? Do Hyun asked, you're not asleep yet? Yes, I live alone. I don't have any siblings, and my parents passed away in an accident when I was very young. I live in a big house until the 2nd grade. Then I moved out and have been living here. But why are you suddenly investigating my family register? Zio replied softly, I was just asking. I'm in the house of a man I don't know, so I thought I should know a few things. It's the same for me. Since you're also a woman I don't know. He reminded her, I don't even know your name. She was surprised. You don't know my name? Do Hyun explained, Mage King Joe, I only know that you seem to be younger than me. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Zio's foot slipped out from under the blanket, preparing to get out of bed. She spoke, I heard you came back, and you didn't even tell me. Let me guess, is it because we're not that close? He hesitated, clenching his jaw. Zio continued, I'll only say this once. At that moment, her hand gently touched the monster. Although I've never told anyone, I've never forgotten that figure from behind that day. Until the day I die. Zio propped herself up and said softly, Joe. Do Hyun wondered, you're repeating the name. Zio. Then Zio smiled and introduced herself. My name is Zio. So for now on, you do not know my name anymore, okay? Do Hyun's eyelids lowered slightly. His low voice sounded, I understand. At the Babylon Guild Hunter headquarters, Zarek sat, rubbing his head tiredly. The content on the phone screen. Enemy. He slowly opened his eyes and said wearily, really, this is driving me crazy. Zarek thought of her and shouted, Giant Zio. SASE John spoke. Your sister was very firm. Zarek said with a headache, this is so embarrassing. Keep it down. I'm about to die. He teased, there's something even more embarrassing. He retorted, it's not like I'm only blaming Giant Zio. Those universities are a bit strange. It's just that she doesn't study, but she's naturally smart. Her brain isn't bad. Here we go again. Was there cheating in the admission process this time? SASE John said coolly. So you're worried about that. But this time in his heart, cheating is forbidden. I can feel it. Zarek was curious. Your family is a Chable anyway. Do you want to go investigate? Is there some secret cooperation in this? He was curious, but why your sister? He gritted his teeth and said softly, that's right. SASE John pushed up his glasses in surprise. What? Zarek shouted. She ran away from home. She's an adult anyway. Isn't she independent? You don't understand the gravity of the current situation. She left home without a penny and no credit card. In this cold world, she can only survive by selling matches. Domi was annoyed. Why so sudden? He turned around. You guys, you're all crazy. Faced with this attitude, SASE John could only smile faintly. He thought to himself, these two 20-year-old men are so hard to handle. As sunlight streamed into the house, Zio blurted out with a blank expression, "What? You're going out for a week?" Do Hyun replied while washing the dishes, "That's right." She walked over and asked, "Then what do I eat?" He answered nonchalantly, "I guess you'll have to cook for yourself." Zio complained, "Then who'll buy me food?" Do Hyun said, "We'll figure it out later." She was at a loss. What about the laundry? What about cleaning and other chores? What about my game top-ups? If a bug appears, who's going to catch it? He couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "It's because you lie around the house eating all day. If we don't do laundry and get rid of bugs, we'll be left eating crumbs. If you keep eating while lying down like that, you might get acid reflux or even diabetes." Zio shouted, "What do you mean? Are you going to abandon me, not pay my medical bills, and run away?" Do Hyun shouted even louder, "When did I ever say that?" Zio chose to act spoiled and throw a tantrum. "I don't care. I hate you." He was annoyed. "Can you hear that? Huh? Don't add fuel to the fire. Sit down and let's talk properly." She retorted, "No, you self-righteous jerk. You can't even season Dunjang Jigi properly." A silence fell between the two. Zio realized she had said something she shouldn't have and quickly covered her mouth. A drop of water fell from Do Hyun's glove. He said softly, "You used to say it was delicious. That recipe cost 1,000,000 won. You know, I even added beef brisket." System, temporary thick-skinned ability has been deactivated. Zio giggled and retorted, "Just kidding. The Dunjang Jigi was actually very delicious." Do Hyun asked with tears in his eyes, "Really?" She quickly praised, "It was a little sweet, but it was good. Make it a bit salter next time. Okay, good luck." He replied, "Yes, I will reflect and try harder." System, thick-skinned ability has reached a new level. Subclass condition met. Do you want to change your class to professional scammer? Zio asked curiously, "By the way, where are you planning to go this week?" Do Hyun hung up his gloves and said slowly, "It's because of this status window. A Babel Tower ticket. An invitation after the Tower of Babel opens. It's like a music box that gets imprinted on people with awakening potential. It shows the remaining time before the guidance opens. It's usually yellow or various colors, depending on the purpose. A Babel Tower ticket." She exclaimed, "Aren't you very weak?" "But why?" He explained, "It's sealed right now. I promised that only when it comes to me again and gives me a choice, I will accept it along with my constellation." Zio wondered, "You believe in that? The constellation is always changing. It might not choose you again." Do Hyun closed his eyes, thinking calmly and carefully. He said firmly, "I don't believe in gods. I just believe that no matter what happens, I will walk a similar path. Even though I gave up my sanctuary, it came back once." Do Hyun sat in the middle of a blinding light and a giant clock face. He smiled brightly and continued, "That's why my belief has changed. I'm not really sure myself either." Zio covered her eyes in a panic. "What is this? Where's this blinding light coming from? If this keeps up, I'm going to become a Munchkin Cat sidekick to the protagonist following the emotional line." System, your constellation reader of fate is annoyed and tells you to stop before he gets angry. "What aura? Open your eyes properly because that didn't happen." She was surprised. "Huh, nothing? Really nothing? Then what was that light just now?" Zio coughed lightly. "All right, let's just stop here." "All right, that's it for today. You've worked hard. I'm going to sleep." Do Hyun was helpless. "Sleeping already?" Zio climbed into bed, then complained, "It's too hot in here." Then he walked to the door and said, "Get some rest. I'm turning off the lights." She peeked out from under the covers to watch him. System, you've never seen how annoying a man can be when he's jealous, so I'm warning you to go home quickly. Zio snapped, "Shut up, you shooting star." It wondered, "Shooting star? Is that a new nickname?" "Because it's cool." Zio complained, "You were just mocking Beck Do Hyun. If I go back, I'll be asked endless questions like, 'Who are you?' Okay? I don't care, just go away." The system panel called out softly, "Giant Zio." As she was drifting off to sleep, a shadow appeared. "I like it best when you're angry like that. What return, I won't let you go through something so difficult, not even from scratch." An ad played on the screen. "Hello viewers, good morning. The Tower of Babel always brings you the latest news. I'm your host, Mona." A voice rang out in the clear sky. "I'm your host, Lisa. Last night, the Dawn Guild, led by the 6th-ranked Twilight, brought a great victory to Korea. Because of this, expectation for the 39th floor are even higher. 5 months after its opening, it's a battle between 9 regions, so everyone will choose the best people to go to the arena, right? That's right, this event is held only twice a year and will create new excitement. This is all thanks to Guidance Week. Because it's a practice week, the tower floors will be closed. By the way, the facilities will be renovated. It seems the public's attention will be very focused on Guidance Week. Especially, there's a hypothesis that the leading candidates of the new era are likely to be chosen by the constellation of the year. When the 29th floor opened, two super rookies appeared, Giant Xerix and Twilight. Should we expect the birth of a new S-Class? First, let's watch a video. Got it, a 1-minute breaking news. This is a video with a message. If you're Korean, please lend a hand. The hero of CR Station. Zio slumped down and watched the screen, exclaiming, "Butler Beck looks great on camera. A mother's favorite. Hey, did you see the rankings?" She wondered, see what? Are you trying to pick a fight with me? How strong is Twilight that the rankings would suddenly change? Zio's gaze wavered. System, are you crying? I knew you'd be like that. Giant Zio's current national ranking is number 2. What's wrong? Don't get any strange ideas. Did you think you'd be number 1 forever? But this is fine too. Looking at the leaderboard now, it seems more human. What's this? Answer the phone, or I'll issue a wanted order for you. Give me back the number 1 spot. A voice of refusal. I'm sorry. Do you have a guest appointment at home today? The man with a cigarette in his mouth said, Guidance Week is about to start. What appointment? Did something happen? On the other end of the line, it's nothing. It's just that outside in the hallway right now. Elsewhere, the police kept stopping someone. You can't do that here. Being stubborn like this won't work. For security reasons, no one is allowed to enter except for residents and those with appointments. If you continue like this, I'll have no choice. Zio retorted, are you guys crazy? I'm just an ordinary person. If you touch me, you'll go to jail. The police were troubled. This is a public lobby. Don't be like this. Suddenly, Zio's body was lifted up. BM picked her up, surprising everyone. It's the vice president. He said authoritatively, everyone get back to work. I'll handle this. This little one has a bad habit of threatening people. The subordinates were terrified. Yes, sir. They left in a hurry. We're sorry. BM looked at Zio and emphasized, right? He approached and asked Joe. The two of them looked like a kitten caught by a big cat. In a high-rise building, a voice sounded, I gave you the room key. Why were you making a scene downstairs? Zio replied, I lost it. BM laughed and said, I'll install an app on your phone, so remember to keep it safe. And one more thing. I don't think I've ever seen this outfit before. She retorted, yes, you have. I wear it all the time. We haven't seen each other in a long time. Don't act like we're close. BM teased, all right. Haven't seen you in almost 3 months, and you show up wearing another man's oversized clothes that don't fit at all, yet you insist they're yours. Zio blushed and replied, they're giant Xerixes. He wiped her face and exposed her. I can smell the rain. What are you trying to say? Zio stammered. Anyway, I had something to do, so I came here. Are you busy? BM crossed his arms. It's 11 o'clock. I still have to prepare. She was surprised. Prepare? Today. All right. Zio looked at the system and remembered it's Guidance Week. What is Guidance Week? It's an event held twice a year. To get everyone excited during this period, it's of high national importance. Access to the tower is restricted. She was uncomfortable. That's your explanation. So that guy and that guy are probably together. He took off his shirt and asked calmly, so the reason you came here is to get the number 1 spot back, right? I'm going to change. We could go to the tower together. You can rest for a bit. Also, you look thinner. Eat well. Zio looked up at the sky and let out a loud yawn. She lay back in a chair and thought, he's really handsome. Your constellation reader of fate said sarcastically, he's such a jerk. Is it really moral to stand shirtless in front of someone like that? Zio made up her mind, I just need to be 10 years older. An image of herself holding a bouquet of purple flowers began to form in her mind. Then BM stood with his back to her. Zio smiled softly. Then I probably wouldn't be rejected. Fate. Reader nodded and said, although he's unlucky, he's a good person. She frowned. BAL, are you trying to pick a fight? He smiled brightly and turned around. Giant Zio, I'm ready. Let's go. Possessing the most powerful strength and scale, and also the oldest guild. The leader, Lion Un-Suk Won, is a legendary figure, the number 1 before Joe appeared. A Korean warrior who always fights disasters on the front lines. Zio rested her chin on her hand and said coolly, then he should give a number 1 spot to someone else. He's already famous, and he has no sympathy for children. Hasn't that been corrected yet? Why don't you think it's because you're lazy? That hateful country. While sitting in the car, he shouted, hey, Giant Zio. When BM was young, He was always wandering the streets and was taken in by Suk-won, who knew just by his appearance that he would amount to something. At the age of 30, the huge seal carved on his back is proof of his power. Everyone in the world knows how talented he is, and that he's hiding even more techniques. The son of the Silver Lion is also recognized as Suk-won's right-hand man, and he was also Joe's first guardian, becoming an S-class awakened being 10 years ago. Zio gazed out the window thoughtfully. He's one of the few who knows my true identity, so it's hard to argue. This is only temporary. BM answered awkwardly. He broke down the door early this morning and said, there are no more restrictions now. This is also the lion's last roar before sunset, so we must respect it, so everyone can see who the true peak is. He emphasized deliberately, right, Your Majesty? Zio turned her head and reminded him, stop teasing me. It's annoying. BM was curious. You don't like being called that? Your taste is really strange. After he retires, he plans to demolish the Silver Lion building. She criticized, that sounds terrifying. His reputation is illustrious outside, but at home, he doesn't even shave and lies around scratching his belly. He rested his chin on his hand and chuckled. That's also cute. Zio shouted angrily, are you kidding me? Later, Zio got out of the car. I'm leaving first. See you. He muttered to himself, how can she lie so cutely? What a child. The scene changes to a towering building. An employee asked, I confirmed your ticket. What's your name? Another person answered, Joe Yin. Not Joe Yin. Yoyon Swali Traitlu. My mother used to say, Joe Yin, have you heard the story of Queen Zhang Huibin? Yes, mother. How can you use Queen Zhang Huibin's name? She replied, it's precisely because of this old proverb that I strive not to give up on my dreams. Her mother retorted, no, listen to me. Do you know why you're named Joe Yin? Your name is based on the queen's name. But there's one thing you must know. In the end, your happiness is up to you. Joe Yin was surprised. What do you mean? Her mother explained, the world always values the protagonist more. Either they're the best or they're the worst. Their lives always cause a big commotion, even shaking the heavens. But what about in the middle of the pyramid? A place no one looks at, peaceful and comfortable. Joe Yin will be the winner. Remember that, daughter. Now she laughed to herself. Wait for me, Mom. From today, this daughter will walk beside the protagonist. A supporting character like me will step out into the world with confidence. Top 10 ranking. Eu suk van Joel. Joe Yin thought, Your Majesty, this morning was also the day the rankings were updated, causing a national sensation. People looked at their phone screens in shock, and confused voices echoed through the city. Of course, if it's His Majesty, I believe he can always reclaim the #1 spot. She resolved, I will definitely become his great supporting character. I will definitely become the #1 assistant and defeat all the brats who want to harass my master. Romy reminded, so we have to be careful when setting a new nickname. Who knew that once you say it, you can't change it? There are even names like King of Late Night Snacks. My name on the document. Have you chosen nickname? She introduced, I'm Joe Yin Jiang. No, I might change it back to Joe Yin. Romy replied, that's cute. I am Roma. There are a lot of people participating in the guidance today. We just met at the subway station. Joe Yin thought, inside here is a vortex formed by modern technology. She was surprised. This is the assembly hall. People are talking here, and the space is noisy. Joe Yin started to worry. There are too many people. Don't panic. It's not Joe Yin anyway. The people here are all supporting characters. The protagonist will monitor this place from the observation room. According to rumors, there's no reason for me to lose in a battle of supporting characters like this, right? Just then, Romy shouted, Sister Joe Yin's sister. Let's say hi to each other. This is the person I met on the subway just now. This person is also very loud. He also said he wants to be #1. Miss Romy, why are you doing this? What are you shy about? Say hi quickly. A man's low voice replied, okay. A hand reached out. Nice to meet you. He introduced, I'm Beck Do Hyun. Joe Yin was confused and lost in thought. Oh my god, this name, I don't think he's a supporting character. The top 1 to 100 are all gathered here. Someone said unhappily, what? It looks like paradise. Why do we have to go there? Whitebird reminded, stop saying such strange things, David. Choi David scolded, I'm so busy. What did they drag me here for? She tilted her head and asked, busy? This is the first time I've heard you say you're busy. Choi David cursed, hey, you damn Whitebird. This is a statutory holiday for the Tower of Babel, so of course we have to have fun. Others commented under their breath, those 2 girls are from Haida. Don't look, pretend you don't know anything. Whitebird reminded, this year's candidates are special, so you have to go. She was surprised. Special? What's so special? The 19th, 29th, and 39th floors. The possibility of becoming the third golden generation is very high. The 29th floor was about Bambi and that king of late-night snacks. Whose was the 19th? Whitebird said it was you. Choi David blushed. You're so forgetful, but you're also in S class, David. I just got in. Don't praise me like that. I don't know if everyone else from our channel will come. She continued, I don't know about the others, but Suk one will definitely come. Choi David agreed. Yes. Choi David tilted his head and frowned. So the lion is coming too? Observation room. Rank 1, Suk one has entered the observation room. Rank 16, Unchazen has entered. Suk one walked around, making everyone look up. Then he chose a step and sat down. A person in front walked over and disappeared into the light. SASE John teased. Our yellow master is still angry. Xerec said angrily, I told you no, stop asking. Why can't I contact this lazy bum? Do you like this? Okay. Feet planted firmly in leather shoes. He walked in and asked, is everyone well? The sound of conversation arose. Mom, I know how to take care of my own body. What's the point of eating supplements? Not eating for a day won't kill me. Twilight shouted, Mom, just worry about my younger brother. Brother, the door is open. Okay, Director Kim, I'm busy right now. Let's talk about our business later. Someone in the distance commented. As expected, one of the 9 heads from the last generation, the Silver Lion's Alpha, Twilight, is here. The competition for the rookies will be very fierce. I wonder if another S-class will appear. There are only 4, Bambi, Twilight, David, and the 7th ranked in the observation room. BM has entered the observation room. Anonymous has entered. Behind the door, a pair of legs were waiting. BM made his official appearance in a suit. People murmured, it's BM, he's so cool. As expected of the lion's right-hand man, how could he not come? So everyone who was supposed to come has come. He walked in gracefully under everyone's gaze. Suddenly, Choi David became nervous, and even Twilight looked weary. A person in a cloak left. Everyone had to look up at that figure. That person in red was none other than Zio. Everyone present instantly became tense. She laughed to herself. It was like Lucifer appearing in a room full of Satan's demons. Then she fell into a dreadful silence. Zio lifted her hat slightly and commented, these people, they're too sharp. Then she fell silent, raising her guard. Zio thought, this is why I hate rankers. Because they're too sensitive. I'm very confident in controlling my magic, but this time, maybe. It seems this is your first time here. Welcome to the Tower of Babel, Giant Zio. Due to the ongoing guidance process, access to floors other than the ground floor is currently temporarily restricted. Your constellation Reader of Fate has released a portion of its power. The sole incarnation of Truth, Giant Zio, has completed the variable value adjustment process. The title Omniscient Sage is responding to the Tower of Babel. The first title Mage King is responding to the Tower of Babel. She stood there blankly, looking at the information. Zio wondered, why is it showing so much? It's showing here, and it's showing there too. Why is it so amazing? Your constellation Reader of Fate reveals that the gate is about to open. His hands are sweating, and he's worried you can no longer continue this reclusive life. She scratched her head and lamented, my God, I was too careless. Even a professional like me is confused. No wonder the constellation kept begging me to enter the tower. It seems some people have already recognized me, but the people from Channel 1 will keep my secret. If any idiot dares to expose me, I will execute justice upon them. Now that the magic power has been stably adjusted, I don't have to be afraid of anyone anymore. Just then, someone was watching from the shadows. Xerec turned his gaze to her. Only that idiot Bambi is me. Just then, someone shouted, I'm here. Zio walked forward and said, you seem to be doing well lately. Chasen turned his head and asked, I don't know who you are, but why are you so rude? Just then, BM signaled to chase San, and Suk's gaze grew deep. Zio calmly looked straight into those eyes, and she smiled, saying, you're still the same as ever. Long time no see. How have you been lately? She sat down coldly and replied, I was fine, at least until this morning. Suk teased. Someone must have done something earth-shattering, like usurping your throne, for you to take action. I only understood this after getting old. Zio mused. The throne is like a king's. If I say it out loud, they seem to be able to hear it. I have to stop this old man from nagging. With that weak body, what can you do? Do you want to go straight to the morgue? He asked with a frown. All right, how many years do we have left? Zio fell silent and lowered her head. She used the liberalization deployment, deploying the hourglass of fate subskill, informing the designated target of their lifespan. She answered 2 years at most. He asked again, and the shortest? Zio's voice lowered. 1 year. Suk said, are you Zio? Hello, I'm Ian Suk. From today on, if you have any difficulties, just tell me. In the past, she would shyly hide behind a stuffed toy. Back then, he stroked Zio's head and said, "You can tell me anything, anytime. This is my first time being a grandfather, so I'm a bit clumsy, but let's work on it together. This is the last time, so please tell me. Perhaps there's no other way. I've spent my whole life this way. If I can die in battle, that's the best end for a hunter. Although my beloved granddaughter might break my heart, I'm always worried about her." Zio said, "You caused this mess, and now what are you talking about? Since the arrow has left the bow, you must follow it." Eun-suk teased, and the atmosphere changed again. "What should I do?" She criticized, "What's with these dad jokes?" Someone said, "Zio, please." Zio stood up, "I don't know, I've had enough." BM was surprised, "Is that it?" Unique skill, liberation 37 minutes, 59 seconds. Proficiency 17.028. Title trait, Dragon's Heart, Mana Stagnation, Development Stage 2. She said coolly, "Since I'm here, I might as well check out the guidance." In her heart, it increases automatically anyway, no reason to refuse. He sensed it sharply, "You're suspicious. Why are you?" Information appeared on the screen. "Welcome to the Tower of Babel, the sanctuary of the stars. Let your name echo in the heavens, and the stars will answer your call. The guidance is about to begin. F round, the starting scenario for all. Exterminate humanity." The guidance has finally begun. The message content between her and him. Giant Zirek sent an invitation to join the alliance and said, "Accepted. Anonymous user has accepted the join invitation. If you agree, give me 100,000. Giant Zirek, are you avoiding me? Giant Zirek, you're really doing this on purpose. Giant Zirek, wait. Giant Zirek, what are you wearing? Giant Zirek, that's menswear. Did you spend the night at some guy's place? Giant Zirek, answer me. Anonymous, just a friend. His clothes are a bit big. Giant Zirek, I know who you hang out with. You've only had 3 friends since kindergarten. Anonymous, but Zirek, Anonymous, are we just going to sit here and watch the screen? Anonymous, it's making my eyes hurt. Giant Zirek, for now, I can only see the plaza. Giant Zirek, according to the scenario, when the mission changes, the participants will also move to the new mission area. Giant Zirek, so you can check the number of screens open for each group or area. Giant Zirek, you're always staring at your phone watching webtoons and stuff anyway. It's bad for your eyes. System, the alliance has been disbanded. After the conversation ended, Zirek roared in anger. The sky was clear with white clouds drifting by. A person, terrified, unconsciously backed away. "Please spare me." Bodies were scattered on the ground. A warm, deep voice echoed, "Don't worry, you won't actually die during the guidance process." Another person, pale with fright, pleaded. Do Hyun, holding a knife, said calmly, "This is just a process to make us lose the good qualities of humanity. I'm sorry." Then the only remaining sound was a tragic scream. "No, system, you have eliminated a player. Bonus points awarded. This time, I will obtain the highest position and level up faster than anyone else." His face was filled with determination, 1,000 thoughts racing through his mind. "If I find you, you'll die at my hands instantly, you brat." A weak voice echoed in the chaotic space. "Why?" He said weakly, "Why did it turn out like this? Why did you abandon your humanity? Huh? Mage King." But in return, the young dragon didn't look back and still left. Zio's expression at that time was also extremely cold. Although she didn't show it, that person was not heartless. Our king is that kind of person. The only reason why a person like that would turn their back on humanity can only be because of those constantly echoing thoughts, the brat and me. Currently, Beck Do Hyun powerfully swung the sword in his hand, effortlessly defeating every opponent on the field. In the chaotic space, with a powerful sword strike, Beck Do Hyun finished the match and landed lightly. System report. First title sword of judgment granted. The star who protects order and destroys evil has begun to pay attention to you. Player Beck Do Hyun's current score is 10,270 points. The player is ranked first in the guidance. Afterward in the monitoring room, Twilight was annoyed. "Are you kidding me? What's with this year's golden generation? There's only one golden opportunity. Hey, say something, or is he just an ordinary rookie?" Yuzunamu replied, "No, he was in the news the other day, the hero of C-class and N-class stations." He was surprised the other day. C-class and N-class stations? Are you sure? What's wrong? You want to recruit him too? He replied, "He probably hasn't even seen a corner of the Mage King's robe. Are you watching closely? Look at the big screen. I don't know what will happen later, but he'll be a topic of discussion. Twilight arrogantly crossed her arms. Thinking about it, this kid is pretty good. Just then, Choi David jumped up. She sighed in annoyance. Choi David spoke with irritation. Poor king of late-night snacks. What's wrong with you? Hey, what's wrong with you? Huh? Whip. He clung to her arm. Did your person run out of oil and can't function? I told you not to call me that outside. She's arrogant, and I just like doing it. Twilight, grab her. Where you going? Choi David shook off her hand. Can't you tell? To go down below, of course. His gaze turned serious. That place, she's back. I don't know the reason. Or is this an unwritten rule among rankers? Why are you protecting your reputation on the public channel? If you suddenly rush in at this moment, all eyes here will be on you. She got angry. Who are you saying is suddenly rushing in? A slender hand grabbed Choi David's name card. She was very confident. Look at this. I'm in the same tennis club as the Silver Lion. With this, I can joke with him anytime. All right, I'm leaving now. See you later. System warning. The Tower of Babel is undergoing emergency server maintenance. During server maintenance, the system's defense systems may be weakened. Players, please be aware that due to external factors, the guidance difficulty will be adjusted. Once started, players will not be able to exit the guidance midway. What is this? Yuzunamu said frantically. There's breaking news on Channel 2. 3 rifts have appeared simultaneously. A Level 4 rift in Namyangju City, and Level 2 rifts in Bukhansan and Suwon. The situation inside the tower is also strange. A terrifying noise suddenly rang out in the guidance. An explosion occurred, and glass shards flew everywhere. Twilight's face became terrified. A strong foot appeared and stepped on a bright spot. Zio walked calmly under the light. Unsuk spoke. Are you planning to handle this, or are you planning to leave? We have to do what hunters do. Within the hazy space, footsteps echoed. He asked, can you guess why the Tower of Babel has a place like a monitoring room? She answered, to observe people with potential and train them. Unsuk agreed, that's right. But in essence, the monitoring room is a place to prepare for unexpected situations. If the targets are rookies, they need our protection even more. This is the first time the tower has shaken like this. It's clearly not a good sign. Zio lowered her eyelids and replied, then what should we do now? He retorted, we can't lose the rookies here. They are our future. Just then, Zirek walked over and said, I can understand how you feel, but you also know that once the guidance starts, there's no way to stop it. Don't make Zio do something that's impossible to succeed at. Unsuk explained, I didn't mean it that way, but if that's how you understood it, I'm sorry. He retorted, no, I feel terrible about it too. If the stars are willing to help, I don't know. But who would do that just to get an exclusive ticket? Suddenly, Zirek grabbed Zio's arm and rolled up her sleeve. A line of text appeared on her fair arm, and her expression turned furious. BM realized that's a free pass. Zio shouted, this star, if it was going to give it, it should have hidden it somewhere. I told you not to use this ticket again. Just then, someone placed a hand on her shoulder, and he replied, your star, the Fate Reader, says it's time to reclaim the Tower of Babel's finances. Event quest has been delivered. Qualified personnel support mission, Mage King. Difficulty, easy. Objective, complete the guidance. Handle error code 1 in the scenario. Face the danger and eliminate risk factors to safely conclude the scenario. She smiled faintly, just as they say, as a senior, I can't just stand by and watch my juniors face this crisis. A clear forest, warm sunlight. A strong foot landed on the ground, instantly cracking it. Someone shouted angrily, Zhou Yin, run. I'll stay here. As Zhou Yin ran, she thought, how did it come to this? The ogres in the guidance scenario were supposed to be just puppets for training players. But that monster just now was very strange. You couldn't call a puppet. I don't want to be caught and eaten. Someone save me. Suddenly, a white light appeared and pierced the monster's head. She screamed and moved, clutching her head, when a giant hand landed beside her. Zhou Yin was surprised, regained her composure, and looked up. Zio stood opposite her, calmly chewing on something. She looked smug. I should go to the Olympics. Beck Do Hyun's first regression memory. Zhou Yin smiled brightly in front of the camera. The hunter we're interviewing today is none other than Zhou Yin, D-Class, affiliated with the First Squad Guild, an A-Class support hunter, none other than Zhou Yin. The host quickly asked the interview question. First, let's get to the question everyone is most looking forward to. When you have A-Class strength, and are a top-tier healer. Why did you propose using the title Someone's Believer? On the TV screen, she answered the question very naturally. Is there a special reason? Have your reporters ever thought about why people worship hunters? Let's see. Since hunters appeared, has any citizen ever hated those heroes? Jo Yin became more passionate as she spoke. Yes, that's right. Those hunters are not Jo Yan's heroes. The camera captured all her moments. I am one of the survivors of the most terrifying disaster in Seoul's history. You know, when a person is saved, they often don't remember that memory very well. But when they think it's really all over, a ray of hope suddenly appears. That ray of hope is so vivid that touching it is like touching the sun. While narrating, Jo Yin even clasped her hands together to express, as someone who forgets their savior, I would consider myself to have no humanity. Because rather than being a very cool person on the inside, I want to live as an ordinary person. Inside the guidance area, Beck Do Hyun hesitated and called out Jo Yin. She immediately glanced over and replied cheerfully, Hektaruf, Beck Do Hyun. Unexpectedly, Jihan was leisurely catching fish in a stream at this moment. He asked blankly, startling her and making her quickly hide her net. You must be very hungry, I understand. No, it's not that. It's just that your survival skills are too amazing. Hearing this, Jo Yin got annoyed and retorted, This isn't for me to eat. Beck Do Hyun frowned and speculated. Then he hurried closer. All right, let me help you. Is someone using you to do this? Oh no, definitely not. Just seeing her refuse and awkwardly question, Are you now, Jo Yin, hunting for something you don't want to eat? Did someone ask you to do this? Jo Yin tried to explain, Beck Do Hyun, really, I'm not being forced by anyone. It's just that I was looking at the live fish I just caught, wriggling on the ground, and I don't know, my body just moved on its own. But Beck Do Hyun's face darkened, and he cursed in his heart, how disgusting. It's true, don't insult him. That guy hasn't forgotten to brainwash her. He could only force a smile and say, All right, since you have a lot of luggage, I'll help you carry it to where you're staying. Okay, but promise me you won't insult him when we get there. While walking, Beck Do Hyun kept thinking, it seems the person using Jo Yin is an expert in psychology. What a troublesome ability. He was very uncomfortable and immediately calculated. Before I eliminate him, I'm going to get a good look at his face, that piece of trash who only knows how to use others. After returning, Jo Yin rushed over and shouted, I'm back, Zio. Unexpectedly, Zio only returned a cold gaze. What's this? I don't like fish at all. It seems the environment here isn't very good. Unexpectedly, this made her break down and cry her eyes out. The supporting character is too pitiful. I'm really a terrible supporting character. Stop. Why can you be so merciful? Psychological control. I had forgotten for a moment about that woman in the first news report. A fanatical believer na Jo Yin. Beck Do Hyun stood beside her with a disgusted expression. Her body moves automatically without her knowing. I guess it's instinct telling her to do that. Suddenly, Zio noticed him and raised a hand to greet him. Oh, Beck is here too. Jo Yin immediately shot him a terrifying glare. What is this? You know Zio? Since you saw through the way he calls her name, why are you staring at him like that? Seeing her threatening look, Beck Do Hyun just said, It's so cold. Is everyone just going to sit there like that? Let's go make a fire. Then he turned and instructed, I'll take the lead and go find some firewood. In the meantime, Na Jo Yin, you rest here since you're a bit useless. Zio didn't seem to care much and just lay there comfortably. Hey, what did you mean by that last sentence? Huh, I meant you're a bit too violent. I'm so sleepy. In another place. Oh, in just a few minutes of commentary, an S-class hunter has appeared. It's the ranker Bambi. Bambi has arrived, and he immediately drew his weapon. The armored soldier swung the sword in his hand, but was then instantly knocked down. The level 4 monster bloodstained key has become his pawn. Bambi is charging straight for the boss. The girls are cheering excitedly in admiration. A spear immediately hit him. People screamed in front of their screens without hesitation. Oh my god, I'm gonna die. Has my oppa gone crazy? Those flattering comments are insane. He has a sister too. Why is everyone so chaotic? Only GMH. She was focused on her phone and ignored the guy. Oh, how awkward. GMH pretended not to hear anything. Giant GMH is a high school student, the third child in her family, and a YouTube blogger. She just looked up and answered what? Seeing her friend sighed, just ignore him. He doesn't care about his brother at all. If I had a high-ranking relative like that, I'd take him everywhere and even get an allowance. They kept talking around GMH. Come to think of it, GMH's family is amazing. GMH's older brother is a world-class hunter, and I heard her father is a hunter too. I'm so jealous. But she must be lonely. It would be nice if she had a normal older brother. And she frowned, worrying about something else. He must like normal people. Her hands, which were typing furiously on her phone, suddenly stopped. No matter how great her brother is, if I were her, I'd feel empty too, feeling like they had said the wrong thing. The two friends immediately turned to look at GMH in a panic. Oh no, they quickly covered it up and praised her. But GMH is no slouch anywhere. You have 10,000 subscribers on YouTube. The short-haired friend still casually said, Bambi's Instagram followers reached 300 million yesterday. If you get his help, GMH could reach 30 million subscribers at most. Immediately after, a hand grabbed her hair. GMH glared and threatened. Cora, use your brain before you speak. Even if it's true, you don't have to say it. The fact is you were verbally violent to me, so I'll be physically violent back. I know having ringworm is painful, but you're a real jerk. After saying that, she casually flicked her friend away and said calmly, GMH, I'm sorry, okay. Let go to Becanson. Jane and John Gill will be there. GMH stood up and urged them. If we're lucky, we might run into him on his way home. The shop's doorbell rang. Let's go together. Outside, GMH looked up at the sky in annoyance. A normal little sister. What's the deal with him? It's not funny at all. Isn't it a bit wrong to call this the event of the year? She frowned and thought, why were they born as humans? They should have been royal cats. On the other side, an orc was knocked to the ground. Back inside the guidance again, Jo Yin stood behind him in surprise, watching the orc get defeated by Beck Do Hyun. It's expanding, getting wider and wider. Then he sheathed his weapon and led the way. If we go deeper into this cave, we might fight the boss. And I haven't even done anything yet. Zio followed behind, looking around. I know this is convenient for me, but you have to let me save some face anyway. I don't want to do it. I can abuse this too. Then a giant snake rushed over to attack them. She raised her hand with a smug look and created a protective shield. Look at this. Not only that, Zio also performed various show-off acts. Enough. Zio must be walking on water to be more credible, just like Tripolarity 316, making Jo Yan's eyes sparkle with admiration. That's amazing, Zio. Did you learn that at the Magic Tower? If I talk any more about my history, I'll get sad. My character is getting stiff. Then they continued forward. Let's go. The three of them entered a strange, secret chamber. The boss is probably behind this door, right? I thought about it. It's best to leave the final boss to Beck. Although there are many monsters, I'm happy to leave it to you. She showed off again, driving Jo Yin crazy. Oh my god, how can there be such a generous person? Jo Yin couldn't take it anymore and had to walk towards the door. You're so talented, strong, and cool. You can make bombs at 3 and cross rivers at 10. So cool. Let me open the door. The stone door slowly opened, and then red smoke billowed out from inside. He looked up and speculated, it's blood mist. Zio was lying there, unconscious. No matter how he called her, Zio, wake up. Your star, the fate reader, broke in and said, he forgot to increase your resistance to mental shock attacks. A figure appeared. Zio, giant Zio. She vaguely opened her eyes to look. It was Taeyun holding Zio. Our princess, you have to wake up. This is Dankook University Station at Jackson Station, the last stop for this train. An announcement rang out. When getting off, please check again to make sure you haven't left any luggage behind. Then she said coquettishly, Dad, I'm not a princess. Zio held his hand and replied, I've said many times that I'm a king. But Taeyun still said gently, shouldn't the most beautiful person be a princess? In my eyes, my daughter is the most beautiful. If you prefer being a king over a princess. She explained stubbornly, a king doesn't have to do anything, but is the strongest person. Everyone has to learn to be humble. Daughter, isn't that a bit too arrogant? The two of them stopped at a traffic light. Mom said Dad is a clumsy bear, so we have to learn how to live smartly. Taezong then gently put a hat on Zio. Inside, oh my, I know. Dad's dignity. The king put on a hat and a mask, but it's stuffy. I don't like it. He bent down slightly and coaxed gently. Our Zio still has a cold. If you get sick again, Mom will scold Dad, and you won't be able to go to Yongin's house anymore. But Zio replied slyly, I'm helping Dad, because if you bring me along, she'll be nicer. Recalling her grandmother constantly grumbling at her, Zio, your father is a hunter, but giving his mother-in-law a little pocket money seems to be so difficult. She shouted in frustration, I want to go to the Maldives like everyone else. Just then, Zio's mother came back and scolded, the father of your child. I raised him like my own because he has no parents. Mom, what are you saying to my child? Even after hearing this, Taesong didn't complain at all. She must be very lonely. That's why she's like that. It's too lonely to live alone. My good Zio, please try to understand her a little. In the apartment, Zio's grandmother frowned and scolded nonstop. I've been waiting for you for a week. Zio's father, come out with me for a moment. He hesitated and asked, I just arrived. Mom, where are you planning to go? She said loudly and forcefully, a large Korean medical clinic just opened up ahead. I heard the director used to be a very famous person. They say if you get a membership card, they offer free acupuncture and services like foot baths. But Taesung could only try to refuse. Mother-in-law, GMH is starting kindergarten this year, so the family's financial situation isn't very good right now. Zio felt uncomfortable and could only hug her father's leg. If it's not really necessary. No, but all the old people in the neighborhood say they're going. She muttered to herself, Grandma, are you saying I have to stay in a corner of the house? Hearing this, he awkwardly mediated, Mother-in-law, it's not like that. Well, I'm not asking you to buy a yacht like other people's mothers-in-law. As a hunter, your heart should be reasonable. Taesong could only lower his head sadly and endure it. Giant Taesong, E-class hunter, lowest ability. At the nearby medical clinic, after he took her there, she immediately put on an amiable face. Not only that, she also gently pulled Taesong's hand. Zio's father, let's go pay together. I'm so proud to have a hunter's son-in-law like you. Looking back at the old, dirty shoes he was wearing, Zio had to sit alone on a chair and wait. Zio, Dad is going now, I'll be right back. Then someone walked over and asked, Little one, are you here by yourself? The woman started chatting and asked, No, I came with my dad and grandma. I thought you came alone. How old are you? First grade? Third grade? What? That's the same age as my daughter. Why are you so small and thin? Are you a picky eater? Zio even casually remarked, It seems everyone is prejudiced, thinking that if you're short, you must be a picky eater. Oh my, she's really in third grade. She speaks so fluently. The two chatted quite happily. Do you live around here? It seems like my first time seeing you. I come down to see my grandma every weekend. I'm from Seoul. She complained out of boredom. I didn't want to come in the first place. The owner of the supercar, of which only 4 were released globally last month, has been identified as the vehicle of a domestic hunter. Not only that, but the proportion of real estate purchases by hunters is also on the rise. Unexpectedly, the TV caught Zio's attention. Finally, Taesong returned. It's Dad. Oh, Dad. Is Dad's daughter waiting obediently for Dad? The woman couldn't help but exclaim, Your daughter is so smart. Oh, thank you. She takes after her mother. She urged coquettishly, Can we go now? I'm hungry. All right, Grandma's going for her treatment in 10 minutes, so... Suddenly, the building shook violently. Everyone panicked, and pieces of the ceiling fell everywhere. He quickly hugged Zio and protected her. Zio crouched down, and then a huge explosion sounded. Finally, the building became calm again. She peeked out and said, What happened? Was it an earthquake? Was it just this building shaking? Or everything around was broken and messy? Taesong slowly walked towards the window. His face turned pale, and he stammered, It's not an earthquake. Glowing holes appeared everywhere in the sky. Rifts, they're portals. Immediately after, a notice appeared on the TV. This is an emergency rift announcement. Breaking news, a large-scale rift is currently occurring in Yongyang City. A large area of rifts has suddenly appeared in the Yongyang region. When they heard it was at least level 2, everyone was shocked and scared. All residents should first evacuate to a safe zone. Just like that, the TV turned off. The howling of wolves rose and fell. People were being attacked everywhere back then. Everyone in the hospital was hiding. There was no cell service, so it was best to turn off our phones to save power. Taesong said worriedly, It's a good thing we still have a radio. It would be terrible if even that stopped reporting on the disaster. He tried to comfort Zio. There are reports of unusually large rifts in downtown Yangon, Wajongbu, Cheonan, and Sokcho. Especially in Seoraksan, a portal equivalent to a level 1 disaster has appeared. Even so, it's a relief we're in a hospital. There are doctors and medicine, right, daughter? She nodded slightly, but Taesong, worried, quickly checked on Zio. How come you have no strength at all? Let me see. He shouted in panic, Doctor, Doctor. Unexpectedly, Zio had developed a high fever, her face flushed and hot. My child is sick. Please come take a look. The entire Sujigu and Gihungu areas are under lockdown. A level 2.5 portal suddenly appeared there. Yangon City, Gihungu, Bojong Ward, Oriental Medicine Hospital. 1 hunter, 12 civilians, after 6 hours of isolation. The doctor quickly checked her condition. Her temperature has gone down after taking the medicine, so her progress doesn't look too bad. But everyone outside is panicking and screaming. Are we just going to stay here like this? They were restless with fear, arguing. We should at least announce that people are trapped here. Didn't you hear the broadcast? Monsters have already crawled into the building. Zio was still delirious from the high fever. They also said not to use the stairs. What we supposed to do now? Is that so? Then you get the hell out yourself. The others continued to bicker. There's a hunter here. Why should I be the one to go? Seeing this, Taesong was startled and looked over. But the doctor stopped him. Zio's father. Everyone is panicking right now. Please stay here. Doctor, you take the child and your mother. Taesong hesitated for a moment before replying, Thank you, doctor. Then he stammered to the doctor, If anything happens to me, please take care of Zio. Outside, others were frantically dodging a pack of ferocious wolves. There's a shop over there. Let's run for it. That guy was unfortunately bitten. Take it off. Sang Chil. Take off the jacket, quick. The others rushed and pounced on him. Sang Chil, Kim Yong-suk, you're a dead man. The others left in a hurry, terrified. Here, it's open here. Come in quick. They ran inside to hide. Hurry. March 24th, 12:25 p.m., after 20 hours of isolation. A young man knocked urgently on the door, shouting, Help me. Is anyone there? There's someone outside. He pleaded in a panic. The monsters are coming. Please, save me. And so the door was opened. The person urged him, Come in quick. You're alive. Thank you. Outside, a helicopter was flying in for reconnaissance and rescue. They later recounted, We're students from a nearby university. We were hiding in a cafe when the monsters broke the glass and rushed in. He said, crying, Everyone's gone except for us. They went on to ask what the situation was like outside. Is the rescue effort still ongoing? What about the guilds? The guilds and the government are all fighting their own battles. No one can make a move except for the Silver Lion Guild in Searaxen and Haida in Wajongbu. They're suggesting organizing a protest in front of the diving guild building. Everyone was stunned to hear this. But to do that, we have to survive first. It's really over this time. At that moment, the water in the bottle ran out, and there was no food left. Everyone could only wait helplessly. Zio still had a high fever and hadn't woken up. Everyone could only sit and wait helplessly. Zio still had a high fever and hadn't woken up. Taesong anxiously kept looking out the window, his face filled with worry and unease. So Taesong decided to go out, saying, The situation doesn't look good. Let me go out and check. Just then, she jumped up and shouted, Dad. Zio cried out in panic, Dad, please don't go. Taesong could only turn back to coax her. Zio, I'm not going. It's okay. The others watched and whispered among themselves in the hospital room. How can he just leave his child behind? Even if he's a hunter, it's too dangerous to leave a child alone. So let's just hold on for a little longer. March 25th, 8:15 p.m., after 2 days of isolation. He caressed Zio's cheek. Daddy's little princess, or should I say your majesty the queen? Have you stopped crying? Taesong held her affectionately. You must be tired from crying so much. Of course, you're tired, he also said. Dad and Mom were both worried because Zio didn't used to cry much. That was a needless worry. I didn't expect you to be such a crybaby. Zio replied bluntly. I only show it when it's time to show it. Goodness. All right. I really live for you. Then Taesong explained seriously, Zio, I'm a hunter. A hunter is someone given power by heaven to save people from monsters. Zio also said she was very proud that her dad is a hunter, right? She looked out the window and said, But the power heaven gave you is too small. Don't go. Zio no longer hid it and expressed, To be honest, I was just pretending to be strong. I am scared. She expressed all her feelings without hesitation. I also hate Grandma because she insisted on coming here. I also hate those people who keep looking at Dad with weird eyes. I'm scared of the sounds of the monsters outside. I hate all of this. Then Zio hugged him comfortingly. But as long as Dad is here, I can endure anything. So don't leave me behind, okay? This made Taesong hesitate, filled with emotion. Don't leave me alone. He was a little surprised and paused for a moment. Taesong slowly reached out and hugged her. Zio was still urging, Answer me quickly. Her small hand clutched his clothes tightly. This is an order, Giant Taesong. Taesong's eyes showed even more reluctance to part. He could only comfort and tease Zio, whose daughter is so good with words. Everyone looks at you and says you look just like your dad, right? Zio, daddy's daughter. A long time passed. She turned over in her sleep on the bed, calling out for her dad. Zio sat up and looked out the window. Dad? She asked anxiously, Grandma, where's Dad? Even the doctor could only lower his head and sigh. Doctor, where's my dad? Zio also gradually realized and began to panic. Dad? 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 March 26th, 10:15 a.m., after 3 days of isolation. E-Class support hunter Giant Taesong, due to a lack of other manpower, voluntarily left to request rescue. Back then, people kept calling her name Zio, Zio, wake up. Zio's grandmother was terrified and at a loss. What should I do? She has a high fever. Zio, can you hear me? If you keep having such a high fever, it could be dangerous. She remained delirious and didn't wake up. Her whole body was burning up, showing no signs of improvement. Zio, I was wrong. Please open your eyes. If this keeps up, will the child die? Hey, answer me. My poor little baby, what should I do? Zio was breathing wearily. That's why I said we shouldn't have driven that father and daughter away. Try to follow that child. Now, everyone could only watch the child sleep in silence. We need to get rescued as soon as possible. I found it, a figure in a white robe. As if in a dream, Zio opened her eyes and woke up. She was floating in a white space. Then in front of her, a strange space lit up. Zio thought blankly, where is this? Outside the glass door, a bird was singing. Suddenly, a piece of paper flew over and hit her on the head. Zio picked it up and murmured, paper? What kind of decoration is this? Suddenly, a voice came from nowhere. Is that so? Is this the scenery in your heart? Oh no, maybe it's mixed a little with mine. I missed you so much. That person also appeared, He flew in front of Zio. She frowned and questioned, who is it? Could be a kidnapper? The star still answered calmly, you're still not scared at all, huh? This is your subconscious world inside my body. Zio was still calm enough to write down, Mom. If the kidnapper asks for a ransom, don't ever give it, because that's the children's tuition money. I'm not a kidnapper, so put down the pen. He then explained with a smile, don't those who came before have to convey things about the meeting and existence of higher beings? She listened intently. Higher beings. Zio now realized, her eyes sparkling. Is it a star? Recalling what she saw on TV. According to this, the government has decided to name the things that awakeners possess and are empowered by as stars. Zio then asked Taesong, Dad, do you have a star too? No, I wasn't chosen by them. The people chosen by the stars are very, very few. She asked in surprise, a star? The star then taught, you should know that the process those people on TV went through wasn't that peaceful. The kind saints. But Zio was still constantly surprised and stared at him. Are you listening? Awakening. I am an awakener. The star had no choice but to embrace her. My little incarnation. Zio's eyes widened in shock. Belong to me, bind with me again. Wealth and power, victory and glory, omniscience and omnipotence. I will give you everything. He quickly suggested, sign a contract, Giant Zio. Just one word is enough, and then this will be my world and yours. Without much thought, Zio immediately nodded. The star then raised his hand and gestured, say it clearly, say yes. While he was still excited, how about it? Unexpectedly, she said coldly, I don't like it. Zio thought seriously to herself. All right, I'll agree. I almost answered just like that. Her hands clasped together tightly in hesitation. The star was still watching Zio intently. Recalling what Taesong said before he left, Zio, I'm a hunter. Someone given power by heaven to save people from those monsters. Zio also said she was very proud that her dad is a hunter, right? The star then spoke. If it's about your dad, is it because of Giant Taesong? Zio swallowed and hesitated. You can hear my thoughts. He smiled with interest. I can read your thoughts. Your thoughts are probably an exception, not bad. It's on the border between negative and positive, but closer to positive. So she swung her feet and mocked. How foolish. Zio expressed casually, I want to have power, but that intention isn't bad enough that I have to become a hunter. Because she understood how Taesong felt back then. There's a hunter here. Why should we go out? While others were fighting for their lives, those people were hiding, unwilling to come out. If you have power, you must bear the responsibility. All those gazes were on Dad. To be honest, I'm scared. This is really a needless worry. Seeing him turn away, Zio scolded angrily. What? I'm serious. It's fine if I don't become a hunter. She was surprised to hear this. If you want to go, then go. The star raised his hand meaningfully. That's fine too. A flash of light immediately appeared. Just think of yourself as a king from a fairy tale. A floating crown flew over just like that. Zio put on the crown and was draped in a king's robe. If you wish, you can even trample the entire world under your feet. If you wish, even death will not dare to devour you. He whispered in her ear, "You will have the power to lead the world." Who would dare to question that throne? As he spoke, the star beckoned with his finger. The world only needs you. It's enough to be grateful like the king you want to be. You don't need to do anything. At this moment, the two of them slowly flew up. Don't you like it? Your reason for wanting to be a king is very suitable. Zio turned to him with some hesitation. Lazy, violent, fickle, the star deliberately teased, even to the point of being selfish. Your nature is like that of tyrant. This old man is talking nonsense. He laughed happily and also instructed, eat, drink, and be merry every day, but sometimes you have to go to the tower. There will be some restrictions there. She said blankly, restrictions? The star then bent down and taught, talking directly like we are now will take a lot of time. After completing the contract, we will be able to connect through the Tower of Babel. Why? He answered slowly, our ranks. Then, the space of the universe immediately appeared before her. Are different. The star glanced at her. Zio's eyes also widened and sparkled. He slowly stood up. Then he suddenly clapped his hands. If you sign a contract with me. This made her flinch. The light flashed again. Even if you awaken or train, you can escape that competitive hell you'd have to run around in for your whole life. The star persuaded cheerfully, you can do anything you want, except for the things you don't want to do. Really? Is that so? Zio asked curiously, is it really that strong? She frowned after hearing the explanation. It will be difficult for you because you're too young, but yes, it is very powerful. Zio lowered her head in thought. Star XXXX accepts the contract with the host. The Tower of Babel network is verifying the special contract. The space outside gradually darkens, and beams of light continuously appear, accessing the target's personal information to approve the contract. Access denied, even stopping the operation of the verification program. The authority to approve the contract with the star is under consideration. The barrier right below her. Executing stop operation. What am I? Where did I come from? 3 huge chains stretched out. They rushed towards Zio, just like that, locking her wrists. What? What's happening? Zio then looked ahead and murmured, this is a contract. Why, little Zio? The contract has been established. You're mine again. Error occurred. The star's voice cannot be read, and he had already turned and left. When you return here, I hope you no longer bring any sorrow, even if the result won't change sooner or later. April 1st. It was Zio who slowly opened her eyes. So warm. Beside her, people were constantly calling out, Doctor! The patient, Zio, is awake. Little Zio, your mom will be here soon. She became delirious again, and the next time she opened her eyes, Zio heard a familiar voice, Zio, Mom is here, Zio. She hugged her joyfully, my daughter, my child. Mom is here, Zio. Thank you, thank heavens. Zio glanced and said, Mom is here. It's okay. Everything is fine now. She sobbed with emotion. It's over. Zio stammered and asked. Name, Giant Zio. Gender, female. Guardian, Park Sun-yo. What about Dad? The total number of sacrifices is close to 8,000 people. Unseek one of the Silver Lion Guild lost an eye. Countless of his other teammates were buried in the blizzard. Haida, who single-handedly protected with Jongbu. It was announced that they will temporarily close and entrust the position of guild master to his granddaughter, Whitebird. Every day, the members there hold press conferences to apologize to the public. He bowed his head in apology. Movements demanding punishment for the large guilds erupted across the country. Ordinary people called it the Nightmare of March. A sorrowful scene. Taesong's photo was also posted on the memorial. Cries of grief echoed everywhere. Oh my God, oh my God. G1. Zio stood silently watching. G1. Oh my God, my son. Giant Taesong. Estimated time of death. March 26th, 10 a.m. Taesong was brutally killed, covered in blood, slumped against a wall. 2 pieces of paper were found on my father's body. One was a request to rescue a group of people isolated in the Oriental Medicine Hospital, including a little girl. The second was his last will for his family. Zio was stunned, her eyes vacant and expressionless. Oh my God, Choi's sister-in-law, Minju Mina. Mom, don't leave me. Just then, a voice sounded beside her. It was Zirek, walking over with a white chrysanthemum. Sister, I heard that if parents awaken, there's a high chance their children will awaken too. She turned her head to listen intently. If I awaken, I'll go to the tower. I'll definitely climb to the top floor. After speaking, tears streamed down his cheeks. Xerxes sobbed emotionally, wondering why these things had to happen to them. The white chrysanthemum fell. Their mother was holding Taesong's memorial portrait. She cursed sorrowfully at that foolish bastard, Giant Taesong. What was he thinking? Her hands trembled continuously. He said he was a hunter. A failure like him couldn't even earn enough to live a normal life. Why do you have to be there? I told him not to go. What right does he have to force me to take care of a brother I don't even acknowledge? My mother. Then she spoke. Zio. Yes. Her mother instructed coldly, don't live like that. Don't live like your father. She sat on the ground and muttered to herself, can I do it? I have to survive. Zio's mother, emotional and pained. Do you understand? And she just stood silently beside her. Yes. I don't know if the dead can be resurrected. The star answered me, that's impossible. I asked again, what can I do? After all, the star said your star, the fate reader, replied, it is very simple to cover up certain memories so they no longer appear. Zio's tears streamed down her cheeks. The funeral was over. Park Sun-yeo cleared out and burned everything related to Giant Taesong. Half a year passed. Giant Zio, my family, Mom, me, Xerxes, GMH, Dad and me. Zio drew her father's face while meditating, but she left a question mark. I can no longer remember my father's face. Back in reality, red smoke billowed out at this moment, filling the room. Zio immediately fainted and fell to the floor. After a while, she squinted and moved. A brilliant red spider lily appeared. Zio was lost in a forest of red spider lilies. Where is this? Did the star kidnap me here? The star's voice echoed. With my abilities, it's impossible for me to bring you to such a rotten place. He appeared again. This place is a small hill on Zhuangzi Mountain. My Zio. The star then explained, this is a space used by spiritual beings when they cast magic in reality. A god of death is approaching. This place evokes painful memories in your mind. Zio thought, memories, pain. You were sleeping so soundly, no one dared awake you. He landed beside her and asked, you must have had a sweet dream, star. She turned her face and frowned. You already know. Why are you still asking? Just to make it easier for you to speak. Then the star disappeared. Zio paid no more attention. She gently touched a flower. So the conclusion is, Zio plucked it and muttered to herself sadly. The innocent and pure little Zio was tempted by the star's words. Then the flower also disappeared and flew away. He committed an immoral act when he erased all my memories of Dad. The star gave an answer again. Humans are always searching for and giving answers to everything. The giant Zio of that day understood. He also asked Zio again, after getting your memories back, has your mood changed? But she answered coldly, strange, I don't feel anything at all. I think Zio remembered that time, because I didn't remember anything. Everything I promised Mom felt right. She pursed her lips slightly with indifference. Facing dark memories, these challenges are a great opportunity for me to express myself. But I'm not a king, nor am I a hero with an interesting story to tell. Sitting down and telling everything now is a bit. A black hole suddenly appeared above Zio. She closed her eyes and whispered, liberalization. She was being swallowed by a giant red spider lily. Then I must remove the enemy's shackles. Zio jumped up, her hand stretched forward, controlling the power. She used magic to write something in a notebook. A flash of light, followed by a loud bang. Red mist spread everywhere. She quickly picked up her weapon. Zio's expressionless face looked ahead. In reality, Zio lay motionless. Hey! A voice rang in her ear. Zio was in her dream. Zio was still fighting. I hear someone calling my name. In reality, Zio despised this small fry. How dare you touch me? System announcement. Trait, immovable heart, responds to the king's majesty and evolves into lion's soul, legendary. Zio smiled happily. Now I understand why the star kept telling me to come to this tower. It's been a long time since we talked directly like this. I have to admit, I'm a little happy, but I can't come often. Suddenly, something startled her. Zio quickly picked up her weapon. She returned to her expressionless state. Every time I come, I'll level up like this, which is a bit. Zio was very happy. Too strong, huh? Then she struck forward fiercely. At this moment, the star was still watching the unconscious Zio. He gently touched Zio's face. Zhou Yin anxiously tried to wake her. Zio, wake up. She still lay there motionless. Zio, Zio. Zhou Yin's panicked face wake up. Du Han, exhausted, raised his sword forward. He looked at what was in front of him and thought, this is the Gravekeeper of the Rocky Mountains, a ghost that was originally supposed to appear only on the last 20 floors of the tower. Du Han tried to speak, Zhou Yin Zio. Hasn't Zio woken up yet? Zhou Yin replied, no, she won't wake up no matter how much I call her. At this moment, 3 monsters appeared from the Gravekeeper's direction and rushed towards Du Han. It charged at him swiftly. Du Han quickly raised his sword and slashed. The monster then dissolved into a slime, but its soul still appeared and screamed. Zhou Yin was terrified. Du Han. The slime crawled towards Zhou Yin. It boiled beside her. Du Han's move appeared. He rushed over and cut it down. Du Han thought, this isn't the kind of monster that appears in the guidance. If I die here, maybe I'll really die in reality. The Gravekeeper then blocked Du Han. He stopped. Du Han was panting heavily. He glanced at his own move. He was trapped. Ropes were tightly wound around Du Han's feet. The Gravekeeper then started to mock him. He laughed out loud. Laughing loudly, the system displayed a notification, error code, unauthorized access. This is not an area corresponding to the script. The other party's language cannot be interpreted. Zhou Yin behind him was also angry. That ugly, weird bastard is laughing at us. So what are you going to do? Du Han tried to suppress his anger. He's just toying with us. He turned and instructed Zhou Yin, you keep trying to wake Zio, but don't call her using holy power like that. Using that method on someone suffering a mental attack might cause them to be unable to wake up. If you do that, Zio might never wake up. Du Han's body was now covered in wounds, and he said weakly, maybe we'll all die here. Du Han thought, theoretically, the blood mist is a mental attack used by the Gravekeeper. He thought, the density is inversely proportional to the opponent's strength. The thick blood mist clinging to that person is proof. Suddenly, something hit Du Han, who was lost in thought. If she remains unconscious, what if? The Gravekeeper attacked Du Han. He was sent flying, and blood spurted from his mouth. Zhou Yin cried out in terror, Du Han. She rushed over anxiously. Du Han, are you okay? Zhou Yin shook him. No, wake up, wake up. Healing magic, healing magic. Tears kept falling on Zhou Yan's face. What kind of DPS retreats and leaves the healer behind? I can tell you're not a supporting character. Wake up, quick. Just then, the Gravekeeper's monsters were walking towards her. Du Han tried to sit up. No, I can't. His face was lifeless. Du Han lay there exhausted. The blood mist disappeared. The Gravekeeper's neck was severed. Du Han smiled in satisfaction. Zhou Yin was confused. What happened? How did that happen? A voice sounded from behind, startling her. You've worked hard. A hand slowly caressed them. Zio then hypnotized them. Now sleep. She then snapped her fingers. Zhou Yin looked at her blankly. Images of the past slowly emerged. A pair of wings spread. The dark sky all around. A light of hope flashed in a moment of despair. Yoyon lay motionless. Zio's cold voice said, my healer friend, have a good sleep. She then recited the command. The harvest time for executing justice has begun. Library, retrieve old actions. The book was opened. Bookmark number 4, world experience, keyword, Grim Reaper. He appeared with a sharp gaze. Zio raised her weapon expressionlessly. She then requested, range west. Filter, weapon, death incarnate. I request permission to play cat and mouse. Okay. A beam of light shot straight towards the monster. They were roaring as the swords slashed at them. Zio calmly defeated them. Du Han lay there and witnessed everything. He sighed inwardly. The black dragon combined with the weapon, symbolizing the Mage King. The monster that was hit turned into a slime. It tried to return to its original form, but couldn't. The slime slowly dissolved. Zio then kicked it directly. She looked at the scene before her with a mocking voice. How audacious of you to bring some weaklings to eavesdrop on interesting stories. Zio arrogantly questioned, who do you think is the king of this area? She calmly replied, I am. Du Han witnessed everything from behind. He cursed in his heart, damn it. The system displayed. Ground guidance ritual initiated. Humans have been cleared. The scenario has ended. The notification displayed. The second stage of growth for the title trait has been completed. Mission completion rewards are being calculated. Zio silently looked at the notification board. She grinned. The rankings have changed. Babel Network global announcement. Announcing to the world, updating the ranking board, changing the planet's representative. Zirek was busy hunting monsters. Changing the planet's representative. Twilight was also paying attention. He looked at the notification board curiously. David couldn't help but get excited. Awesome. Bird stared seriously at the notification board. The system continued to display. Global Rank 1 and Planet Representative has been changed to Joe. Affiliated country, South Korea. Zirek couldn't believe his eyes. What? David jumped up in excitement. White Bird, did you see that? They said Joe is #1 in the world. That's it. He also found it interesting. The United States was the previous world's #1 power, so it must be in chaos right now. He thought to himself, this king has dealt a fatal blow to the world. The announcement was also released to the outside world. World ranking, Joe. Kiddo then spoke up. What a shame. Timothy, what a shame. Timothy's eyes sparkled. Not at all. I don't feel any regret at all, my friend. Quite the opposite. His expression was extremely excited. I want to meet that Joe even more now, even if it's just once. Timothy Lillywhite, US Ace Rank 1. Kiddo wasn't surprised by his reaction. That's just like you, Timmy. I'm with you on that. On this side, the world announcement. Rank 1, Joe. Individual. Zio stood silently, observing. After the guidance ended, the scenario area had disappeared. She looked at the group of people opposite her. Everyone, those of you who have completed the guidance, please gather here now. I will guide you on how to register as an awakened. Zio thought to herself. After being chosen by the stars in the sky, participants will head to a nationally certified training camp. She hesitated for a moment. Although this has nothing to do with me. But just then, a car pulled up. BM got out of the car. Zio was surprised to see him. Huh? Aren't you supposed to be supporting the portal? Did you close the portal to come here? Since I was the one who brought you here, I have to take you home. He grabbed Zio's small hand. Let's go. BM looked at her with a gentle gaze. You've worked hard, Your Majesty. Zio said blankly. Why are you doing something so cheesy? Where's Silver Lion? BM replied. He also sends a sincere congratulations. You even won the world's #1 rank. That's a national event. He realized. You look like you hate it, but maybe you had fun. BM continued. You just climbed that mountain over there. You were planning to be first in the class, but ended up being first in the whole school. Aren't you surprised? Zio turned her head away sulkily. No, not at all. BM laughed to himself. He bent down slightly to look at Zio. In any case, congratulations on reclaiming your throne. Zio looked up at the sky. They say people become stars when they die. A starry sky appeared before her eyes. If I were in that era where monarchs and gods only knew how to scorn their people, I would never have believed their superstitious words. But Zio thought to herself, I wonder if it's okay to believe, even for just one day. Duhan happened to see their car leaving, his expression somewhat regretful. Duhan turned around, and all around him was a pure white space. The sky was still full of stars. Zio leaned against the car door. This kind of weather is perfect for being #1. A star twinkled in the sky. News report, Level 1 disaster. The moment the giant monster Balrog appeared, it rampaged in front of the camera. We all seem to have foreseen the coming of the end. They said fearfully, if that thing keeps spewing, half the city will be gone. Suddenly, everything took a complete turn. A slash cut across its neck. South Korea's top S-class hunter has appeared. The monster's head was severed. Did everyone see that? That person cut off the Balrog's head in a single blow. What you all saw was the situation before that person appeared, but now the viewers are clamoring. That's Joe, the current world #1. They discussed amongst themselves. Look at this. This video is currently #1 on YouTube. His interview. Rank 1 Timothy appears in South Korea for the first time. Timothy, how does it feel to be in South Korea for the first time? Timothy smiled and said, this is Joe's country. The South Korean fans couldn't help but get excited. Timothy Lillywhite is currently not #1 in the world rankings, but #2. How proud that makes us. In the Awakening Academy. I'm going crazy. I mean, Joe, how on earth did that Joe do it? Duhan stood in a corner, observing again. Perfect and so cool. But at times like this, I get extremely curious. The people around were endlessly curious. What kind of person is Joe? Duhan thought of Joe, and he remembered a moment with Zio. I'll give you some clothes. Go change and sleep. Huh? The clothes I'm wearing are comfortable too. Duhan instructed, if you sleep in your outdoor clothes, you'll get rhinitis from the dust later. I know. In his eyes, Zio was no different from a cat. Demon King, you just have to hand it over to me obediently. Thinking of this, Duhan felt helpless, completely useless. A huge campus. This is the Awakened Ability Adaptation Training Academy, located in Weizong City, Jiaxing Province. Everyone usually calls it Mars. A previous battle was the reason they created this place, which was established 10 years ago. Hunters forgot their responsibilities, fled, and used civilians as shields. Those who had to be sacrificed for it. That was the nightmare of March. When that incident occurred, neither adults nor children could escape death. The guilds only knew to lock their doors and watch. Do Hyun sat in the classroom. After that incident, the government realized the need to control the awakened. They implemented mandatory education before registration at the Awakening Academy. A special law stipulated that prospective awakened age 14 and above must have a record of completing the training course. Currently, the training course has many participants. After the guidance ends, they will naturally head to Mars based on other instructions. A scream rang out. "Help, please save me, save us." A friend fainted, he's foaming at the mouth. Is there a support or a healer? This guy collapsed again. She quickly ran over. I'm a healer, not Jo Yin, second place in the guidance. Jo Yin realized this was the second time this guy had a seizure this week. Quick, go report to the teacher. He might be transferred to a special area. She then looked around. Can anyone support me? He was standing in the corner, watching Jo Yin. She looked at him doubtfully. Beck Do Hyun. Then Do Hyun disappeared. This made Jo Yin unable to stop herself from getting angry in the school cafeteria. Jo Yin went to confront him. "Hey, Beck, don't you have anything to say?" She asked angrily. "Your roommate. You know he just fainted, right? You were there, weren't you?" Do Hyun looked at her blankly. "What? No, I just heard about it. I was in the classroom." Jo Yin looked at him silently. Do Hyun replied. "So he fainted. I hope he didn't get hurt anywhere. He's done this twice before." He mocked her. "Even if Jo Yin helps, you're just an intern." Jo Yin became more agitated. "The emergency team also praised my rescue as outstanding. I didn't say Jo Yin did a bad job." Jo Yin scolded relentlessly. "You keep beating around the bush like this. Do you think I don't understand what you mean?" Just then, Jo Yin's phone rang. "Wait a minute, I have a message." Do Hyun became more anxious. Could it be Zio? It's the training center's operations team notifying me of a new roommate arrangement. Do Hyun then looked ahead. So that person's name is. He said blankly, "What did you just say?" Hong Haya, hunter in training. Haya was surprised, unable to believe it. "Really? Is it really Beck Do Hyun? He's going to be my roommate?" Song Taek said with interest. "I heard it directly from the teacher. I'm a bit scared of him." A classmate, seeing Haya's timid attitude, was curious. "Why are you scared? Are you afraid he'll ignore you too, because you're from Ullingdo? You're ignoring me too." Haya was a little worried. "I heard he's the highest scorer in the history of the guidance. It's the first time someone has surpassed 30,000 points." Song Taek continued. "He must have resonated with a star of considerably high power. I heard that because he has a connection with Joe, he might be sent to Silver Lion." Haya was so excited that he splashed orange juice on his classmate's face. "Silver Lion?" Song Taek then scolded. "Why are you in such a hurry all of a sudden? You scared me." "Sorry, my goal is also Silver Lion." His voice was excited. "That's a place with deep ties to Joe. Haya had a wish if I can get in there, maybe I can see that person with my own eyes. But if Beck Do Hyun also wishes to join Silver Lion, it might be very difficult." He knew this implicitly. All marketing and legal feedback are handled by Silver Lion, the influential people behind Silver Lion. Haya was cleaning up the consequences of his actions. "Just think of him as your rival." "I've already said it. He's a classmate, but not really a classmate." Song Taek then gave an unfavorable assessment of him. "I can tell at a glance. A typical I'm at least A class is written all over his face." The classmate, wiping his face, said, "As soon as he registered, scouts lined up shouting Beck Do Hyun, Beck Do Hyun. Instead of getting angry, you should find a way to become friends. He'll never talk to you first." The classmate's face was panicked. "Where?" Haya asked Song, taking confusion what was wrong. Do Hyun suddenly appeared beside him. "Only ya. Is that you?" Haya tried to stay calm, but he was panicking inside. "Yes." Do Hyun smiled friendly. "Nice to meet you. We're roommates from today on. I'm Beck Do Hyun. Please take care of me." Haya couldn't believe his eyes. Please take care of me." A smile remained on the corner of Do Hyun's mouth as he held Haya's hand. Information about Haya appeared. Hong Haya's golden rule. The two met pleasantly. Small fragments of a once broken world, but Do Hyun is determined this time, before those fragments break again. The person in Haya's heart. "I will take you to see my beloved little king." On a beautiful beach, Kiddo was enjoying himself. He then cursed. "Damn it." Mad Dog, sitting next to him, was also confused. "Why are you suddenly cursing, you unreasonable guy?" Kiddo then waved his hand. "I just felt something, a very uncomfortable feeling." His expression was uneasy. "I feel even more uncomfortable than you. You're like a villain." Kiddo pulled his hat down to cover his face. Mad Dog, we are the real villains. Don't you know that yet? He gulped down his iced drink. There are many kinds of villains, but you look both cowardly and cunning. Kiddo forced a smile. That's too harsh. I'm hurt. Bro, stop acting weak. You devil. It's just that I feel a little guilty. His phone rang. Shoo, there's a call. You're not trying to distract me, are you? Kiddo held up his phone to signal for quiet. It's my boss. He then quickly answered, hello, Timothy. That's right. I saw the message you sent too. Don't get too excited. No, he won't like it if you suddenly go looking for him. Mad Dog teased him while he was on the phone. If that's the case, I'll try to find a way, or try to get closer to that country and see. Be confident. You're the star Timothy Lillywhite, loved by the whole world. I'm always by your side. If you go, I'll go with you. Timothy on the other end of the line then asked, have you found Mad Dog's whereabouts? We had to go all the way to Marrakesh to find that guy. Melto Wodrangtre. Haven't you found him yet? No, dear brother, don't be disappointed. It's okay. We'll find him slowly. That's right. See you in New York. Melto Linsist Loa. How disgusting. He then reminded, a jealous man has no charm. Mad Dog, you're not my type either. Purely, I'm not. He was a little skeptical. Is this really the plan you came up with? Tell me how it's going. All right, Kiddo said smugly. How about getting back to work? Mad Dog then became agitated. Hey, December. Kiddo then covered his mouth. No, you can't call me that now. Why did the cat fall into the dog's trap before even seeing the dog? I was going to get rid of him, but everything became very strange. He shouted angrily, damn it, what are you talking about? Please say something I can understand. Kiddo took off his hat, his face shining in the sun. I'm going to Seoul. Don't talk like that. People around the beach gathered towards Kiddo. You're my brother. We'll get lucky. For example, a tyrant like me. Kiddo said smugly. That will turn into catnip. Irresistible. Mad Dog was helpless. What's that? People quickly walked towards Kiddo. Are you Marimaldi? Please give me an autograph. Me? Take a picture with me. Speaking of him, Timothy Lillywhite, trained by the Son of God. He is known as the world's greatest shield. As for him, Coach Kido Marimaldi, known as the leader of the non-state terrorist organization named December. Kido is physically strong, and he is ranked 9th in the world rankings. His eyes glinted with a cold light. The enforcer, Kido, at this time in South Korea. On the other hand, the giant Zio at that time. Zio was dragged into a room at a school, special selection for art management. Zio looked at her phone blankly. Look, he's handsome, right? Kong Jae boasted about his cousin. That's my older brother. Does he look like Joe? Zio's expression then changed. Joe, but I am Joe. The kid said arrogantly, I'm only telling you, so you have to keep it secret. Actually, Joe is my older brother. While Kong Jae was still chattering on, Zio was at a loss. Do I look like a son? Do I look fierce too? What is that kid talking about? She couldn't say a word. Isn't this the style that girls like? I think so. He also looks like the giant Zirek. If Bambi heard that, he'd probably go kill that kid. When Kong Jae said, I'll introduce you to, Zio was even more helpless. Go to hell. The system displayed, you're a star, merchant of fate reading, steps forward and says this is a case of self-defense that even Satan would accept. What introduction? The star is raising an eyebrow, asking why you're saying such things to others. Zio became more annoyed. Now that I'm at the top of the world, these impersonation tricks. Just then, a little girl came over and scolded. Yin Kong Jae, are you lying again? Jia Hyun reminded Zio. Ignore him, sister. I'm classmates with this guy. The stories about Joe are all nonsense. That's right, it's a lie, all lies. Maybe you were fooled because it's your first time here, right? The little girl straightened her hair and introduced herself. I'm Co Jia Hyun. You're giant Co, right? Kong Jae's older brother is a hunter and a ranker. Co looked at the little girl blankly. Huh, this is the first time I'm hearing this. Really? Jia Hyun couldn't help but be surprised. You don't care about guilds or hunters. You don't know Yin Yuiko? Rank 29, belongs to the Invibe Guild. She tried to look closely at the boy's face. Zahi continued to ask, so what do you like? Do you want to see a cat? Its name is Nana. A loud bang was heard, startling everyone. The two looked helplessly outside the door. It happened again. Ignore him, sister. Zio thought to herself. Looks like the storm has passed. She held up her phone to look at Zio's message. Hey, Bambi. Bambi, do you know Invibe? Help me look up some information. Zirek couldn't help but wonder where she was and what she was doing. He was helpless. Why are you sending Kakao Talk messages during a meeting? He searched for the information Zio requested. Yin Yuiko of the Invibe Guild. Why that guild? It's far worse than Twilight. How unexpected. Yin Yuiko is the leader That's a bit surprising. The person sitting opposite him also chimed in, and vibe was operating well at first, but then it was completely swallowed up by the king of late-night snacks, right? King of late-night snacks, Twilight's nickname. Domi, a hunter affiliated with the Babylon Guild. Zirek was surprised. Isn't Domi busy? Zirek then scolded. He's such a useless thing. Anyway, Domi then reminded, he's not an ordinary gangster, but an international one. Dear, the two continued to talk privately during the meeting. Even so, they're just some gangsters. Focus. Speak more humbly. He'll get angry if you talk like that on the street. Zirek continued to wonder, why didn't Vibe go bankrupt? SAS John burst out in anger. Our leader is really too inexperienced. Don't you know that famous case? The question was thrown out. Why did the hunters hide behind the rift and disappear? Domi recounted, that was back then, it was because of the nightmare moon. SAS John then called out to Domi. Zirek was then surprised. The seedling has bloomed. Zirek's terrifying eyes. Dark branches are sprouting. The surroundings became gloomy. What's wrong? Continue. SAS John's voice was a little tense. This means Yin Yuiko is the type of person who would stay in a rotten place like in Vibe. He continued, besides Kiddo Marimaldi, the only other top-tier purification hunter is Yin Yuiko. But then problems arose when something happened to their gas station. But why are you asking? Zirek listened intently. The gloomy atmosphere disappeared because someone asked me. If it's someone, isn't it that sister of yours who ran away from home, got caught, and was locked up in your reformatory camp? Domi broke out in a cold sweat. I guess art school is hard to get into. Even I've taken the exam 3 times. He thought to himself, my ability to change the atmosphere is too strong. If my sister perseveres, I'll be able to fly free. Domi continued, it's just to fulfill my mom's dream. What? She's really a filial daughter. Zirek then teased, that's right. Since it's your sibling, it's terrifying if you consider the family. SAS John took the opportunity to say, then let's fulfill SAS John's wish now. Focus. He continued the meeting. The most important thing after this guidance is completed is to grab one of these 2 super rookies. His image appeared on the screen, the hero of CR Station. Beck Do Hyun. She is no exception, and there's also Na Jo Yin. According to the evaluation, her minimum rank is AA, belonging to the healing class. SAS John pointed at Do Hyun's picture. Especially, according to information from Mars, Beck Do Hyun's ability is projected to be S-class. He stated affirmatively, this means this is someone we must get. The teacher in the class then gave praise. Min Seo's painting is beautiful today. Pay more attention to density and contrast. Then the teacher reminded him, Kong Jae, I told you not to write on your painting, right? Seo was a little unhappy with Kong Jae. Why does this kid keep staring at me? The kid whispered to Zio, that's a painting you can't imagine if you don't appreciate it in reality. Do you believe my brother is Joe now? However, I know that kid is bluffing. Kong Jae said there was even real proof here. The proof is that the computer is creating some kind of copy of Giant Zio. He showed a black dragon scale. Zio then fell silent. Black dragon scale, Nidhogg. Her voice became small. Hey, where did you get that? Yes, my brother gave it to me. Kong Jae suddenly jumped up. Zio then became terrifying. I asked you where you got it. The kid said in a panic, no, it's my brother's. He quickly pacified Zio. Your star, Merchant of Fate reading, is whispering for you to calm down. The star explained, it looks similar at first glance, but I suggest that kid take another look because this is clearly a fake. At this moment, she looked closely. That 5-color pattern, it's not Nidhogg's. The teacher called her name. Next is Giant Zio. Zio's painting was displayed. Your theme is. The teacher laughed helplessly. Monster Wave. Zio then became unhappy. That's a self-portrait of the Demon King. Dusk fell. The legend of the rooftop monster. Zio walked down the street and sighed. She thought sadly, an artist's sorrow is always so deep. A car drove parallel to Zio. BM, sitting inside, rolled down the window. This girl, why are you walking alone on the street holding a painting? Zio frowned at his words. What's wrong? Why are you talking like an old man today? You look more haggard today, what's wrong? Zio held her painting melancholically. Leave me alone, because today I want to be a heartbroken artist. BM then used magic. Just heartbroken? Get in the car. Good girl, let's go. Will-o'-the-wisps surrounded Zio. I get it. Let's go, let's go. After she got in the car, BM then helped her fasten her seatbelt. But where are we going? A place that's not fun at all. But we have to go. His face was close to Zio's. Let's go. BM then quickly fastened his own seatbelt. Zio's face reddened involuntarily. Are we going to the center? Huh, something like that. I have a meeting with the center's director at a Korean restaurant, a large building in the city. The Korea Awakened Administration, also known as the Center. This is also an association in Korea that runs parallel to the Awakened Management Agency, representing the rights of the awakened. Night at a traditional restaurant. When the earth was in a state of emergency, many people chose justice and mission over expectations. The sound of wind chimes tinkled. Among them, the place the most talented people yearned for was. She trembled nonstop. Kwanga INH Emergency Response Bureau. He then reminded sternly, relax your shoulders. Kim Sek-young, Director of the Emergency Response Bureau, rank 9. Kwanga INH, a BBB class hunter affiliated with the Emergency Response Bureau. Saiken complained. What can a protector who is more scared than the person who needs protection do? Gina's body was still trembling nonstop. I can't help it. I've met the director a few times, but today is my first day. Saiken also said, what? That person is a terrifying person that even the director is afraid of. He said he doesn't like luxury, so he became a public official. At this time, everyone was guarding the restaurant. There's nothing more terrifying or uncomfortable than facing someone so elusive. But the top person in that field is our country's person, and even on this planet. Gina became even more worried. That's really scary. Only public officials can resonate with this. The restaurant door opened. Saiken then reminded, Shoo, that person is here. Zio walked through the door. Saiken felt a wave of panic in advance. BM led the way in front. This magical power. No, it's from behind. Zio cast a spell. Light radiated around Zio. The people around fainted. Withdraw your magic. Why are you so grumpy today? Because there are too many people here. Gina trembled even more. This voice is... Zio stood in front of her. Light shone on Gina. Is she a descendant of Kanigio? She recited a hypnotic spell to Gina. Zio lightly touched her forehead. Gina then collapsed. Zio lowered her head and stuffed a piece of meat into her mouth. She praised it profusely. Iel Hyun then replied, the ribs at this restaurant are really delicious, right? Please eat slowly. I'm sure you don't like pleasantries, so let's get straight to business. Suddenly she said, rejected. I refuse. Rejected. Zio was confused. What's wrong? I learned it from the internet. The table was filled with Korean delicacies. Anyway, America's rank 1, Timothy Lillywhite, will be visiting South Korea. This is not a personal act, but on behalf of the White House, so we will treat them as official ambassadors and, on behalf of Joe, congratulate and welcome them. Zio hesitated. Is it necessary to congratulate them with such determination? As far as I know, they're the ones who created English, right? BM then reminded, America is not the country that created English, Joe. Joe said unhappily, English is my enemy. Even if Timothy's grandfather came, I would refuse. Iel Hyun laughed helplessly. That's why I also considered the proposal from multiple directions. It's difficult to show you this. Zio noticed the table. A photo of Timothy appeared. She picked it up blankly. A selfie? Are you kidding me? It looks like a postcard. Look at the back. Zio carefully read the words on the postcard. She was a little shaken. Zio's voice stuttered. Dear Joe, it says. BM, sitting next to her, then translated, I will go to Korea. Who will bring Joe to me? Zio then crumpled the postcard. This arrogant kid, is he a tanker? Zio burst out in anger. Trait, English level 9. I'm going to beat the crap out of that damn bastard. Who needs a lecture? South Korea holds multiple top world rankings, has been number 1 in the Urban Stability SPI category for 10 consecutive years, and has the lowest portal-related death rate among developed countries. Zio frowned, her hands fidgeting on the table. It was just so backward that Korean hadn't become an international language yet. I'm going to personally educate that Timothy. He's too arrogant, daring to speak English so brazenly. She remembered how she had thrown a fit in front of the director. I had exhausted all my patience just to listen to Director Jane Ji Hai and be persuaded. The teacher was still lecturing at the podium, but Korea had to be the first country to make a change. I think the government should remove English from the list of required subjects. Zio closed her eyes tightly and thought, too bad the world isn't moving in that direction. Sister, sister. Hearing the call, she woke up. Creation skill. Momentary eye closure has been disabled because you were sleeping, not using it to concentrate. Creation skill. What are you looking at? The rare probability of the teacher mistaking you for doing something other than sleeping has been disabled. Zio quickly threw the things behind her and stammered. Jae Hyun, what's up? I just went to the convenience store. Want some chocolate? She looked at the bag and was taken aback. Goodness, why did you buy so much? Jae Hyun explained excitedly. This time, the limited edition Wonder Joy model is the Mage King. I saw that the class's luck was pretty good today, so I decided to open them here. I want to see that model too. Me too. That's awesome. Now I have the ability to attract everyone with these candy jars. Then everyone gathered around at the same time and started chattering. The first one is empty. Why are there so many people all of a sudden? But why is Yun Kong Jae so quiet today? Is he Yun Yuiko's younger brother? There are too many people impersonating relatives of the awakened recently. It's hard to believe. The little girl excitedly opened the egg in her hand. Here it is. It's the Mage King. Congratulations, congratulations. Zio was also fiddling with one. Oh right, is Yun Kong Jae really Yun Yuiko's younger brother? Oh, so he's not one of those imposters. She got a small dragon model in her hand. What is this? It looks so weak. Jae Hyun then happily said to Zio, this little black guy is cute, right? You can have it. Consider it a matching item for us. I'll definitely get the Mage King again. Black. Is this that little black? Everyone usually calls it Little Black, but no one knows its name. Hearing this, she could only weep sorrowfully in her heart. Nidhogg, I'm sorry I couldn't protect your honor. The little girl also recounted that for some reason, they gave all the trademark rights to Silver Lion's Mage King, but I never thought they'd sell it in such a cute form. Zio held it in her hand and looked at it intently. The person who intervened last time must have been him. Someone suspected that Giant Ziric's sister was a fake, and she launched a massive counterattack on Instagram. Ziric has a sister? Hey, look at this. Then she noticed everyone was talking about GM. It's amazing. She's really a goddess, right? Looking at her, you'd think she's a model. I thought she only had a YouTube. Turns out she has an Instagram too. It was a picture of her with them. And the others liked it too. Kim, 17 years old. Looking at that shoulder, I know that's Bambi. His back is unmistakable. The two exclaimed excitedly, and at the same time, two pairs of scrutinizing eyes stared intently at the phone screen. They noticed the sleeve of a black shirt with blue letters in the background. Then the two of them suddenly jumped up and stared at Zio. This surprised her a little, and she looked back. Jae Hyun and Kong Jae then compared and observed closely. This hoodie is a limited edition from Bambi, and if you look closely, they look alike too. Zio broke out in a sweat and stammered. Why are you looking at me like that? The sweat was real. She panicked and had to flee. All right, I'm going to buy some ginseng water. See you. Keep running, fast like a big cat. I'll be back. They watched Zio together and muttered to themselves, probably not. If it were true, why would she be drinking ginseng water? Well, after all, Bambi earns enough to support 3 generations. The chatter was noisy and constant. The sun was shining brightly outside. Zio took a hard sip from the cup in her hand. I almost got caught. I shouldn't have picked it up and worn it, since it was Bambi's. As she walked, she couldn't help but think, if it's a limited edition, it's better to put it away. That bastard, if he keeps being so cold, all the girls who adore him will run off. Suddenly Zio stopped. 4-star contract execution. Lord Star, he also froze suddenly. A voice reminded her, quick, take 2 steps back. Along with a bright flash of light, a loud bang was heard. She frowned and observed quietly. Then a spatial ring appeared in front of Zio. Internal channel announcement. An unexpected crack has occurred. Location. Jang Yogu. Seoul. Type. Time limited. Minimum mission rank. D. She was stunned, spilling her drink. A portal appeared directly at the academy. Jailbreak is considered a type of operation, like a planned sniper game, usually used for mining magic stones or for training. But jailbreak missions often come with difficult tasks, and if classified as time-limited, exceeding the time limit will cause massive damage to the surrounding area. A barrier had been set up, and people were noisily gathered around. A group of people approached with smiles and spoke. Hello, thank you for your hard work. Smiles? No. A man raised his hand to stop them from advancing. Wait, please let us confirm your identities. The man then raised his hand in a serious salute. Wai Cha, are you a public official who's so loyal to the facts? This is the Invade Guild's 2nd strategy team. Are you sure you're a CC class awakened, including the other 6 besides Shin Jin Kaiol? Technical Director Jean Kyle explained awkwardly. Oh, yes. Because it's a level 5, the Dawn Guild also sent another person to go with us, but they seem to be a little late. Please wait a moment. The man turned his hand and said, Do you think we're free? This is a time-limited portal. Seeing him turn away, the man said unhappily, Damn it, why are they so strict? Don't they also live on the people's taxes? One of them then pointed over there. Hey, look over there. What now? Hearing them call him, Namin frowned and glanced over. Hey, agent. It was Zio, sobbing by his side. Is this kid part of the raid team, too? He supported her and replied, Watch your mouth. This little girl belongs to the missing persons group. But why did you leave her here? Why not take her to the hospital? Zio then tried hard to stop crying. She held out the little dragon and explained, It's because of this. Key item list. The poor dragon does not know what the true beauty of friendship is. Rare. Namin then lectured, This thing reacts when a portal cracks, and it's also an item of Giant Zio's. He also added, It guides people who are trapped in the portal. In fact, it's the key to this mission. Is that so? Seeing this, Jean Kyle then asked, What are the terms of use? Are there any restrictions or limits? I was just about to talk about that. Zio held it out to him and replied, With restrictions, only the owner or a qualified person can use the item. Currently, there are no restrictions at all. Too late just then, a man came running over out of breath. He stammered, I'm sorry. Yun Yuko pleaded frantically with them. I am Yun Yuko of the Invibe Guild. Kong Jae, my younger brother, is trapped inside. After listening, they still replied calmly. Was Hunter Yun Yuko dispatched? Damn it, Dawn said they would send someone directly. Why is it you? He kept pleading anxiously. Technical Director, my younger brother, Yin Kong Jae, one of the people in this academy is my younger brother. Please talk to me first. Standing beside them, Zio immediately noticed, I've lost contact with him since just now. Please let me in. That kid's older brother. She remembered the kid who showed off his brother's picture. Kong Jae, my Kong Jae, he's my only family. I'm begging you. This reminded Zio of the image of Taesong. I will contact the guild and handle everything. Please, my brother. So she said to them without hesitation, Take this. What? Zio held out the little dragon in her hand. Use this. She also insisted, but only I can use it, so you have to let me in. Namin hesitated. You clearly said there were no restrictions. I own it. Just then, a loud voice rang out, attracting both of their attention. Too late, Twilight walked over calmly. To be stuck in traffic like this, it's amazing. What's with this atmosphere? Though I don't know what happened, but it's truly spectacular. He walked lightly. Someone glanced at him and said, Is that Dawn Guild's Twilight? Twilight then showed great excitement and introduced himself, more accurately, a charming guild leader. In the year the 29th floor of the Tower of Babel opened, 2 S-Class hunters appeared at the same time. Giant Xeric, 15 years old, a second-year high school student, and Twilight, 19 years old, currently in high school. It was a bold and unique move and a dazzling new genius. The world called these talented individuals the Golden Generation. And Giant Xeric is constantly breaking the highest records, enhancing his reputation as a young boss and leader. On the other hand, Twilight controls the underworld as the head of an underground gang. That's why Zio, who rarely appears in the media, doesn't even remember what he looks like. Xeric frantically gripped the paper in his hand. These damn gangsters are at it again. After the guidance week, Giant Xeric's guild dropped to second place because they lost to their rivals by 1 point. Because of this, the rankings were always being reversed because of them. Dawn declared war on Babylon. That's why Giant Xeric's competitive spirit burned like a blazing flame. He angrily held his phone up to Zio's face. Sister, if you run into this kind of person on the street, punch him a few times for me. Oh no, don't interact with him. Just give him the side eye, got it? But who is he anyway? Your star fate reader was angry, asking why that arrogant bastard dared to show off in front of you. It's such bad luck to run into that guy. He looks like a poorly kneaded ball of dough. Zio then said coldly, Charming? That must be Twilight. He suddenly flinched. What's with this atmosphere? Isn't it Twilight? Could it be some other idiot? Stop acting, you dog. Twilight. She looked at how Twilight was at this moment and thought, good grief, is he planning to use this method to distract me? Korea's top hunter, Internal Channel 9. Giant, don't look for me until the guidance is over, especially Babylon. 8. David, Bambi spends money like water anyway. 1. Where is Twilight? 8. David. 20. The certification will be updated tomorrow. 44. Lacy Guck. 35. Spiky hair. 27. Carp. Surprising. 5. Bambi. He read the messages and was surprised. Twilight. panicked, unable to remain calm, and shouted, "Good heavens!" She stood next to him with a disgusted expression. Damn it. Jean Kyle also showed up unhappily. Channel established. An anonymous has been added. Are you kidding me? Who is anonymous? Don't you know the rule for the strategy team is to use real names? Do you think you're on a picnic or something? Channel established. And this time anonymous 2 was added, which made him curse in anger. What the hell is going on? Once was more than enough, damn it. So now Namin had to quickly calm him down. Calm down, Shin Jean Kyle. This attack team includes civilians, so their nicknames will be changed randomly. So don't worry when members project random changes. There will be adjustments between players. Babylon will choose the most suitable nickname and change the name. It's a system feature that helps protect the privacy of anonymous participants and handles name issues on the battlefield. Hearing this, Zio frowned in confusion. The nickname was named Little Kitty, while Twilight gritted his teeth in annoyance. Gangster Tofu? What the hell is Gangster Tofu? If I find out who came up with that name, I will never let them go. Then he quickly gave an introduction. Now that the name issue is settled, let me give you a brief introduction to this dungeon. This dungeon is a time-limited type. Dungeon mission: raid and rescue contaminated victims. Difficulty level: total members 10/10. The goal is to prevent and rescue the victims. Timer: 19 minutes, 21 seconds, 57. The monsters inside belong to the Gastropida class. They are pests, and you could also say they are a type of worm. Our goal is to eliminate them and rescue everyone. Zio held the little dragon in her hand and watched intently. However, only one person will act as the guide, and that is Giant Xeric, who possesses the item that helps find missing people. Jean Kyle interrupted from behind. Hey, public official friend, this is a time-limited dungeon. Let's get a move on. Oh, you have to tell her in advance. Ordinary people who get into this situation will have the potential to awaken. If we do well, we'll have a new awaken during the attack. He kept talking nonstop. It's true, although I didn't come here to find an awakened. But if you become one, remember to repay me, lucky girl. Okay, Mr. Shinmin Kyle. So Zio then deliberately tried to annoy him. My name is Shin Jean Kyle. I know, Uncle Jean Kyle. Are you doing this on purpose? I told you it's Shin Jean Kyle. We're still outside. Okay, Uncle Young Shin Kyle. Your star fate reader rolled up his sleeves and asked why that arrogant Shinjin Kyle dared to glare at you like that. He rolled up his sleeves and asked if that guy needed a star punch. Seeing this, she then soothed and stopped him. Hey, stop it. Aren't you not allowed to hit humans? They were born to be protected. Your star fate reader said he only had the intention and wouldn't do anything extra. Zio calmly muttered to herself. I know how uncles usually behave. This can't be considered rude. But suddenly I have to take care of a stranger, and it's the person sent by the Dawn Guild. She then glanced at the trembling Twilight. It's probably like that. He's overwhelmed, not knowing what to do with the system screen. Why is there no response? This Babylon is always lagging. Twilight's whole body suddenly went limp. Could it be because this is an emergency? Unexpectedly, he was so panicked that his face turned pale. I've already sent the signal. Why doesn't the system get it? Joe, where did you go? If you're trapped, pay attention to me and wave a carrot. Damn it, it hurts my eyes to look. Zio also glanced back and thought, actually, I'm more worried about that guy than Twilight. The guy kept biting his nails worriedly. If you're ranked 29th, you're in the top channel too. Worrying about Yin Yuiko. I've had enough of that expression of yours. Just then, Namin also announced, all right, I'm going in first. A strong wind blew from the portal, and a dazzling white light flashed. Zio also went there immediately. She went in with everyone else. You have entered the contaminated dungeon rift. Performing member check and measuring power. Due to exceeding the limit, the difficulty has been forcibly adjusted. Suddenly, the group stopped in shock. An announcement rang out. Dungeon level has appeared. Contaminated dungeon rift level D. Contaminated dungeon rift level B. Increased by 2 levels. Hearing this, Jean Kyle frowned in displeasure and wondered, level B? Higher than before? Damn it, there's nothing more to say. He stood in front of Namin and questioned. This is ridiculous. We've barely taken on C-rank missions. Why is it level B? It's too noisy. This is unreasonable. Technical director quickly requests support from the outside. He could only soothe and lecture everyone. Please calm down. We only have 5 hours left. The portal outside must have closed since there are enough people. And there are still civilians in here. But Jean Kyle was very agitated. Even though they're civilians, they won't worry because they think we're their heroes. If I die, my mother will have to live the rest of her life alone. Do you understand? And so, the two sides argued nonstop. Please everyone calm down. Calm my ass. What about my family if I die? And you're telling me to calm down. Zio stood by helplessly and thought, even if D-class hunters do their best, they can defeat a B-class. Then she finally sighed and realized, what's wrong? This situation is probably because there are two such people here. It would be strange if the difficulty didn't increase. An S-class in the top 6, an A-class in the top 29, and an S-class in first place. So Zio then spoke up to divert the attention. Everyone has to face difficulties in life, right? Of course, except for me. Even Twilight had to chime in and pretend. That's right. Adjusting the difficulty, just like adjusting my rank when I was young, was always so painful. Of course, I never felt pain because that never happened to me. And so, the two of them smiled and tried to save the situation. Everyone's getting a bit violent. It's not worth getting angry over, right? I agree with both hands. I think so too. He suddenly pointed and said, could you be my long-lost twin sibling? Why do you think exactly like me? So Twilight brought his face close to hers and pulled her. Do you want to be my little sister? Look closely. You're as cute as a kitten. What about my younger brother, Huang Chuck? Don't tell me I made that up. It's so surprising. Did you think I'd make you change your name to Huang Chuck? It's okay, it's okay. Zio frowned unhappily. This guy. She noticed that Twilight was deliberately getting close to her, so she thought, he's just pretending to joke around to test my strength. His eyes glanced over seriously. That's right. It's indeed suspicious for an ordinary person to be so calm. This made Zio a little wary. I didn't hone my skills just to be caught by that rogue. My power is hidden too perfectly today. Perfect. She then remembered my magic control skills were all trained by him 10 years ago. Back then, a man walked over with a smile. Hello, so you're Zio. He said gently, so you are Zio? Then she just lowered her head and ignored him. I see, he's Joe, right? Finally, Zio looked up blankly. Zo, I'm Joe. She then asked him, who are you? BM maintained his smile and replied, me. Zio listened intently and couldn't help but be surprised. I am BM of Silver Lion. From now on, I will be your guardian and teacher. If you'll allow it, I'd like to be your friend too. Awakened Persons Act, Article 8, Paragraph 1, Korean law. Awakened citizens of Korea must be loyal and participate in ability adaptation training through national agencies. And this law specifically has an exception for awakened individuals under the age of 14. I know what you're planning. Zio sat on the swing and refused with a cold expression, but I don't need training. The man could only force an awkward smile. What, you know about that too? Jang Il Hyun, director of the General Affairs Department of the Awakened Management Center. Despite this, Illinois Hyun tried hard to persuade. You've done your research carefully, but your situation is a bit different. You know that if everyone just leaves you like this, it will be dangerous for you. He even deliberately reminded her, it's even dangerous for you and your other relatives. So I hope you will participate in the training. But even so, Zio still replied calmly, I know myself, I will hide. I also told my mom I don't like these things. Il Hyun broke out in a sweat at a loss. Of course, we are trying to meet our Zio's needs. Awkward, but it seemed that no matter what he said, she was still not interested. How about one-on-one training? Trust me, just meet the person once. Zio was still playing leisurely like that. Can you be sure this will be useful for Zio? She then questioned unhappily. Do you know how many centers I'm attending now? You still want me to learn more? I don't want to go. Suddenly he spoke. Please, your star fate reader suggested that you should accept the offer. Why? What do you want me to do? Although you can control my power, the star explained that frequently using achievements like this will harm your young body. The star had no choice but to persuade Zio. I would be very upset if your body gets damaged. If something happens to the main body, the spiritual world will be immediately affected. She jumped off the swing and lamented, I really don't like this at all. Then Zio turned back and deliberately instructed him. I'm going home to watch a music show now. I'll come after my ballet class tomorrow. At the base, two men were discussing. Today is the day I persuaded that little girl to come. The undercover agent went to pick her up after she unexpectedly fainted at her ballet center. This little girl is currently in isolation. According to detailed examination statistics, this has been confirmed as a forced overload due to personal control. At that time, Zio had been secretly peeking. Mom, the doctor, had told her mother that after the nightmare of March, many children have been suffering from symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder. disorder. Zio's case was similar, so she had to be hospitalized for a long time to receive state-supported treatment for her trauma. At this, Zio breathed a sigh of relief, recalling, "No matter what happens, you must keep it a secret from everyone, especially my mom. Good thing I said first. It seems they handled it well." Her mother hesitated worriedly. "My Zio, she'll be fine, right?" Zio watched secretly, feeling a little shaken. She quickly and quietly left. The whole process was both smooth and fast. Deceiving my mom was also an indirect way of distracting those around me. With the state's involvement, there would be no difficulty in lying. Playroom therapy. I was taken to the playroom on the grounds that, as mentioned before, I had to be hospitalized for a long time to receive state-supported treatment for my trauma. Zio drew a straight line on the paper. "I'm not sure, but I heard you're the head of control in the country, right?" "Who said that?" She also expressed without hesitation, "You don't look very strong either." "Of course, you can't compare to me." Zio also provoked him casually. "I'm already ranked first anyway. How can you compare?" BM could only sigh and reply, "That's true. I don't smell like smoke today, do I?" The two chatted comfortably. "I try my best. It's because of some kid. I didn't say there was no smell. I smoke because I'm sick of the smell of incense. Quitting is hard, so have a little sympathy for me." She finally agreed. "All right, I'll let you off this time." Zio's hand reached for another colored pencil. "You're the one taking care of me anyway, so even if I fall or something, you'll show up." She also expressed that someone kept dozing off while talking. "I don't like that at all. If it continues like that." From the first physical contact with Babylon to measure her level, Awakener-specific powers like Dragon's Heart and Magic Delay were awakened, and Giant Zio's power began to boil whenever there were signs of a magical outburst. Zio muttered while holding the paper. Everyone thought this child's body would be overloaded, so they decided to forcibly pull the switch. Even when operating normally like this, I still fall asleep. I told the star not to do that, but he doesn't listen to me. BM remained very patient, listening quietly. I argued with him, and he felt that I didn't understand his feelings. Silence. Even though this child pretends not to care. He looked at Zio and thought, but her body is tilting to one side like this. BM observed her carefully. Her eyes kept darting around. He couldn't help but ponder. BM remembered that action had appeared in reports before, right? Has an extremely strong self-defense tendency, reluctantly takes responsibility for everything, and handles all other relationships. Suddenly, Zio clutched the paper in her hand tightly. He then frowned and speculated. This child is feeling anxious. So BM raised his hand and gently stroked her head. Maybe I need to actually treat this child's trauma instead of pretending to do so. This surprised Zio. Yes. He also recounted jokingly, "The way you look when you're asleep is so cute that I could watch you over and over without getting bored. So it doesn't matter anymore whether you're awake or asleep." As she regained her composure, BM also slowly withdrew his hand. He let out a sigh of relief. "It seems she feels safe now, Few." Then BM gently started the conversation. "You seem to like drawing, huh?" "Not really. It's just that when I draw, I feel a little refreshed." The two seem to have naturally grown closer. "You draw very diligently, huh?" "My mother's dream was to get into art school, but she couldn't because of financial difficulties. So I want to try to get in and let her know what it's like." Zio frowned and answered casually, "It's nothing special, and it's fine, so I have no regrets." After a while, she also put down her colored pencil. BM then asked, "What did you draw?" Unexpectedly, she actually answered him like that. "The monster that lives inside me." Zio then also instructed, "Hey, don't come here from tomorrow onwards. I'll see you at the gym because playtime is over." But in a flash, BM was covered in injuries. His breathing also became rapid, and he was panting heavily. BM was surrounded by blood, and she stood there constantly muttering, "I'm sorry." "Hey!" Zio's hands were also stained deep red, and she sobbed, I'm sorry, I was wrong." Behind her, a dark entity burst out, enveloping the surroundings. "I am sorry, I just wanted it this way, not that way." Fortunately, BM was still alive, and he forced a smile to comfort her. "Your constellation, the fate reader, is whispering, gently comforting you that it's not your fault. You had already warned him, so everything will be all right." "Why you?" Then his hand reached behind Zio. This isn't what I wanted. BM embraced and comforted her. This little child feels guilty just for being the strongest. A child covered in blood, yet worrying about me. He still whispered gently, Joe, you asked me before, why am I the strongest in the field of control? Because I have to face those ghosts, those creatures that always wander with a sense of hunger. They can't distinguish between friend and foe and will rush in whenever they get a chance. Every day, every moment, I have to fend off those monsters, always feeling like they are overflowing into my body. If I decide to coexist with it, then I must first find the right way to dominate it. BM also revealed without hesitation. So, am I the monster, or are they the monsters? Even I can hardly tell, so what will others think? As he spoke, he reached out and gently wiped the tears from Zio's cheek. A hunter is both human and monster. That's an undeniable fact, and we can never escape that established formula. But Zio, Joe, remember this. Then BM turned her around and instructed, you must always keep your spine straight, your chin up, and look straight ahead. His hands gently gripped Zio's shoulders. That is the basic stance of a hunter. He continued to guide in a low voice. Don't let them devour you. If you can't lock up your monster, then release it. Zio tightly gripped the black cloak. Those words still echoed in her ears. Then you will become a greater hunter than anyone else. Back in reality, she was still in a bit of a daze. I've kept this chain well. That's why it's comfortable to disguise myself as a civilian. You need UICO, that name? Now that I think about it, the dungeon. The level increased by 2 because of you, right? It was Shinjin Kyle who angrily grabbed Yun Yuiko's collar and cursed. You dead dog. Did this happen because a top 20 bastard like you intervened without permission? I hadn't even called you, and you're already here. He could only glance at the other two for help, but they were completely unconcerned, acting like innocents. Why are they suddenly staring at us? A high-level S-class and A-class awakened being, shaking that cold gangster tofu. Zio also deliberately teased Twilight. I hate Twilight so much, sorry. It's just because I was so excited that I spoke English. It's just that I have mysophobia and must bathe at dawn, Twilight, or I'll die. She also revealed she has this condition. I'm the administrator of the Anti-Twilight Cafe. Anti-Twilight Cafe. I wish I would disappear after dawn. Total members 24,987. What's with wanting to disappear after dawn? Really? Seeing everyone in chaos. Namin also got angry and said loudly, what on earth are you all doing? I am Tang Namin of the Awakened Beings Management Bureau's Emergency Response Team. We all know we don't have time. So Shinjin Kyle had to reluctantly let go. Then Twilight also continued. Right now, there's also an A-class purification hunter and an ordinary girl here. Even if you painfully keep rushing in, it won't solve any problems. A purification hunter, of a rare ability, is someone who can manipulate the souls of monsters and demons. At this moment, Zio thought to herself, judging from the dragon scale Yin Kongjae showed off a few days ago, I think Yin Yuiko has also purified a dragon. That's why I calmly let him enter the dungeon. Then Yin Yuiko knelt down, constantly crying and apologizing. Everything has become a mess. I'm really sorry for causing an obstacle for everyone. So let's start with a strategy. We need a strategy. My younger brother Kongjae, I have to save him, please. I can do anything everyone asks. In the Top Rankers channel, the person ranked 6th used an announcement. A member of the channel used a notification. In this mode, rankers cannot use the close window function. Then a screen appeared before him. Number 6, King of Late Night Snacks. Besides that, Zio also appeared, pretending not to see. Number 6 King of Late Night Snacks, I'm watching you. Number 6 King of Late Night Snacks, you look like a wounded baby about to bleed. Huh? Number 6 King of Late Night Snacks, are you kidding me? Number 6 King of Late Night Snacks, you're in the Top Rankers channel anyway. Twilight glanced over with a frown. Number 6 King of Late Night Snacks, I don't know what happened to you. Shinjin Kyle frowned and deliberately questioned. Why keep a secret? Are you two planning to make a move on me? Number 6 King of Late Night Snacks. In a dungeon like this, even if it's B-class or A-class, I always feel anxious when I close my eyes. Hearing this, he pursed his lips and smiled. Number 6 King of Late Night Snacks. Don't you know who's standing behind you? Twilight pushed up his glasses and said, "If I didn't know, I would have interrupted you immediately." Yin Yuiko raised his head sadly. "So straighten your spine and say something nice." Hearing this, Zio suddenly remembered. "Keep your spine straight, your chin up, and look straight ahead. That is the basic stance of a hunter." She repeated to herself. Hey, BM said something similar too. A ranker is an individual, not a group. Yin Yuiko straightened up and announced sternly, "Everything or anything else, I will take responsibility." Although it was rare, he shouted seriously, "Because I promise no one will die, so let's continue with the strategy." The screen showed a message arriving again. Number 6 king of late-night snacks is Twilight. Yin Yuiko. The message notification sounds kept ringing. Number 5 Bambi. Number 3 Alpha. Number 3 Alpha. This is Shin Jin Kyle. Yin Yuiko. Number 8 David. You're too crazy. Let them start looking for Whitebird, and this is Whitebird. Yin Yuiko. Number 12 Sang Sang is Sa Sae Jong. Yin Yuiko. This made Yuiko feel desperate. Number 8 David. Number 8 David. This is the greatest David. Number 29 Yin Yuiko. Stop. The conversation isn't over. Number 8 David. I didn't do it. I didn't mean to. Gosh, really? Number 8 David. I'm telling the truth. I don't care about these things. For Whitebird's sake, don't start crying. Then they moved quickly. B-class dungeon in the contaminated zone. About 5 hours remaining. Namin immediately swung his weapon and destroyed one beside him. The remaining monsters in the dungeon were mostly belly-crawling slugs, and they were laying eggs. Seeing them destroyed, she couldn't help but feel nauseous. Be careful, whether it's accurate or not, you'll be contaminated by them. He turned his head and urged, so if we don't save them quickly, it's futile no matter how we attack. Girl, can you point out their direction now? Zio hurriedly raised the small dragon in her hand, and an arrow appeared above it, pointing up. Namin immediately ordered, "Everyone, it's right above. Let's continue." Then a giant insect rushed towards them. "Let's go up." Yeah, easier said than done. Shinjin Kyle quickly drew his sword and slashed. Seeing the green liquid gushing out, she couldn't help but feel sick. He could only lament, "Isn't this too hard?" Every time they die, they spray out such terrifying stuff. Does anyone have a towel? No. If you have a magic stone, use it quickly. Then Namin turned his head, glanced, and reminded him, "Hunter Yin Yuiko, what's wrong with you? Keep your head down." At this moment, Yuiko's face was pale with terror. "I've lost contact with the scout team that sent the signal earlier, and from the 4th floor, my vision has narrowed a lot." He stammered his speculation. "I can't confirm the cause. It seems they were eaten by that thing." Hearing this, everyone fell into silence and contemplation. They looked up at the door in front of them. So Zio thought to herself, "This is probably the current B-class dungeon. Isn't it a bit too easy?" They stood cautiously in front of the door, not daring to advance. "Does the game start from here?" A voice rang out. Impossible. It was Twilight who stepped forward and opened the door. "Everyone, don't be too harsh on the monsters." When it was just ajar, the reflection in his glasses showed the shadow of an insect. He was still saying loudly, "Everyone, don't be too harsh on the monsters. At least let the monster mumble a few words." After slamming the door shut, Twilight turned around trembling and said to everyone, "Oh, okay, I just took a peek. Come on, someone hurry up. Oh my god, oh my god." Zio unhappily scolded. "Really? Why do you look like you're missing something?" Your constellation, the Fate Reader, panically demands you get off that man. But unexpectedly, she had already climbed onto Namin and was holding on tightly. "Miss Jia Hyun, it's dangerous. Get down, Miss Jia Hyun." Just then, the sound of insects moving was heard. And just like that, they crawled out and jumped onto them. Namin hurriedly ordered, "Everyone, there's a civilian little girl here. Attack them quickly. These damn cockroaches can already fly. Please, damn nonsense. That's enough, damn it." She shouted loudly in panic. "Powerful. Where's all your power?" "That's right. I have power too. Everyone, here I come." Instantly, a golden pen appeared in Zio's hand. Library flash. Your constellation, the Fate Reader, suddenly stops you. He prevents you from using the Scythe of Death to kill these insects. Then he whispered to stop her. "Let the people from the emergency response team and the others handle this." But Shinjin Kyle was surrounded by insects wrapped around his body, unable to move. "Who can help me with this damn thing? Kill it quickly." Unexpectedly, Namin turned back and shouted, "Wait, Hunter Shinjin Kyle. It's very dangerous if you attack from that direction." But he was too scared and blindly slashed at the pillar. Instantly, the brick floor made a huge cracking sound. The entire floor gradually collapsed. The spot where Zio was standing had already crumbled. Fortunately, her feet moved in time. Cat parkour attribute activated. And just like that, Zio dodged and jumped up. She could move easily at super high speed. In the blink of an eye, Zio had already climbed back. Cat parkour attribute disabled. She sighed with relief. It's safe now. Your constellation, the Fate Reader, gave you over 100 points. Zio frowned and looked around. Am I the last one who fell here? Where's everyone? This channel is too quiet. Am I the only one? Suddenly a cold wind blew past. Something floated down. Snow? Zio observed carefully. No, it's lime powder. In front of her, the floor rumbled. She watched quietly. Zio suddenly realized. A volcano. Looking at the depression, she exclaimed, "It feels like I'm being eaten by an animal." In the distance behind the smoke and dust, there was a figure. It was Twilight up ahead. He stood there meditating without a word. Then Twilight frowned and looked back. The Snow Queen? Who is the Snow Queen? Nonsense. But when he saw it was her, his eyes widened in surprise. What? Why is the cat here? There shouldn't be anyone here. A surprised Twilight stopped in confusion. S-Class Hunter Twilight, confused. That Azura god combined with a hunger demon to create a force that fights ceaselessly. That is his constellation. That gangster Tofu. Everyone has fallen, and even he is alone. So I guess that's why he's using his skill. Twilight raised his arm high, and a red magical power immediately appeared. And just like that, he slammed it into the ground. A picky eater who will devour everything he finds. The rumor that only traces are left where he passes is completely true. Looking at Twilight in the center of the deep pit, she also understood. I finally understand the situation. So Zio could only pretend to be shocked. TSK caught in the act. Let's hurry up and mock this impatient rogue. This is ridiculous. Impossible. Gangster tofu. She also deliberately questioned him, causing Twilight to panic. Is he the hidden protagonist? This little one, calm down. Gosh, let me explain. Zio took out her phone to threaten him, causing him to shout frantically. Put down the phone. Put down the phone. I told you not to take pictures. Waving, raising. Just then, a bug suddenly appeared behind her. There's a bug. There's a bug. Zio shouted in fear. Where? In a panic, she split it in half with just one kick. The speed was so fast that even Twilight was stunned. There was a bug just now, right? Zio could only laugh awkwardly to cover it up. He pointed at her and speculated. Hey, you two are. It turns out she was a hidden protagonist, perfectly caught in the act, with nowhere to run. A protagonist hiding her strength no less. So as he walked around, Twilight kept saying, caught in the act. In this country, awakening and participating in the rankings is important, right? Clap, clap, clap. But rather than showing off to others, I'd rather hide it. He took off his glasses in excitement. A moment no one expected. Taking off the glasses, a hidden protagonist suddenly appears next to me. Huh? Twilight chattered on endlessly. That's so cool. I wonder what this excitement is. Do you sympathize with me? When he was exposed, he blurted out everything. No sign of stopping at all. But Zio didn't care, glancing away and thinking. It seems like a long time has passed, but the public channel is still too quiet. She kept searching around. Should I go find the team members, or should I save the civilians first? However, Yun Yuiko and Tang Namin have probably already handled it in their own way. Finding the missing people is always the top priority. I have to save the missing people first. Is anyone there? No one. Zio looked ahead, calculating. The higher the floor, the more severe the contamination. Moreover, the scenery was even more desolate than when Twilight used Azura. Right then, Twilight walked over and interrupted. Black Cat, was what I just saw your secret? He continued to ramble. Normally, I don't reveal this to anyone other than my younger brother. This time is an exception. Black Cat, rambling. Listening to Twilight's rambling started to make her feel uncomfortable, because we both understand that feeling. Why is this bastard acting like we've already established a wonderful friendship? He revealed cheerfully. So there are also a few things that influenced me. The spiritual pillar and role model of my youth. That was our Joe. Even he was a person respected by many who didn't care about appearances. I would go anywhere and act similar to him. At this point, Zio changed her opinion, thinking, this gangster Tofu may look pretty bad, but he's not a bad person. She even observed him more clearly. On closer inspection, he looks more like a spinning K-pop idol. but Black Cat seems like a good person. Twilight moved closer to Zio and said in a low voice, "Actually, I'm also looking forward to a few things." What? At this moment, their faces were very close. Then he pursed his lips. Then Twilight excitedly asked about Black Cat's true identity. Zio seemed to remember something. Past memories were gradually being evoked. Everyone seemed to be going crazy because the dungeon level kept rising. But I was surprisingly calm back then. I immediately became alert. She considered it carefully. "Let's see." Twilight approached her. "There's definitely something here, right?" He whispered in her ear. "It's time to say it, instead of just acting as a civilian, right? I felt it from an S-class hunter. I'm sure it's not what I felt from a civilian," Zio said coldly. "So?" He laughed mockingly. "So, finally, her heart began to race." Suddenly, he changed his attitude. "You're the winner. You've awakened, right? My intuition was right. I knew it. Bingo. Now call me Detective Twilight." The system scanned his face. Anger 0, contempt 0, fear 0, sadness 0, surprise 0, happiness max. She thought, if I run the facial emotion analysis skill, it will definitely report 100 happiness. Zio looked at him helplessly. "Vol mayang tum yong huanghan." She was so scared she was talking nonsense. This idiot. He almost fell just now. Acting to this extent is enough. Twilight looked around and probed. "Oh, but there's one thing. This is quite strange." He bent down. He said in a low voice, "You have no magical power. What was your first title?" His eyelids drooped. "Not a healer or an archer, right?" He looked very suspicious. "Impossible." A series of thoughts flashed through his mind. Damn it, what is this meaningless sense of anxiety? Calm down. Think like a master of evasion. Zio reluctantly began. "Look it up." She glanced at him. "My first title was Batu Jutsu Swordsman." She added the name of a character from a movie she watched as a child. "When I was young." "I'm sorry. I borrowed the uncle's identity for a bit." Twilight was a little surprised to hear this. "Batu Jutsu Swordsman?" He was still puzzled. "But you don't have a sword." She crossed her arms, turned her face away, and played the part of a swordsman with a painful past. Zio acted calmly. "The art of the hidden blade is a cruel art." Still acting. "Even if you cover it up with beautiful words or excuses, the fact remains." He still didn't believe it. No, still no sword. She didn't know what to do. "I tried to justify the situation with famous lines, but it was no use." Just then, a light covered her hand, so that the gangster Tofu wouldn't notice. Using a small amount of magical power, Zio waved her hand forward and then materialized it into a blade. Blood splattered accordingly. The bee was also cut in half. She used this as an excuse. "See, it was cut, right? Let's go check." The sword is in the sword style itself. A narrow-minded person and logic attribute were added. Twilight gradually came to believe it. Yes, as expected, this was a higher-level test for me, because I didn't see any sword just now. She closed her eyes. What a waste of a useless skill. Now I no longer have a weakness against him. She thought. Twilight's first title is Lord of Desire. Can I use skills that others can't see? It's like a contract that connects demons and Azuras through darkness. In short, in many ways, he is different from the main swordsmen or even healers. Besides, the person at the very top is deceiving everyone anyway. So it doesn't matter. Suddenly Twilight remembered. That's right. You think the sword exists within our prejudice. I've learned a new lesson. Batu. He pushed up his glasses. However, his expression darkened. How could such a talented swordsman choose to remain anonymous? She was stunned to hear this. He praised her, thinking she was very brave, and that he was the only one who noticed. He continued, because Black Cat says nothing, not even listening to what others are saying. She watched him warily. He suddenly became so sharp. I've already set it up, but I can't plan any further. Twilight stroked his chin. Black Cat, have you been to Mars? If you have, it's impossible that you don't have an answer. She was confused. What does this have to do with me choosing to be anonymous? I wonder if there's anyone whose child is in the top rankings, yet is anonymous. Zio waved her hands frantically. It's because my skills aren't refined enough that I'm not on that list. He frowned. Even though I'm busy, I still have a good grasp of the information on this floor. His information was all there. Name, Twilight, 24 years old. Occupation, organization leader. Twilight looked at her. For someone as talented as you to choose anonymity is like turning yourself into a ghost. She grabbed a rock. Of course, that's why he's questioning it. It's completely inexplicable unless you want to erase yourself from here. She jumped higher. Stop playing detective and get back to reality. He placed his hand on his chest. Why do you live this reclusive life? What's the reason? He looked up. Batu, why create this atmosphere with your words? Zio frowned uncomfortably. The lie is getting more and more out of hand. The fabrication about Batu is becoming more and more spectacular. Current background of the genius swordsman Batu. 1. Good at hiding. 2. An anonymous person who doesn't like to be seen. 3. Skills are not very good. She racked her brains. It seems the submarine is broken. I need to take it apart and put it back together. Where is the illogical part? Why won't it open? Even racking my brains was useless. Her mind was screaming, Master. She told herself, I can't let myself get caught like this. Twilight was taken aback. First, I have to find the missing people, she said slowly. And the reason I choose to hide my strength is... She stammered in embarrassment. Just because I'm shy. She blushed. Just because I'm shy. Just because I'm shy. Just because I'm shy. Just because I'm shy. Your constellation, the fate reader, says he is embarrassed for you in the situation he just saw. He tried his best to remain serious, but he couldn't help but be captivated by your cute appearance when you can't lie. Damn you, you evil bastard. Roughly speaking, this can be solved here. Twilight jumped up with her. Right? She looked at him in confusion. Right? What's going on? Her mood was extremely chaotic. What's with that approving expression? He looked at her. Today's world is full of people obsessed with fame. Yet there are still masters like you who choose to secretly help others instead of becoming famous. Zio wondered, I didn't add or subtract any words besides the reason of being shy. He put his hands in his pockets. I'm very impressed, Batu Jutsu swordsman. She was silent. This guy is too invested. People often say that no matter how hard you try, you can't beat passion. This guy summarized someone else's biography in a minute and achieved just that. He looked away. But Black Cat Jr., as a person, you can't keep going on like this. You have to care about yourself and your life. How can you let those sacrifices be in vain? Is it that the corpse is dead, so the crows can't find it? He turned his head to look at her. This is the first time I've heard such a serious tone. In fact, his game is to not let his opponents suffer any losses. His identity is the king of the underworld. Zio reminded herself. Okay, don't risk my life for this guy's Batu plan. Twilight pointed to himself. That won't do. From today on, I will be responsible for raising this little kitten of mine. She froze. What kind of conclusion is this? He affirmed, I will lead you to the top. Just believe in this, senior. He gave her a thumbs up. This is a kind gesture. Scene change. While we low-level hunters are doing meaningless things about a hidden, super strong protagonist, right in the 6th floor classroom above. System announcement. You have entered the contaminated zone of culture class B level. Since entering the contaminated zone, your body will be in direct contact with the gloomy aura of the afterlife. The two are trapped in a giant spider web. You are in a state of severe fatigue. Tidal attributes will not be activated. Unable to resist the contaminated air. Weakened by contamination, your body is gradually being polluted due to the dense impact of the gloomy air from the afterlife. If this situation continues, it will damage your life force. Jia Hyun shouted, Hey, Yuiko, are you crazy? Right, you're Yin Yuiko, aren't you? Yin Yuiko said vaguely. Who are you? The girl propped herself up with her hands. Don't you remember? It's Jia Hyun. Yin Kong, Jay's middle school friend. He finally recognized her. Oh, so it's Jia Hyun. What happened? I was on the 4th floor. Where are the others? What about Kong Jay? The girl said sadly. This is the 6th floor. I and some other students are trapped here. The girl recounted. Earlier there was a sudden loud noise, and then people completely lost their minds and were tied up and dragged away by insects. Old matters were revealed. I was with them before. Suddenly those spiders appeared and dragged the young people away, including the hunters and Kong Jay. The girl continued. Among the people dragged away after the loud noise, you were the last one to wake up, because parasitic monsters need a strong host. Yin Yuiko thought to himself, maybe they sensed I wasn't qualified. The girl spoke up. Oh, Yuiko, why can't you? You're an A-class player. You're also on Channel 1, South Korea's top channel. You're the best tamer. He explained, but they're too strong, and they've leveled up. What? You're A-class, yet you can't handle low-level stuff just because they got a level bonus? That's just the level, Jia Hyun. It hasn't been reset for a long time. That's why. Zahi Sai. Even so, he fell into deep thought. That's how it is. It's useless to think about this now. The system appeared. The current summon command cannot be responded to. Connection failed. He remembered. Summon beasts are the most important thing for a tamer. There are 3 types of summoned beasts. when we summon guardians, partners, and regular summons. The information detailed, among them, the partner, as the name suggests, is the ranker's only companion. It is the main summoned beast that accompanies the tamer. He pursed his lips. To be a tamer without a partner is like being a person who has nothing to do and wanders aimlessly. Partners, I need them by my side. Yuko was startled and looked up. A giant spider gradually crawled towards them. Its sharp claws were aimed at the person in front. Hey, Yuko, you stop. Jia Hyun, stop. You'll only attract more attention. He tried to comfort her. This web covers the entire culture room. The girl's voice lowered. But my friends, he advised, it would be bad if something happened now. Too many people have already been caught. The spider web binding his hands was undone. Yuko's summoned beast, Thread Snake. Yuko looked at the girl worriedly. Jia Hyun. The girl wondered, why? Why are my hands and feet untied? He explained, I summon my summoned beast. Wait, I'll untie you too. He gently untangled the spider webs for the girl. Now we have to get out of here without being seen. Just you and me first. The girl couldn't wait. What about my friends? He replied, your situation is the most urgent. Mushrooms were even growing on your body, which means the condition has spread quite severely. The girl rubbed her wrist. Then what should I do? What's next? He looked at the number of people ahead. There's someone from the emergency response team here named Tang Nam In. I need to find that person. Yu, I see. Oh, awkwardly averted his gaze. To be honest, there's someone else I'd rather find. He thought of Night Eater, also known as Twilight Yun Euico. I'm not sure if I can call him. Although we are both Channel 1 ranked players, the gap is obvious. He felt cautious. He's even the leader of Dawn, a higher status than Mayan Vibe. I'm worried that if the figures of Zio and Twilight appeared in his mind, and he couldn't help but feel uneasy. The people around me, my gosh, what am I thinking? Ji Hyun spoke up, interrupting his thoughts. Can I walk on my own? He quickly knelt down. Wait, your blood hasn't started circulating yet. We have to walk as slowly as possible. To avoid being seen, he glanced back. The bigger the monster, the higher the chance of it spotting us. If we carefully move through its blind spots, I can rescue those wrapped in cocoons. He suggested, can you crawl? Crawl on the ground to avoid the spider's line of sight. The girl looked confused. Me? Jae Hyun pointed behind him. He carefully turned around, and the monster was standing right behind him, its eyes greedy. The girl hugged him in fear. At that moment, Zio appeared. With a single scar, a swift slash struck the monster, and she landed lightly. Dust flew, obscuring the vision of the two. The monster's body gradually separated, then fell, splattering blood. The two of them were stunned. I thought it was all over. The past was unveiled. Once upon a time, there was a swordsman who could use neither magic nor sword. Hey, if you can't use a sword, how can you be called a swordsman? Never mind that, just wait. Despairing over his own incompetence, the swordsman fell into a long period of solitude. One day, a kind bald man said to the swordsman, nothing is impossible. From that day on, the swordsman did 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and ran 10 kilometers every day. The two storytellers discussed. I feel like I've heard this somewhere before. Be quiet, the other one shouted. Never mind, the story is still going. After a period of arduous training, the swordsman finally discovered an incredible power, the invisible blade. However, during the time the swordsman was training, the world had changed a lot. Ranked players were advertising beer, becoming figures in front of the camera. Ranked players appeared in Director Kim's and 6 other movies. Or ranked players focused only on climbing to the top. The swordsman was confused by the changing landscape of the human world and made a decision. Just like his invisible blade, he vowed to live invisibly and protect everyone. Biography of a B-class hunter swordsman. Applause erupted. Twilight praised effusively. Truly a hero in the modern shadows. That faint spirit rising from the bottom of the heart is a masterpiece. Zio closed her eyes. Anyway, please keep this a secret. The imprisoned people were gradually rescued. Everyone must keep their mouths shut. If it weren't for this unavoidable situation, Baldock would never have revealed his power. He put his hands on his hips. Finally, it's black. She looked at the object before her. The sword exists in that kind of prejudice, you idiot. His eyes twinkled. That's the swordsman's prejudice. She froze. Are his veins robotic? She cursed inwardly. You bastard. It seems he's not that dumb after all. The cocoon moved. The place we were heading to was where most of the victims were taken, a room on the 7th floor. The person inside covered their mouth. There was no sign of the cocoon tearing. It's so stuffy. No, that person was released. That person expressed their gratitude to the giant Zio, no, the bald doge. He accidentally made a loud noise, but wasn't discovered. For the nth time, thank you, she lightened the weight of her weapons, making them glide as if flying. A nearby cocoon broke open. What on earth is this? S-class hunters, A-class hunters, B-class hunters, and so on. Zio assessed. It's a fighting style where you have to reduce the magic in your sword to a level no one can see. She made a comparison. It's as difficult as carving the Palace of Versailles out of being. She was bewildered, an invisible raid. The enemy only remembers being hit by something unexpectedly. A series of system notifications appeared. Release the worries in your heart and face reality. Leap forward and end it with a new attribute. Hero's Heart Sword attribute has been unlocked. The second title, Legendary Bald Sword Wielder, is about to be unlocked. She realized something. Damn it, Twilight asked with concern. Black Cat Jr., what's wrong? She replied, oh, it's nothing. I feel like the swordsman's song is echoing in my ears. Shin Jin Kyle, who had just escaped from a cocoon, coughed a few times. Thanks to someone, I had this wonderful experience. He complained. If it had been a few seconds later, you would have had to clean up a pile of corpses. He casually spat on the floor and continued to complain. It's like crossing the River Jordan. How am I supposed to get this rotten smell off me? Zio said grimly. What the hell is that old man talking about? Doesn't he know to be grateful to the person who helped him? Kong Jai, don't say anything. Are you that guy's younger brother? You dare to speak before the blood on your head has even dried. He reprimanded arrogantly. That's nonsense. You have to see clearly who the real lifesaver is, not this guy. Kong Jia retorted, don't talk nonsense. This is all thanks to my brother. Yin Euic, oh, pulled him back. Yin Kong Jai, I told you to stop. He bowed deeply. I'm sorry. Technical team leader, it's because my brother is still young. The other party took the opportunity to press on. Enough, brother or not, you need to know your place. He closed his eyes tightly. His hands clenched so hard they were trembling. He turned away. So disgusting. Zio said without hesitation, I'm talking to you, Shin Jin Kyle. Hearing this, Shin Jin Kyle walked forward angrily. You little brat, what did you say? Say it again to my face. She taunted. These days, bastards often have a habit of spitting on the floor, right? She emphasized every word. So disgusting. He raised his fist threateningly. You. She smiled mysteriously. Are you sure you're Shin Jin Kyle? She seemed to have grasped his weakness. If you're pretending to be Shin Jin Kyle, just say so. His hand clenched. Yin Euic, oh, quietly observed the tall man and the petite girl. He commented, they look like they're about to devour each other. His expression turned horrified, but everyone can clearly see who the winner is. Tang Nam In reminded, our dungeon raid isn't over yet. Tang Nam In, a B-class hunter from Emergency Response Team I. A red system appeared. Dungeon monsters are rampaging. Timer 1 hour 27 minutes 45 seconds. He urged, there's still monsters, and the dungeon's core hasn't been destroyed yet. So we have to hurry. Shin Jin Kyle's voice trembled. That's right. Let's go quickly. Tang Nam And guided everyone. Please head this way. The raid team will go that way. He advised, the dungeon's original core will be on the rooftop. And Black Cat, I need to talk to you. Hearing this, Zio was confused. Why me? You still have to guide them. He replied, just for a moment. He held up his phone in front of her. Take a look. He analyzed slowly. Unlike in Babel, you usually can't use devices in a dungeon, right? But I can, because I often need to check my team members' information. But when I access the data storage for Giant Zio in the center, the phone screen showed a bright red sign. Confidential information, secret information. This is the first time I've seen this. It seems this isn't just in the books, right? He questioned seriously. Who exactly are you? She remained silent. Zio tilted her head. People often say curiosity killed the cat. Seeing this, he stopped. He explained, I didn't mean anything by it. She frowned and scratched her head. What should I do now to break this dungeon? Naman said, the original core includes the heart, the origin of the dungeon, and the monsters that still exist. You must have suffered a lot because of the dungeon. Thank you for patiently staying with us until the end. Hearing this, she fell into thought. Are all the civil servant hunters in our country like this? There's something about them that makes me feel weak. She decided, I've created another identity anyway. It's only for one day, so I have to do it well. A screen appeared. VIP vlog print technology, live chat. You just sent 20 taco cores. What is that? A goat? Which angle? Is a hidden camera? The comments section exploded. Everyone, wait a minute. This monster is at least B class, right? No, what is that? Did anyone see it flying? Someone suspected. A sword master? Is that person really swinging a sword? Bakey, I can't see it. Zio's face was terrifying. Someone said, 20 public certificates are being updated tomorrow. This is truly a golden age. So many young geniuses. Everyone argued. 8 David, what are you talking about? 8 David, wow, what is this? 8 David, is that sword energy? Sword energy is one of the techniques for reaching the highest level of swordsmanship, moving the sword with body energy. Another person continued. 12 Shung said, now that I think about it, it seems the leader of the Dawn Guild is also in the dungeon. 16 Sam, what? 5 Bambi, really? 20 public certificates are being updated tomorrow. I heard that person is a bald swordsman. They contradicted each other. 8 David, what kind of name is that? It sounds beautiful. 8 David, White Bird, buy that for daddy. White Bird, Mom, how can a person buy that? The man sighed. Osum David, listen, VIP. 8 David, I'll give you a special opportunity to serve me. Go get that person's number and give it to me right away, okay? 8 David, what nonsense am I talking about? The phone screen went black. Zirek put on his jacket. He sighed, fumbled for something, and scratched his head in frustration. Zirek left. Damn it, GMH. As she scrolled through her phone, she suggested, you better not go out now. You're too sensitive right now. He held something in his hand. I'll be back soon. She was curious. Where are you going? He replied, to Zhangyo. Meanwhile, in the contaminated dungeon space of Zhangyo, on the roof of a building, the atmosphere was extremely terrifying. Zio was still fighting relentlessly. The monster was defeated instantly. The audience exclaimed, wow, she could defeat the boss in one hit. The man couldn't hide his surprise. That black cat girl, how did she do that? Shinjin Kyle ordered, hey Choi, wait, turn off the live stream. Zio calmly pointed to the monster. That's the boss, right? Is this okay? Naman replied, maybe it's because of what it was protecting. A sphere lit up. That's the key, also known as the dungeon's core. A treasure chest also lit up, said to be the reward for the challenge. Hearing this, she seemed surprised. Naman explained in detail. When a dungeon's core is destroyed, it means the dungeon raid mission is complete. The reward items in a dungeon are set up like this. The person who conquers the dungeon will randomly receive items from a system. The reward is the main reason players conquer dungeons. The items in the reward increase the wearer's abilities and bring special effects. Depending on its value, it can be sold at a high price. So reward items can be considered the flowers that bloom in the dark dungeons. Shinjin Kyle rolled the dice and got a 75. Sun flattered. Senior, you're really lucky today. Shinjin Kyle said arrogantly, this is good enough. The system announced. Black Cat rolled the dice and got a 99. Black Cat has obtained the lost monocle of the legendary ancient sage. The man became awkward. There are other items, right? Shinjin Kyle rolled the dice and got a 97. He pretended not to need it. I already have this. There's nothing much to take. Black Cat rolled the dice and got a 99. Star rubbed its nose. Your Star Fate reader hummed and said he would arrange all the best for you since he doesn't know what you like. Referring to Zio, our Black Cat has been working hard. Let's sell them and buy snacks. She got a lot of things. Black Cat has obtained the lucky pendant of the hero of Saint Adelgard. Black Cat rolled the dice and got a 99. Black Cat rolled the dice and got a 99. Zio thought, if this were a casino, those people would drag me out for a trial. If you want to complain, go to the god of Babel Tower. Babel forever. Long live Babel. Yin EUICO called out from over there. She took off her hat. What's wrong? Is there anything you need in this pile? He denied. Oh, it's not like that. I didn't mean that. She rummaged through something. This is probably what you need most. She gave him a piece of paper. Take it. The pile of things she was holding in her arms trembled. I took a lot. Hurry up. Hearing this, he quickly said, oh, okay. Zio added, I'm not online from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. on weekdays and not after 2 p.m. on weekends because I need to sleep. He opened the note. The phone number is. She turned her head and instructed, my phone service is suspended, so you can only text. Remember that. He pursed his lips. Did she notice something about me? She turned her head. You keep looking at me as if you have something to say. It's so obvious. How could I not notice? Yuico slowly asked. You have the smell of dragon and scorching on you. If that's the case, there's only one person. Shoo. She cut him off. You smell like a dragon too. That scent must be popular. I want to go see them too. He felt embarrassed. He bowed his head. I'll contact you when I really need help. Thank you. Thank you so much. She said, enough, stop. Star was interested. Why are you so interested in other people's business? She sighed. It's a problem. I don't know. I just feel inexplicably familiar, without even knowing why. He touched the sphere. A king can't care for every single person. All a king does is sit on that throne. A slight smile played on his lips. Acting for one person is not as good as acting for all. Rather than helping people one by one, it's better to save and protect everyone. Zio frowned. There are always times like that in life, right? Twilight approached enthusiastically. Hello, today's winner. Black Cat Jr., what did you say to Yun Euic? Oh, that you two are so close. She replied, just gave him my phone number. She changed the subject. How are your spoils? He sighed. Does Junior understand? I'll talk a little about this magic stone. Wait. The crystal flickered. He was astonished. That pile of stuff, is it all black cats? She was helpless. What about Shin Jin Kaios? He held out his hands. Please, please, sell it to me. She glanced at him coldly. Dream on. Hearing that, he froze. Dream on. Twilight, 24 years old, wielder of Azura. Twilight tried to persuade. Don't you want to sell it for money? His words were petrified by her. Or did you approach me because you like me? He blushed. Hey, what are you talking about? Are you kidding me? Aren't you going too far? Do you have an aura? Or did you suddenly lose your mind? You and I are just good friends who overcame difficulties together. However, you have no dating experience. He scratched his face. Or, in other words, you've been single since birth. But if you like dating. She bent down to avoid him. Stop talking nonsense. Please move aside. Twilight paused. Okay. Tang Nam in announced. We will now lock down the dungeon. Thank you all for your hard work. Hey, the dungeon core. When you destroy the sphere in the deepest part of the dungeon, the mission will end. Something lit up and then shot up high. The system appeared. Congratulations. You have completed the dungeon mission. The contamination of the B-class space. The process of closing the dungeon begins. Calculating completion rewards. Siu adjusted her hat. She thought, it's finally over. Her eyelids drooped. Let's go home. A mysterious light appeared, and she was surprised. A crowd of reporters rushed over. Oh, over here. Camera crew here, this way. Take pictures. Agent Tang Nam in. Do you remember me? I'm from S Company. Everyone chattered. I heard a super rookie appeared. Was Baldouch there? She felt helpless as the light shone on her face. The reporters kept taking pictures. This is probably crazy. The camera lens was close to her face. Get an accurate image. Did you hear that sound? That sound meant she had to extend the use of that supporting character again. Every explanation appeared. Of course, I have an independent mind, which is the knowledge editing library, or considered an editing tool. It is used by obtaining editing rights in a certain area and in the library. It can even change future developments, as in Gassiali and Ward. I tried to use it to blur my existence in people's minds. She was surrounded by reporters. If I activate it here, the scene will become a mess. Suddenly, a reporter noticed, what's that sound? A person in a hooded cap drove over. The person pushed through the crowd and slowly took off their cap. Purple hair flew in the wind. It was Zirek. Put away all the cameras. He walked straight through the reporters. It's Bambi. Put away the cameras. Everyone knows he's very private. He frowned and threw the hat to Zio. What meaningless thing are you doing? She caught the hat and put it on. He complained as he walked. Why are there so many things? Did you take all the rewards from the dungeon? She recounted proudly. I picked them all up. Golden hands, golden hands. She sighed in relief. I was uncomfortable in front of the cameras, but it's okay now that you're here, right? Is this the real taste of an escort service? The two quickly got into the car. Dad, let's go. Are you crazy? Their car sped away. Everyone discussed animatedly. My gosh, what was that? It's my first time seeing Bambi in real life. Crazy. They looked regretful. So that means we can't use today's data, right? There's no one else. He's a very disciplined person. If you interfere in his life, he will. A voice called out, young master. Twilight turned around. What is it, Yujin? He was flustered. It's not like that anymore. What are those guys doing, Yujin? Dawn's second in command. He opened the car door. What will happen if your identity is exposed? That's why I said no. Twilight looked annoyed. Hey, save your nagging. Many guards stood by the car. He took off his glasses. I need to find out a few things. He said, first, about Yun Eui CEO. Find out what he's up to. I feel like my subordinate is rotten to the core. Yuzanam turned and asked, are you talking about the president of Babylon? He replied, no. His eyes were filled with malice. Bambi has long been a thorn in my side. He even stole my lovely black cat. He smiled arrogantly. I need to take a closer look at what he's really got. Zio sat in the back of the car. She thought, he started riding motorcycles in middle school, right? Once you get a hunter certificate, only people who are 16 or older are eligible for a driver's license nationwide. But it's an exception if you have a hunter certificate. That's to allow hunters to quickly get to the scene in any crisis situation. The car was still moving steadily. As soon as she got out, she complained, it's so inconvenient. My butt is numb. Zirek frowned. That's an insult to her. Apologized to Christina. She was helpless. So, this is the Christina you were talking about. He continued, besides Giant Christina, there's another one. She complained. Even her last name is Giant. He explained, because she's my daughter, of course the last name is the same. Zio recalled. This kid talks about Christina every day. I took Christina for a ride. This is a gift for Christina. I thought he had a girlfriend. Her face was very bright. Before I knew it, I was home. She pushed open the door to her house. Although there were neighbors nearby, no one knew this was the home where an S-class hunter lived. Images of the past flooded her mind. Although it looks terrible, this place is truly heaven. My family was like that. Without my father's presence, my mother struggled to raise us 3 siblings in difficult circumstances. After I awakened, with the help of the government and the guild, my family situation improved. Silver Lion, Zirek reminded. Hey, take that stuff off before you go inside. She suddenly remembered. Oh, right. After Giant Zirek debuted as an S-class hunter, life became much more affluent. She happily handed him the pile of stuff. Here. He dodged. Are you kidding me? Why are you suddenly giving it to me? She replied, my star said this would be helpful to you. The 2 siblings pushed it back and forth several times. Zirek tried to tell Mom to move to a better place. But is your closet full? It's no different from a garbage dump, more like a battlefield. I'm giving it because I really love my brother. Zirek scratched his head helplessly. I really need to hit you once. She smiled brightly. A child in the records, also known as Bambi. My brother is like a deer. His temper is a bit short, but he's kind of hard. My mom doesn't seem to have the heart to spend the money my brother earns fighting on the front lines as a hunter. During the days Bambi was in the tower, my mom would always stay up all night. He opened the closet. Stop stuffing things into my closet all the time. Please reorganize your own closet. He turned around. By the way, did you call Mom when the dungeon appeared? She replied, of course, I said I was a witness. So I had to go give a statement. He held out his hand, and she held out hers, and they high-fived. Then the 2 siblings went inside. So my mom's 3 children still always pretend to be very ordinary kids. I'll sell your things at market price. Okay, remember to buy me fried chicken again. Aren't you ashamed? At least we promised each other not to mention anything hunter-related at home. GM was already waiting inside. I was wondering why you went to Jonyo. She looked at the 2 of them. So you went there to pick up your sister? She crossed her arms and leaned against the door, acting like she had a sister complex. Zio jumped up like a baby. My sweetie. She turned and went inside. Come in quickly. GM reminded. We have a guest. Zio walked in and immediately noticed a pair of men's shoes. Her expression gradually turned serious. There was only one person with that shoe size who frequented this area at the same time. BM was still chatting comfortably. So have you been taking your medicine on time? I suggest you be obedient. Zio's mother laughed out loud. No wonder I feel much better than before, Vice President. I've always felt so embarrassed for failing. Hearing this, he slowly sighed and said, Madam, you'll make me sad if you say that. As soon as she saw the 2 of them appear, she quickly called out, the kids are back. Zio and Zirek, come and say hello to the Vice President. Meanwhile, BM turned his head with a smile. The situation made Zio a little awkward. She didn't know since when her hands had been clasped tightly to her chest. She quickly and obediently bowed her head. Hello, Vice President. Although in her mind, she was secretly thinking, what on earth is he doing here? A mocking smile bloomed on Zio's face. I was wondering how you've been lately. Seeing this situation, Zirek quickly bent down and met his gaze. He smiled gently and chatted. This family is really interesting. You've done well. It's been a long time since I've seen Zio. She seems to have grown up a lot. Hearing this, Zio's mother complained nonstop. You make me proud by saying that, but she's still very childish, acts like a little kid, and always complains about food. So even though I'm in my 40s, I'm still very active. BM turned his head to remind her, making Zio feel very anxious. Stop complaining about them. Zio took advantage of everyone's inattention and quickly ran into her room. Zio's face was still full of caution, and she nodded in agreement. She looked at the scene before her and secretly thought again. Madam Park and BM are chatting without any conflict. Unconsciously, she remembered his face. When I was little, it all started when the government chose BM as my guardian. At first, he just accepted it as requested by the center. It seemed like he was really enthusiastic, but I swear he was very sincere. This made Zio feel respected. After that, a joint sponsorship program was established. To hide something, the whole team had to move. All of this was under her observation. It was a combination of the Center and the Silver Lion Guild in the name of cooperation. After the March nightmare, a one-on-one supervision system was established for children affected by Silver Lion. Back in the past, Madam Park's voice rang out. Yes, but what about my Zio and Zurek? Her face held a hint of worry. I'm very grateful to the Silver Lion Guild for protecting us, but I don't know if my daughter is bothering the awakened ones there. BM smiled and reassured her. You don't need to feel pressure by that. He continued to interject and remind. After what happened that night, we at Silver Lion have been trying to take deep responsibility. So please see this sponsorship for children affected by the March pattern as part of our compensation. Madam Park hesitated. Just then a phone rang. Mom. She quickly got up and ran into the room. Wait a minute, I'm coming. Then she hugged the crying child and comforted her. I'm sorry, my little daughter is a bit weak. Madam Parkside became hesitant. My work was too overwhelming. And after a moment of silence from my husband, BM asked, can I hear the details of that matter? In the time that followed, the giant siblings grew up in the generous arms of the Silver Lion. Everything was under BM's supervision. My childhood was spent with BM, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say I spent all my time at the Insuquan Mansion. For Madam Park, who had always struggled to make a living on her own, she seemed to find this quite agreeable, taking the benefactor's sincere treatment for granted. Back in the present, BM stood up abruptly. All right, let's stop here for now. I should get going. This surprised Madam Park. Oh my, it's so late already. Why don't you stay and have a meal with us? He responded with a smile. You know I'm not one for formalities. Meanwhile, he turned his head to look at Gio. I only came here because I was worried about the dungeon, but now that I've seen Gio, I'm relieved. He didn't forget to give a wink. I think she wants to see me off too. After that, it was late at night outside. Gio asked curiously, what did you say to Madam Park before I came out? BM calmly explained, holding a cigarette in his hand. The usual, talking about the lions who were responsible until death and praising you as our pride. But those words made her suspicious. That gives me goosebumps, she sighed and continued. My condolences to the most sensitive person in the world, and I think that bald-ouch swordsman thing is a bit outdated. She didn't know what to say. Hey, I only used it because the situation was urgent. But BM gently reminded her, do you know how many things I had to cancel because of this bald-ouch? I had to silence the dungeon witnesses and apply for a B-class license for you, just in case. Gio quickly replied, Madam Park doesn't know about it anyway. Hearing this, he laughed and turned to look in another direction. People aren't that stupid. They can find the king. Remembering something, Gio asked in surprise, oh, do I need to get a B-class license? Recalling Twilight's familiar face, BM said doubtfully, as you know, there's a very powerful person I had a hard time silencing. Fairness is still supreme. Gio nodded in agreement after hearing this. Yes, I see. While she was still thinking, he gently placed his hand on her head. With a contemplative look on his face, he reminded her that expression doesn't suit you at all. Only puppies do that. Joe's modern-looking face made BM laugh. It's cute, but you act like a cat. I'm a very biased person, and I don't like taking care of puppies. Her face gradually turned angry and uncomfortable. What? Meanwhile, she didn't forget to push BM's hand away and walk off. This attitude pleased him greatly. That's more like it. Sensing that time was running out, BM quickly turned around. All right, I'm leaving now. A black car appeared. Remembering something, Gio quickly turned and ran into the house. Wait a minute. Then she immediately gave him a yellow umbrella. Here. Looking at the umbrella made him very confused. But it's not raining now. Gio didn't pay much mind and proceeded to toss it towards BM. I'm more accurate than those phone predictions. Meanwhile, she turned and walked into the house. Just as Gio said, the sky began to turn gloomy, and at the same time, BM's car had already driven away. Afterward, heavy rain poured down, making him unable to resist reaching his hand out the window, a look of surprise immediately appearing on his face. It's really raining. But perhaps this umbrella is too small for BM's frame. I should have given her my measurements. What a fool she is. In a cafe, a delicious shaved ice was placed on the table. Gio was excited to try the flavor. Remembering everything Gio said made her two friends feel uncomfortable. So you called us here because your mom was nagging you too much? Is that it? It's fine. Zio's family has been in a lot of trouble lately. Just be considerate. She secretly glanced at her friend. These are Zio's three incompetent friends: Sol, Sarah Young, Sato Jane, Sana. These lives were intertwined simply because they went to the same kindergarten. Remembering something, Sato asked curiously, "Are you transferring schools? That place in Jongyo is definitely closing down, right?" She nodded in confirmation. Yes, that's what they said. Hearing this, Sana quickly spoke up. Of course it has to close. Zio got caught up in it again. It's terrifying, simply terrifying. Sato immediately added, "Our country is great too. Heroes like Joe always appear in times of crisis. And now, there's even Baldoge." She nodded. Gio looked at the two of them with a blank expression. With Sarah arriving, the two of them shook their heads and said, You're looking for an ally to speak well of you, right? He said he got off the bus and will be here soon." The door opened, and the sight of a familiar face caught everyone's attention. "Oh, speak of the devil." She quickly shouted, "Guys, remembering something." Sarah quickly shouted, "By the way, is your brother dating?" Gio turned her head and said, "If you're talking about Christina, I've explained it before." She shook her head. "No, I'm talking about your youngest sister, GMH." Her next words startled Gio. "It seems to be a foreign guy. I saw him when I got off the bus." Meanwhile, the shaved ice in Joe's hand immediately fell. Giant Gio, 20 years old. Seeing her run off, everyone was very confused. "Hey, where are you going?" In Joe's mind, she silently thought of her sister. My sister GMH could be considered a constant worry of mine. Back in the past, a constant worry. Always made me worry. Remembering something, Gio asked curiously, "Mom, why am I named Gio? Bambi is Zirek, and my sister is GMH?" Madam Park, holding her youngest daughter in her arms, gently explained, "Because GMH's body is very weak, she must have an old-fashioned name to live a long and healthy life." After hearing this, she nodded and continued to draw. "I see." From then on, Gio secretly thought Zio was born on New Year's Day, which is January 1st, and on the last day of that year, December 31st, Zirek was also born. She quickly drew a family portrait. Although the age gap between Zio and Zirek was very small, the position of the younger brother was already set before Zirek was born. As time passed, about 3 years later, a weak, premature baby was born. She always had to lie in the hospital and always needed her mother's care. Madam Park constantly comforted her youngest daughter. "Oh, GMH, what's wrong? Does it hurt?" Seeing that the situation was not good, she quickly instructed Zio, "I have to go to the hospital for a while. Dad will be home soon, so stay at home and be good." She nodded in understanding. "Okay." So Gio sat up and watched the two of them leave. Therefore, the responsibility of taking care of the remaining siblings fell mainly on my father. As time passed, after our awakening, we were entrusted to the Silver Lion. I didn't develop childhood jealousy from having to leave my mother's arms, nor did I lack care, nor was I sensitive enough to resent the issue. But there were many times Gio felt curious. But if someone asked if I loved GMH, the Gio of that time would have found it difficult to answer. It seemed she was always somehow separate from the two of them. That sister was like a stranger to me. This worried her greatly, and that was exactly how Gio felt. Even so, Gio comforted herself, but that was only until that day happened. Back in the past, one day when I was 13, Gio was running while listening to the phone. "GMH, Mom said you're sick, so I'm on my way home." The voice on the other end surprised her. "Your voice sounds terrible." A call came in. "Hey, wait." The kids quickly waved. "Let's play video games together this time. I'll devour your team." Hearing this, Gio reminded them, "Not right now." Her two friends were a little disappointed. Oh, all these words were heard by GMH on the other end of the phone. She gently announced, "You don't need to come back." The friends waved goodbye. "We're leaving first." GMH continued on the phone. "It's okay. You don't have to come back. I'm sleepy. I'm going to sleep." So she hung up, leaving Gio confused. Her friends continued to shout, "Zio, are you leaving?" Without thinking much, She immediately nodded in agreement. Giant Zio, 13 years old. Giant GMH, 10 years old. The story continues. It was the age where I was distracted by friends because my sister said it was okay even if it hurt or whatever. She always said it was okay. As time passed, when Gio saw GMH again, she was already in the hospital. But I realized it too late. She was helplessly trapped in self-blame on the hospital bed. GMH looked very pale. Gio could only stand there blaming herself for what went wrong. Acute pneumonia, she almost died from it. My illness can be cured like flipping a hand, but I am me and that child. Recalling everything made her feel very uncomfortable. You said it was okay. You said I didn't have to come back. Why did you say that? GMH's eyes slowly opened and glanced at her, but her face became very tired, gasping for air as she said, "Am I being scolded for that? I'm sorry." Suddenly Gio continued to ask, "Why don't you call me sister?" But she seemed to be constantly gasping for air. Suddenly, GMH's voice became unusually shaky. "How could I?" But her face contained an indescribable anger. "I am not your sister." As time passed, an image of Zio and Zirek appeared. According to her sister at the time, GMH had to stand alone on the side. She watched the backs of those two being taken away by BM. Then, she seemed to have to experience loneliness in a terrible way. This made her feel helpless, a huge responsibility weighing heavily on my shoulders. After a period of silence, Gio still stood there. That moment was the first time Giant Gio truly became Giant GMH's older sister. Time moved to the next morning. As usual, GMH was lying comfortably on the sofa, constantly tapping on her phone. It seemed she didn't care about what had happened. Just then, Gio quickly ran into the house. Seeing GMH still so relaxed gradually made Gio become serious. I ran all the way here, but how could I dare to speak when she was lying there like a lioness? Just then, she suddenly shouted, "What is it?" A happy smile quickly appeared on Joe's face. Looking at her now made her very confused. "Why are you acting like a piece of toast again?" She continued to shout, "My baby." GMH coldly reminded her, "Can you please stop?" Meanwhile, a notification appeared. Your star, the unfortunate one, says you should only act cute when necessary. Otherwise, it's just irritating. He shouts, asking if you want to be that person's sycophantic concubine. Get down here. But Gio didn't care. What are you doing? Who are you texting? In her mind, she secretly thought, could it be that foreign guy? GMH continued to tap on her phone. It's none of your business what I do. But her face was still pitiful when she stared at her. After a period of silence, she quickly suggested, "Hey, do you want to go shopping with me?" Hearing this, Zio's hand that was tapping on the phone suddenly stopped. Her face became suspicious, asking, "Can you afford it?" Gio nodded firmly a lot. She gradually became suspicious. Proof. This made her hesitate. Proof. Wait, where did I put it? Then, Gio quickly took out a black card. Where did I cut it? Her face gradually became very proud, announcing, "This is the proof." Although it was just a sponsor black card. This made GMH silent for a moment, but soon a satisfied smile appeared on her face. "Go get dressed." In a flash, the scene shifted to the Hunter Mall, a place that literally sells all hunter equipment. You might think it's a desolate place that only sells items, but the two of them came to this place, one of the 3 major hunter trading markets in Korea. The Cheongdam market is where many high-end brands are gathered. She suddenly felt disdainful. How luxurious does this thing look? Only the 3rd floor is open to regular customers. This made her lost in thought. From the 4th floor onwards, they need a hunter license to enter. The staff quickly greeted welcome. She secretly thought, this feeling is just like when I visited the artisan village in Mount Kumgang. In her mind, she secretly thought, what do those hunters who always have to go to the battlefield use these luxury perfumes for? GMH kept asking, "Sister, what do you think of this scent?" Gio quickly nodded in agreement. Good, good. These are necessities for hunters. This made her very happy. You mean it's good, right? Give me this one. The staff quickly came over and announced, "Yes, ma'am. The total is 367,001 won. Let me help you pay for it all at once." While paying, Gio suddenly stopped and looked back. My God, that's equivalent to 12 fried chickens. But the sight before her made Gio freeze. GMH was smiling, standing there looking at the perfume in her hand. It seems she really likes this scent. This made her quickly realize, GMH, she really likes it. 12-month installment. Hearing this, the staff member laughed and announced, "I'm very sorry, ma'am, but this card cannot be used for installment payments." Time seemed to stop. Gio didn't know what to say in the face of this embarrassing situation. With no other choice, she tremblingly handed over the card. My God, then just pay for it all at once. After leaving, GMH happily looked at her purchases, cosmetics, and perfume. I bought everything I needed. Didn't you buy anything? You're making me feel like I'm spending your money. This sentence made Gio laugh proudly and quickly say, how could that be? Usually when I see something great or something you want to buy, I'll buy it too, because I'm your sister. But these cheesy words left her speechless. What is this? Did you learn this online again? I can't stand it. Suddenly, Gio tilted her head and looked at GMH. The smile on her face made her feel that today was not wasted. It seems her mood is quite good. I'm definitely a perfect 10. So Gio and GMH comfortably walked into the elevator. The atmosphere became cheerful. This is the perfect time to bring up a difficult topic to ask about her boyfriend. Thinking of this, she turned her head to chat. If you need anything or like anything, just tell me if there's a chance. Hearing this, GMH, who was walking, suddenly stopped. Something I want. Hey, stop. She suddenly became strange. I said I've had enough. Perhaps Joe's behavior made GMH very suspicious. I said I've had enough, but you keep saying that, and no one can tell what kind of mood she's in. Without you and Bambi, I'm no different from a cripple. You don't have to do that. I'm also a hunter. I can do it without anyone's help. The sadness was clearly visible on GMH's face. But in her mind, she secretly thought, how pitiful. GMH, you're feeling inferior again. Why did I suddenly say something like that? Meanwhile, the elevator doors opened. The man quickly stepped forward and announced, welcome. Please let me check your hunter license. GMH felt very curious and stepped forward. Didn't you check it downstairs? He continued, from the 7th floor onwards, the shops are only for hunters with a specified rank. His voice rang out for an E rank. Hearing this, GMH immediately stopped. The next words made her very embarrassed. You can only go from the 6th floor down. With no other choice, she immediately turned around. Okay, let's go. Gio quickly shouted, GMH. It seems she was very familiar with this situation. There are places where hunters are restricted by rank, right? It's okay. I'm used to it. This situation made Gio suddenly become silent. Words can hurt others due to misunderstandings. She quickly reached out her hand to GMH, but in her mind, she knew one fact. Actions are impossible. Meanwhile, Gio also took out her card and asked, which floor can this card go to? Looking at the B-class card in her hand, the service staff was surprised. He quickly bowed his head and reported, my apologies, ma'am. You can freely enter and exit the Hunter Mall up to the 10th floor. Remembering what just happened made him very embarrassed. Shall we contact the staff in advance so they can greet you? Gio uncomfortably grabbed GMH's hand and left. What else? I don't need it. She glanced at her in surprise. Hey, that's not yours. She calmly announced, Bambi made it for me, a fake Baldoge hunter license. You think I can't get in? Meanwhile, she also didn't forget to answer, of course, S-class hunters always carry something other than their license. Like Bambi, his earring is enough to serve as a license. Thinking of this, GMH was lost in thought. You'll get in trouble if you show them something like that. In her mind, she secretly thought, what can I do without you? You're helping me again. Gio quickly shouted, GMH, GMH. When she turned around, she smiled and explained, I will always find a way to protect and help you. This only made GMH feel more inferior. Why? She gently explained, because it's you. Joe's face showed determination. Because you, GMH, are the only sister in this family. This made her feel relieved as she walked. I hate myself so much. Gio held her hand tightly. But I like you. Hearing this, she felt a little happy. Ugh, that's so annoying. Giant Gio, you're just naturally kind. After a while, Gio pointed ahead. Let's buy this too? Let's get another one for GMH. But she looked troubled. Come on, that's enough, sister. She was still very determined. You should at least have a diamond at a time like this. A ring. In her mind, she imagined giving her sister a diamond ring. My precious sister for you. GMH was startled. You're thinking strange things again, aren't you? Gio pointed ahead again. Or should we switch to this necklace over here? She quickly warned, sister, in front. Just then, the man slowly turned his head. What? The staff rushed over upon seeing this and explained, we apologize for the inconvenience, Mr. Malone. It was our oversight. He replied, explaining it was just a bump, not a war. Looking at the situation, he was very arrogant. But didn't you say only C rank and above can enter here? Is that schoolgirl a hunter above that rank? Is this what Joe's country is like? Gio thought in surprise. Did he just say Joe? The staff continued. That's right, but customers can also enter here with someone else's license. This made him even more suspicious. So these bad girls aren't hunters, just came in to fiddle with rare items. Huh? The staff nodded. Yes, I'll check. GMH quickly stepped forward. We are hunters. Her face became very displeased. Who are you calling a bad girl? Huh, old man. Just this simple sentence made Gio incredibly happy. Oh my god, superstar, my GMH. GMH even speaks English. Just then, a reminder appeared. Your star, Soul Fate Seeker, wants to join the conversation to assess the situation. This caught her attention. Malone continued, so that's how it is. What rank are you? She retorted unpleasantly. Do I have to answer you? He continued, if you're a real hunter, shouldn't you abide by the rules of the floor instead of using those words? The strong are respected, the weak bow down. That's the law of survival of the fittest. He slowly took off his sunglasses. I'm from the Aegis Guild, a rank 3 hunter, also known as Lucas Malone. This time he pointed at Gio and reminded, I need what's behind that girl, so please move aside. Hearing him say that, Gio didn't back down either. Not in the mood, old man. This left the staff speechless. Is this how you treat a VIP customer? He hurriedly stepped forward. Ma'am, if you're not going to buy, please move aside. Gio immediately pushed his hand away. How much is this? This embarrassed him. Yes. She continued to shout. Don't you understand what I'm saying? Hey, you. The staff in the distance immediately nodded. Yes. She continued. Come over and introduce this to me. This terrified him. I am a private service staff. I will give you a brief introduction. Gio nodded in satisfaction. Speak, he said tremblingly, but this product has not yet been registered for sale. It is scheduled for auction. So if you want to buy it, he quickly announced, please make an offer. Gio smiled triumphantly. It seems you understood my meaning correctly. The staff was confused. Yes. She announced without hesitation, from now on, this necklace, I'll offer double the price. This made the staff very flustered. Ma'am, Gio quickly took out a black card. Whatever that old man offers, I'll pay double. In her mind, she secretly thought, that arrogant guy, watch this is Josie-style flexing. Gio quickly announced, this is how I bid. Looking at the black card in front of him, the staff was very confused. That black card, that's the legendary black card that only 11 people in the world possess. I don't know who this kid is, but they probably have a huge force behind them. Feeling it wasn't enough, Gio continued. Check out all the items I just looked at. You probably know what I've seen, right? The staff quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, ma'am. The warnings kept coming. Hey, aren't you being a bit petty, acting like someone stole something from you? Are you just spending hundreds of millions because you're angry? Your star, Soul Fate Seeker, shook his head and said, Gio, how can you become the strongest star like this? The star laughed and continued, my God, Joe read this, just consider it a gift for me. She secretly thought, if you keep acting so recklessly, then it's every man for himself. Suddenly, the star clung to her and asked, you're not concentrating so fierce. With no other choice, Gio immediately decided, wait a minute, I have to open the relic and read it right away. Meanwhile, she quickly covered her ears. It's itchy. Remembering something was wrong, Gio turned her head and scolded. Hey, are you a pervert? Do you want me to read it or not? Hurry up and open the relic. The star laughed, and at the same time, various notifications appeared. 3 commandments of the nameless god. Story item. Usage restriction. None. An accessory of a nameless ancient god. Protects the wearer from enemy harm when worn. Currently tightly sealed. The notification in front of her caught Joe's attention. There were a few more lines. Looking at the rank, she was incredibly shocked. Myth grade item. Necklace introduction. An ancient god's necklace passed down from the mythical era. It contains 3 commandments carved by hand and divided into 3 pieces. That's not all. A god was born among triplets, and that god used the 3 commandments in the final battle to protect his brothers. Thinking of this, Gio immediately realized, see them as me and see me as them. Protect each other in crisis and difficulty, and even in the face of death, the 3 shall never turn their backs. Her thoughts were not visible. Follow these 3 commandments, and even if the 3 brothers die, they will become a shining glory. This made her lost in thought, but I'm going to change something. Meanwhile, a notification appeared. The first owner can designate the second and third owners when activating the 3 commandments item. The effects are as follows. Can check each other's status, can share location. With it came new skills, gain the favor of the holy god in glory, increased vitality, and an unyielding will. This surprised Geo. Guys, I got something good. Meanwhile, a new notification appeared. Your star, Soul Fate Seeker, complains that you're making a fuss over being summoned to your brother's side once or twice. Just then, Malone's voice rang out. Is something wrong? Geo turned her head unhappily. What is it? His face was still staring at her, making her freeze. You speak Korean? Meanwhile, he immediately said with a sophisticated air, for a member of a top guild like Aegis, Korean is basic. I just don't use it to avoid some difficult situations. Our support team leader is a Marine from Jeolla Province, South Korea. Even Joe, a very remarkable person, is from Korea. This left Geo speechless. What is this? Why are you trying to get close to Joe? He calmly took off his glasses. There's something I want to ask you directly. She coldly announced, Fine, I'm not buying it. Take it. This made him very confused. Why won't you listen? You just took a rather important pre-myth grade item. On this side, the service staff was happily chatting. Do you need us to deliver it to your home? GMH nodded in agreement. Okay, he didn't forget to sneer. My big mouth got me into trouble. Huh. Joe's face gradually turned ugly. What is this? She thought. If he says anything else strange, I'll... Malone quickly shouted, Hey. He found her interesting. The owner of that black card is BM of the Silver Lion, right? His next words made Geo very uncomfortable. What is your relationship with him? After a while, a voice rang out, empty-handed. Meanwhile, the man continued to ask, You said there were a few items you liked. Malone sighed and explained, I paid a considerable price for running my mouth in the wrong place. The biggest reason for this trip to Korea is gone. This surprised the smiling man. Timothy would have laughed his head off if he heard this. He was upset that we left first. He immediately sat down on a chair. Timothy said he didn't want to be greeted by paparazzi in a foreign country. Remembering something, Malone continued to ask, But have you been seeing anyone lately? His voice rang out, Marimaldi. This made the blue-haired man quickly turn his head. What? He continued to look at him and make a judgment. I was wondering why you left Timothy. There must be a reason. Huh? It seems the target is a Korean. Huh? He laughed. That's a secret of someone I want to meet. His face gradually became pleasant. I can hardly call it love. His next words made Malone freeze. Because that person is still a minor. As he immediately prepared to take action, Marimaldi quickly explained, I'm kidding, dear. Just language exchange friends. His hands immediately started to tremble. Really? Are you sure? He smiled and nodded. I'm sure. Hearing this, Malone let out a sigh of relief. All right then. Marimaldi continued to remind him not to take it to heart. He secretly thought to himself, he shouldn't have done anything wrong, nor should he get involved in BM's affairs, right? He couldn't help but think further in his mind. Something must be wrong, because I also met a Korean girl over here who spoke English with a Southern Italian accent. GMH, he called out. Sister, Geo looked up in surprise. What's wrong? She was curious. Did something happen? GMH, he noticed something unusual. I've been calling you, but why are you so distracted? She quickly shook her head and explained, no, it's just that. Her face immediately became pensive, and she quickly lowered her head. Was there something to think about? Back to an hour ago, Malone's voice rang out. You don't have to look at me like that. He continued speaking about what he knew as a member of the Aegis Guild's Information Strategy Department. I'm well aware that he is the only person in Korea who possesses that card. There was something strange in his voice. It seems there's some information about BM that I don't know. Huh? Suddenly, Malone became very mysterious. This isn't normal. Huh? All right, I won't say any more. A strange smile hung on his face. Anyway, after meeting you, I've learned more about BM, which is a huge gain for me. To repay you, I'll say a little more. Just then, he continued to talk about your sister. When he saw GMH, Malone seemed to understand something. Don't you think she's suddenly become as good at English as a native speaker? I mean, it seems like she's been using English with someone all this time. Still lost in thought, GMH suddenly asked, What are you thinking about again? Let me see. A joyful smile bloomed on her face. I'm really happy today. Joe's gaze immediately became very deep, and then she slowly looked at the ground. After a moment of silence, she suddenly called out, GMH. She was surprised, yes. Geo continued, It seems you speak English very well. Her expression gradually became puzzled. So what? Although worried, Geo continued to ask, Do you have a boyfriend? This took her by great surprise. Geo quickly spoke up. No, I heard from Sarah that you seem to have a foreign boyfriend, and I just saw you speaking English so well. She replied in surprise. Where did you hear that from? At the same time, she didn't forget to state affirmatively, I don't have a boyfriend. Looking at her expression now, GMH sighed and added, you really don't know the first thing about relationships. She quickly retorted, no way. I object. She immediately turned away. Too bad, but your objection is invalid. Gio kept advising, you're not strong enough yet. GMH didn't seem to care much. I've been saying the word strong since I was in the second grade. She was still desperately adding, no, but this time it's different. The deity also nodded in agreement. I agree with her. It feels like you've exposed a new weakness. Meanwhile, the deity kept judging. In my opinion, this seems to be due to your severe lack of dating experience. I suggest you seize the person next to you and slowly talk to her more. Gio desperately covered her head. Shouting disappeared her mind. She secretly recalled Malone's words. This time I'm really feeling uneasy. The reason that information strategy manager from Aegis approached me is surprising. Thoughts kept surfacing. What on earth is happening? Star, do you know anything? The deity continued to announce. Your star soul fate seeker says, I want to tell you everything about her, but things like revealing content related to the future are rejected. This goes against the laws of the world and is forbidden. At the same time, he didn't forget to add, I suggest you just do what you can. Gio walked away in frustration. Don't mess with my head. This fact is too painful. She continued to look at GMH beside her before she gets angry and scolds me for feeling like a fool. If it weren't for me and Zurek, if we leave her behind again this time, we might break apart again. At this thought, Joe's eyes immediately lit up. As your older sister, is there anything I can do for you? The main information was a top 10 list with very familiar names on it. This surprised everyone around, and they continued to discuss it together. Crazy, what is this? The birth of the latest generation is too terrifying, stepping into paradise right after debuting. This seems to be the first time since the appearance of the Archmage King, right? Impossible, Bambi and Twilight were ranked high when they debuted. But Gio seemed to notice something was off. No, David Choi, Bambi, and Twilight, and all the others were outside the top 10 in their debut year. She seemed to have noticed something unusual. Back then, the first and second generation rankers were still in the old rankings. Looking at that familiar name, Gio realized with surprise. So this is the first time since Joe's debut, huh? She turned her head, looking in another direction. Beck Do Hyun, huh? Seems stronger than I thought. Suddenly, she felt something was off. Why has that affectionate computer from back then become so cold now? What's with that rare rookie? It's terrifying. Meanwhile, the deity beside her kept fanning the flames. Your star fate reader is helping you gain heat. She tiredly rebuked him. Can you sit properly? Just then, GMH called out, sister. Gio turned to look beside her, huh? She immediately spoke up. Do you want to eat teppanyaki? Surprisingly, she still nodded in agreement. All right, let's go home and order something to eat. She didn't forget to add, then let's order 2 servings of fried chicken too, sister. Time passed to the evening. Seeing that familiar figure, Gio was surprised, and she quickly called out, Rock. Rock. Zurek looked at the two of them. You two are together. She nodded in agreement. Yeah, you look really handsome today. He continued to ask, where have you two been? GMH announced with a smile, Zio took me to buy some things. Looking at the mountain of items, he was stunned. Gio continued to rummage through them. I have something for you guys. She approached curiously. What is it, sister? Gio quickly announced, bend down a little. She was very surprised. What is it? Seeing the ring placed around her neck, she was very confused. Are you going to tease me about the exchange thing again? Looking at the ring on her neck, GMH's expression quickly changed. It's so pretty. Gio turned to look at her younger brother. Zurek, you come here too. He immediately walked over. Let me put it on myself. Give it to me. Still, she stubbornly put it on for him. Listen to me. Looking at the ring in her hand, GMH was very curious. What are those characters? Are they runes? Gio shook her head, explaining that it was something older than runes. At the same time, she also put it on herself. They see us as them, and we see them as us. We will always protect each other in crisis and hardship, and even in the face of death, we will never turn our backs. 2 names were quickly engraved, followed by a new notification. The 3 commandments of the nameless God. It will become a permanent possession upon wearing, and you have been designated as the user. Meanwhile, Gio continued to announce to the 2 of them, if you feel you're in danger, break the necklace. It will allow me to get there immediately. I wanted to do more, but I couldn't. Subconsciously, GMH recalled what she had said. I told you that was enough, but why do you keep saying that? As for me, this made her realize she paid attention to what I said. A satisfied smile appeared on her face. So remember to wear it every day, okay? Seeing this, the two immediately responded, okay, I'll wear it always, even when I'm showering or sleeping. If you want to do more, then go conquer the Tower of Babel. Hearing this, Geo suddenly interrupted. I haven't heard anything so far. We're still close. After entering the house, Zirek shouted angrily. Hey, it seemed he was still very angry. Sister, come with me right now. Geo was very embarrassed. Meanwhile, the story narrated the origin of the gift of the 3 Commandments rings. A voice came from inside the house. Vice Guild Master, I'm so disappointed. This caused Geo, who was secretly eating kimchi stew, to overhear. Vice Guild Master BM, Madam Park, was complaining nonstop, as if she were taking a jab at Joe. How long am I going to lie around here like an unemployed person? Both of my children have awakened, and the second one is even a leader. All I need now is to hope you're doing well. No matter how hard I try, I feel so disappointed now because you're not interested at all. BM spoke up to comfort her. Why don't you say a little more? She sighed helplessly. Is it easy being a parent? Geo thought to herself about Madam Park. Suddenly she spoke. This will do. Her next words made Geo freeze. As expected, the answer is in Kanwan-do. Huh? After a moment of silence, Madam Park continued to speculate. It seems Monk Bo Hyun called me. Is she downstairs? Geo quickly hid in her room. This situation is really dangerous. She thought worriedly, what do I do now? So, she entered the Korean Domestic Network, a place where top rankers gathered. David had been sending messages. I just had a few drinks, sorry. Although Haida's recruitment failed, everything I'm expressing here is sincere. She thought in surprise, it's David. Meanwhile, other messages from Karp kept appearing. The smell of alcohol is about to fly over here. I'm sorry for him unexpectedly showing this inappropriate behavior. Because David's heart was badly hurt today, I hope everyone can understand him. Messages kept being sent. The public certificate will be updated tomorrow. It seems the rumors are true. Having money doesn't guarantee everything. Haida and Dawn have been trying hard for the past few days. Tomorrow they will definitely go to Babylon. The supernova of 5 eras and a rare AA-class high ranker. They will read this notice. This made Geo realize with surprise. So Beck Do Hyun went to Zirek. I shouldn't get involved with someone who just came back. Twilight kept sending messages. Stay sane, David. Hey, David Choi, if you're going to show this kind of weakness, find an eye patch to cover that red face. Zirek also sent a message. Going for a drink all of a sudden. You're too indecisive. I heard he went there in person. Doesn't everyone know that Babylon was extremely busy before that? The messages kept being sent, giving Geo a headache. It seems Babylon will be the winner of this recruitment season, but of course we're not sure in the end. Mr. Do Hyun hasn't signed a contract yet. What are those people doing? They're all people with social status, yet they're publicly discussing private matters. I'm so embarrassed reading this. Our future beautiful rookie must be feeling a lot of pressure. A teaching class, she thought angrily, who will take them all away. They're suddenly promoting a rookie again. Meanwhile, David seemed to remember something and then discussed, since things have come to this, I just want to have a fight with one person. I don't know if I can do it. Where is that rising rookie swordsman, Balldog? Do you remember me? I'll come for you. In this situation, even if you pull out a fan map, people will run away. All the super rookies have been snatched up, so now the guides will fight over Balldog, right? The price must be terrifying. Money is nothing. As long as you sit in one place, the money will come out. After reading these notices, Geo immediately fell into deep thought. Can I also sit in one place like that? Her eyes quickly lit up. All right, just sitting in one place is fine too. How could I have forgotten? So Geo kept typing on her phone. It was a new announcement. The Babylon Guild announces recruitment for office staff, limited time open recruitment. Registration requirement. Must hold an awakening license. This made her very happy. This part-time job is great. After a while, the scene shifted to a large company, and a staff member's voice was heard. Are you here for an interview? Geo walked in happily, yes. The staff member continued. After checking her hunter license, you can go up to the 11th floor. Looking at the scene before her, she was immediately taken aback. Oh my God, the crowd was still queuing up endlessly, which startled her. Is Zirek that famous? She secretly thought in her mind, checking licenses again. Is it because of the interview that security is tighter than usual? The machine quickly beeped. B-class applicant number 021, confirmed. Realizing something was wrong, sweat dripped down Joe's face. Wait, think about it. Ordinary office positions are for E-class or even lower, so if a B-class appears, everyone's eyes immediately lit up. This is going to be interesting. At the same time, Gio realized the situation was not good. I am screwed. Gio didn't know what to do when Gil Jane suddenly asked, do you always keep your guests waiting this long? Zirek continued walking forward. You've got a lot of free time. Always showing up unannounced. He smiled and explained, your birthday is December 31st, right? I remember it clearly because it's so special. At the same time, he didn't forget to tease. So that means you're not even 20 yet and you're already drinking. Zirek quickly reminded him, that's for entertaining guests. Put down. He was surprised. I'm a guest too. He looked calm. I have nothing to entertain uninvited guests with. Gil Jane walked over in disappointment. That sounds so sad. He asked, what are you here for? His voice rang out, and John Gil Jane sighed, saying, you say that as if I don't know anything. He seemed to remember something. I was supposed to go see Beck Do Hyun in person. We're the same. Neither of us went there directly, but why didn't you go see your rookie? There was a hint of doubt in his voice. Are you sure it's okay to just let him go like this? He hasn't signed the contract yet. Zirek became very unpleasant again. What is he trying to say? Does he want to see me privately or what? His judgmental tone left Gil Jane speechless. I'm just going to see him the day after tomorrow, so leave me alone. It's fine to let him go for a bit, because that guy is already handling it. It seems. Sae Jong always handled everything in all sorts of complex situations in modern society, but he didn't care, only looked forward to becoming like that. It was all thanks to Sae Jong. Thinking of this, Gil Jane sighed and complained, it's right to train your own people, but what are you going to do if he stabs you in the back one day? Zirek immediately shouted, hey. His face turned very ugly. Have you forgotten whose territory this is? He had a surprised smile on his face. I'm doing this because I feel sorry for my classmate from 10 years ago. He suddenly interrupted. I'll deal with future problems, but be careful what you say in front of me. Hearing this, Gil Jane nodded. All right, but please allow me to take that healer. Hearing this, Zirek quickly realized the high-ranker healer wasn't Zhou Yen. He immediately sighed and reminded him, are you planning to conquer the 30th floor alone with the Babylon Guild? You should share a little too. I was thinking, isn't it a bit unfair to build such a large Babylon in this small country? He sighed and nodded in agreement. All right, this made Gil Jane very happy. It was easier than I thought, huh? Remembering something, he kept pressing. But why are you only seeing the rookie Beck Do Hyun the day after tomorrow? Are you going to psychologically torture him again? Something like that. Extremely cruel. Unable to take it anymore, Zirek cursed loudly. Because I have an appointment. That's why. Because I already have an appointment. Damn it, why are you so long-winded? Remembering something, he continued. Come to think of it, the company seems unusually crowded today, huh? He nodded in confirmation. Of course, today is our first day of recruitment, so I'm busy. Gil Jane seemed to pause on Zirek for a moment. Back to that moment just now, he seemed to have realized something. Meanwhile, Gio had used that card and quickly went to apply. This made him laugh in surprise. Kid, Tiandong might end sooner than you think. Just then, an assistant rushed in. Boss. She anxiously reported everything. Oh no, you have a guest, sorry boss. Meanwhile, she didn't forget to add, but I think you should go downstairs right now. Zirek slammed the table in anger. Hey, he reminded loudly, sister, come with me right now. Joe's expression became very humble. So she had to follow him out. And that's how it happened. Giant Zirek quickly ended Giant Joe's first interview. Seeing his actions, the people around were gossiping. Is that our boss? He's very different from the image I had in my mind. Not like a boss at all. Meanwhile, they didn't forget to discuss. They look completely different, huh? Just then, Sejong spoke up to remind them. Be careful what you say. He has a sister complex. Just as he said, Zirek was a genuine siscon. What on earth were you thinking? Joe's face was very serious. Because mom is always singing the Find a Part-Time Job song in front of GMH. That's why I came here. He shouted angrily, that too. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Don't you understand what I'm saying? When people don't know our relationship, what are they going to think? Those damn bastards. Looking at Joe's innocent face, he quickly asked, "Do you know they often invite people here?" His mood gradually sank. Just now it was John Gil Jayan, and now you've decided to reveal your identity? Gio spoke up in surprise. Are you crazy? Zirek was very confused. Why? Her face gradually became unusually serious. Meanwhile, she was silent for a moment, then announced, "Because either I stay here or I'll be sent to Kangwon-do." It seemed this was Joe's last resort. "If I'm forced to leave here, I'll be miserable, little brother." I'm sure Mom isn't joking. It seemed she was very worried about her livelihood. Gio was a memorable person in this field. "Dear, you just need to worry about food and travel expenses, and then I just need to sit quietly and gradually leave." Zirek felt very helpless. "My head hurts. Joe this, Joe that, I'm going crazy." Remembering something, he kept pressing. "How are you going to tell Mom? Even a 3-year-old knows Babylon doesn't accept civilians. If you work here, Mom will recognize its value. And of course she'll know you're working at Babylon." At the same time, he also pleaded, "Can you please tell Mom the truth?" Gio handed over a piece of paper. "In your dreams, use this." Looking at the paper in his hand, it caught his attention. Special civilian recruitment announcement. Suddenly Zirek was confused. "Other than playing games, I don't know much about computers. Who did you entrust this to?" Gio announced with a smile. "Look closely." Looking at the document before him, his expression gradually changed. This is the power of magic. Continuing to look at the document, "But everything is controlled so meticulously that I didn't even realize magic was embedded in it." Gio was still gesturing. "This isn't an ordinary level, you know?" This made him realize, crazy, her power. She continued to narrate what she knew. "I told Madam Park everything. When I said I would work part-time to earn tuition and be filial to Mom, she gave us a lot of ribs." Zirek didn't know what to say in this situation. "I never thought that image would appear in my mind again. Was it because Mom intervened?" Meanwhile, Gio also looked at him with pleading eyes. "Boss, so can I pass?" After a while, this man was Muram, a member of the Babylon Secretariat. He was known as Teacher Ma. He quickly came forward and shouted, "Giant Zio, where did she go again?" Everyone quickly spoke up in the conference room. "She went in carrying a tray of drinks." Hearing this made him very angry. "We have partners. Why are you only telling me now?" Everyone in the room became awkward. Zio is taking too long. Because he was so angry, Urim kept scolding. "You guys are still laughing? Am I joking? If our youngest isn't good enough, we should consider advising and teaching her." Everyone laughed and talked. "Why? It sounds so cute. Are you talking about that beauty who arrived 11 months later than our boss? She's still too young then." This is a bit difficult for Teacher Ma. Only a woman on one side was very worried. "Hey, you carefree people, didn't you see that Rookie passed the test with ease?" Meanwhile, everyone was still discussing this issue. "I heard they were born in January and December of the same year and grew up almost like twins." Other famous hunters also said this was the first time they'd heard of it because the boss, other than her name, didn't reveal any other information about the other person. "I heard that even the boss's closest assistant only knew that the sister was an ordinary person. Even Dummy didn't know anything." When everyone was going crazy because a B-class person appeared, Dummy only found out when flipping through the resume, probably because their last names are the same too. Remembering something, they immediately noticed. "Speaking of which, Sunhae, it's Sunhae, right?" She was startled. "It's Choi. Choi." Everyone continued to talk to her. "Sorry, Choi, he interviewed Zio, right? How was it?" She quickly explained, "Having to interview the boss's family. I was very scared at that time." Her expression gradually became awkward. "Well, actually it wasn't entirely because of family, because her resume was very beautiful." My mind, it felt like it went completely blank. The people who heard this all comforted her. "It's okay. Choi, he worked hard anyway." Urim thought speechlessly, "That's just a name." The man continued, "But how could she hide her B class until now? Could it be that the boss intervened to hide it?" Just then, he commanded, "Report, write a report." He secretly thought in his mind, "Stop worrying about this issue. The state must maintain discipline, for it is like a noble crane that cannot be defiled." As soon as they saw Gio, everyone quickly shouted, "Zio." Unable to take it anymore, Yuri shouted loudly, "Hey, you giant Zio." She turned to look to the side. "Yes." He cursed loudly. "Is that how you work?" Meanwhile, he slowly walked towards her. "I know preparing drinks is a matter of proper courtesy and etiquette. How many times do I have to repeat myself for you to understand?" He snatched the drink box from Joe's hands. "This is something a veteran like me should be doing." This made her freeze. "I'm sorry." Urim still didn't forgive her and reminded her, "Yes, you should be sorry. Next time, leave these important things to me, your senior. You should. Remembering something, the man smiled and said, "By the way, Zio, what happened? You came out later than expected." He quickly asked, "Do you know who came to the conference room today?" Back in the past, Zirek unhappily announced, "This is our new part-time employee, Ms. Giant Zio. Giant Zio. She will be operating as a member of Babylon from today." At the same time, he turned his head to one side. "That's Beck Do Hyun. Welcome." It seems he still didn't understand what was happening. Seeing his expression now, Zirek suddenly said loudly, "No, it's not like that. Take good care of him. And if there's anything inconvenient, let me know, understand?" Gio also turned her head to remind, "That's right, understand?" Thinking of this, she immediately fell into deep thought. She secretly thought in her mind, the sword was granted the status of judgment, a descendant of the stars, protecting order and justice from evil. Why break the sacred oath and abandon their star? The story was quickly narrated. "That's not for you. Why give up like that? Can you do it? You." Voices kept ringing out. "So foolish, you haven't failed yet. Go back and complete your mission. Your standards only contain failure. You must complete the mission. All things condemned and in need of protection have become the past." The voice kept ringing out. "You have nothing left. Judicator. The Judicator must complete your mission. A dispute occurred. Do what you must. All that's left is regret and hatred." This made Do Hyun very embarrassed. If it weren't for that damn thing, you wouldn't have had to see this. In the midst of danger, a familiar figure seemed to protect Do Hyun. At the same time, this made the monster retreat in fear. He looked at the man before him in surprise. "My first meeting with Giant Zirek." Fortunately, an unexpected cut appeared in Udo. He turned his head and asked, "What rank is he?" From the moment he appeared, his whole body was trembling. Bambi looked at his current state and was surprised. "What the hell are you doing?" This time he judged nonstop. "What are you going to do when you don't even have knowledge of swordsmanship? Your brain has rotted. Just by holding a sword, you're already panicking like that. Do you know how many people left when you first entered the tower?" Meanwhile, Do Hyun could only sit quietly on the side and listen silently. "It's because of damn things like you, a bastard who only knows how to rush in for points." After a moment of silence, Zirek continued to walk forward. "What guild and atmosphere, huh?" As expected, those dogs only know how to run away, not caring about the people around them at all. "Are you a rookie?" Meanwhile, Do Hyun quickly stood up. "I'm not exactly a rookie. I'm one of the participants in the guidance week." He quickly asked, "First, what's your rank?" He became hesitant. Rank. Although he didn't want to say it, he had no choice but to announce F-class. Hearing this, Zirek's face suddenly became silent. Meanwhile, Do Hyun continued, "Thank you for saving me. I'll leave now." He suddenly interrupted, "You're Beck Do Hyun, right?" It seemed he had a very sincere suggestion. "That place is too lousy. Change it quickly." He still didn't understand what was happening, yes. He quickly continued, "If you want to overthrow that kind of atmosphere, then come with me. Perhaps a new path will open up in the future." Seeing his confused expression, Zirek was surprised. "I don't understand." He shook his head. "No," he nodded, "okay." Meanwhile, Zirek turned his head and quickly announced, "From today onwards, your guild will be Babylon." This announcement made Do Hyun freeze for a moment. He smiled and continued to announce, "I don't have much to explain. New member." This left him stunned. For me, Babylon at this moment was more than just an ordinary guild. From the moment he made that announcement, his eyes lit up. I, a person with empty hands, felt like I had a home by joining Babylon, that colleagues were family. From the beginning, I was someone who wasn't accepted by anyone. Despite the opposition from the guild members, he eventually brought me to Babylon. With a very friendly smile on his face, G-Rock stood at the top of Babylon, bearing the most glorious but also the most dangerous name, and you must restart everything with that spirit. The question was thrown out, "Do you have that ability?" At the same time, Do Hyun slowly opened his eyes. G-Rock quickly looked at him and asked, "Fell asleep like that again?" As a top 10 S-class hunter, to still lack that kind of ability. A smile appeared on his face as he continued to ask, "Do you believe in past lives?" This made him freeze. Yes. At the same time, he also voiced his speculation. "Why do you look at me as if you're looking at a lover lost in a past life? It's not like this is our first time meeting." This made Do Hyun think to himself, "It sounds like I'm very obsessed." He quickly lowered his head. "I'm sorry. Seeing the person I admire right in front of me, I just find it really amazing." This made G-Rock feel very pleased. "Have you toured the company?" He secretly calculated in his mind. "Let's see what kind of demands you'll make." Hearing this, Do Hyun's eyes quickly lit up. Although I don't like celebrities, I really admire his hunter-like demeanor, but he's really treating me like a junior. Seeing that he still wasn't reacting, G-Rock continued to call out, Beck Do Hyun. He immediately looked up, yes. He quickly spoke, I'm not good at arguing, so I'll just be direct. His face now became very serious. State your demands, whatever they are, I will grant 99.9 of them for you. Even 100 is possible. Such words made him freeze instantly. Nothing is impossible, but back in his past life, G-Rock had coldly announced, if you want to die, the odds are 99.9, with the remaining 0.1 being the will that is still resisting that thought. This made him realize a fact. Humans can't be completely perfect because they are not gods, but there will always be a talent who is sincere and persistent about everything. The smile on his face caught his attention. He always believed in the future and moved forward, believing that all good things would come. Duyum smiled faintly. He's still the same as ever. At the same time, he also slowly announced, I don't have any demands or desires. As long as it meets the industry standard requirements, I will sign the contract immediately. However, Do Hyun's face suddenly became unusually serious. First, there is one thing I must tell you. I can see the future. Hearing this, G-Rock speechlessly raised his hand and scratched his head. It's been a long time since I've met someone as interesting as him. He sighed. I know it's hard to believe. His eyes suddenly turned serious. Don't pull any damn tricks because I'm not keen on those heresies. At the same time, I also spoke my mind, just like the story of the dog obsessed with eating bugs. I'm going crazy because superstitious people keep showing up. You're the same right now. His expression gradually became more serious. For someone who knows nothing about the laws of the world, you're saying such things. It seems you learned the characteristics of a prophet during induction week, right? Do Hyun sighed and said, please realize that the penalty for violating the laws of the world is terrifying. His next words made G-Rock jump in shock. The three of you had a doll you all liked, right? You lost it when you were young and lied to your family that you gave it to a friend, but it's actually in a drawer in the attic. Hearing this, he quickly spoke. Wait a minute, let me confirm. His mind was racing. Losing the doll was a secret I only told my constellation. A voice came from the other end of the phone. What is it now? He quickly said, GM, are you home? Sorry to bother you, but please go up to the attic and help me with something. She immediately complained. So annoying. Fine, but please order me a pizza. He quickly reminded her, okay, there's a cabinet with drawers that Mom moved up there. You remember it, right? In that drawer. Do Hyun didn't forget to add, you have to reach your hand in a bit. It's stuck between the gap and the drawer. Although very surprised, G-Rock instructed, so reach your hand in and help me find it. She sighed, complaining about the dust. Her next words made him freeze instantly. It's a patterned Bambi doll. You said you gave it to a friend. Why is it here? Seeing that the situation was not good, G-Rock quickly spoke. I'm hanging up first. I'll get back to you later. She still wanted to say more. Hey, the pizza. Do Hyun continued. That was a small fragment of the future I saw about that doll, about this conversation, and about some of the guild members. After a moment of silence, he quickly asked, so, can you know what will happen next? Do Hyun immediately shook his head. I'm not sure. It's very fragmented. As I said before, all I know are just fragments. This made him curious. Why are you telling me this? At the same time, Do Hyun looked directly at Gil Jaehin's face and declared, because you are the leader of Babylon. Right there, he quickly voiced his thoughts. I made the right decision in telling you this. Whether I join in the future or not, I might go against the opinions of the other guild members. But as long as you, the head of our guild, know the reason, that's enough. Hearing this, a surprised smile appeared on G-Rock's face. Uncomfortable, isn't it? Because it's not quite trustworthy yet, but it seems he does have some trust. But strangely, I'm interested in this. At the same time, G-Rock also announced, you probably saw that we're quite close, right? He nodded in confirmation. Yes. He smiled and continued, as expected of someone who passed my selection. G-Rock also threw a contract at Do Hyun. Sign it. We're putting all our faith in you. It wouldn't be strange if the future you saw is fake, but it seems this bear really knows something. He kept reading the contents on the paper. Our blood is hot. The enemy's blood is cold. He suddenly found it interesting. You can read runes? Do Hyun didn't hesitate to pick up the pen and sign. It's been a while since I've signed anything. Please take good care of me from now on. Suddenly, he proposed. Now that I think about it, I'd like to add one condition. Jirok was curious. People who change their minds are bad people. He suddenly interrupted. I'd like to slightly adjust the disrespectful way I'm addressed. He still didn't understand what was happening. Disrespectful? Do Hyun asked, I'm 25 this year. May I ask how old my leader is? This situation made him look in another direction. Please sign it, Hyun. This made him very satisfied, and he laughed. Okay. Just then, a voice was heard, startling both of them and making them turn their heads. The door opened, and a familiar figure walked in. Gio quickly walked in with a cup of coffee and announced, the iced Americano is here. Seeing her familiar figure, G-Rock was speechless. Good grief, how can she be so clueless? Meanwhile, Do Hyun became very confused, not understanding what was happening. Sweat dripped down his face. Gio, why is she here? So, after a moment of chaos, G-Rock tried to calm himself down. Well, there are some people with special space-time abilities. Huh? Do Hyun felt very awkward. Are you really okay? He quickly placed a coffee cup on the table. Also, I have a few things to say about the Tower of Babylon. When is the next scheduled conquest date? He thought for a moment, then answered, about a month at the latest. He nodded in understanding. Okay. At the same time, he seriously announced, we need to start by speeding up the conquest of the Tower of Babylon. Hearing this, G-Rock immediately became hesitant. I know, but things have to be taken slowly. Isn't it good enough that we're at the top of the world when the 39th floor seems to be completely in our grasp? He suddenly interrupted. No, it seems he saw something. We're not at the top, we're just behind. This made him freeze. At the same time, Do Hyun also spoke of what he knew. The administrator of Babylon has another position called director. In the room, his voice continued to ring out. After clearing the 50th floor, a transcendent space called Interlim will open. The first person to pass the challenge will receive an achievement title, and if you become a director, you can intervene in Babylon's network. This news made G-Rock listen quietly. You will be able to contact Babylon directly and even have some authority related to the tower. That is the role of a director. Hearing this, he thought to himself, if the representative of a country is a king, then a director is like a lord. Huh? He nodded in confirmation. Yes. We need to select a director as soon as possible. He was confused. Why do we need one? To become more famous? Do Hyun continued to explain. The role of a director can also influence other regions, but besides our country. At this, G-Rock quickly became surprised. Can interfere with other regions? That was created due to a flaw in induction week. He nodded seriously. Maybe it was just a coincidence, but it's highly likely. Suddenly, G-Rock's attitude changed. But no tower has unlocked the 50th floor yet. Damn it, are you kidding me? At the same time, Do Hyun also spoke up. Well, the story was quickly narrated. The place where those nameless people of unknown nationality went, I've never seen it. I don't even know if it exists. That tower is definitely ownerless, just like the changes that exist within it. Do you continue to sit there and deliver the information? That unknown tower has already been conquered past the 50th floor by Kiddo, while the American tower is at the 40th floor. G-Rock remained silent on the side, listening. Of course, we only have one king on Earth, but in the future, it will be a different story. It seemed the future had changed drastically. The coverage of Mercury, an era of war between directors or tower masters, will come. After delivering this information, his face gradually became serious. Even if they all come, they can't beat me, but I will still suffer unimaginable losses because most of the people behind are protected by tricky pieces, and resisting will consume a lot of my strength. Just then, G-Rock suddenly spoke. You are my subordinate. At the same time, I also took out my phone and kept making calls. Although the throne always has a designated owner, when you're born with all your limbs intact, it seems he has made a decision. Then you should try to become a king and understand it clearly. A voice rang out from the other end of the line. Yes, boss. G-Rock continued to remind. Send an official letter to the 5 major guilds. At the same time, his face became very confident. The strategy meeting for the 39th floor will be changed to 1 p.m. tomorrow. Absence will be considered non-participation. After a while, Gio looked at the situation in front of her with confusion. Why is he deliberately not letting me work? At the same time, she secretly glanced at Choi Sun-hye. With her shy personality, this newcomer had a lot of work to do. Could this be? She suddenly felt uncomfortable. Workplace bullying? So Gio quickly walked over and struck up a conversation. Hello. Choi-hye was startled by this. Yes, She immediately asked, "What are you busy with?" She was constantly preparing documents. "We're about to conquer the 39th floor, right? Because some guilds are related, checking items, but also suddenly." Gio suggested, "Why are you doing something so important by yourself? Let me help you." She explained helplessly, "That's what's worth talking about. Why would something so important be left to a useless piece of dust like me?" At the same time, Gio was confused. Useless dust? Just then, Choi Hei cried out helplessly. They wouldn't say it directly like that. The source provided the release at the same time during the busiest time. So people with low status in the company like me have to be busy with work. Joe's desk immediately became clean. Seeing that she seemed to be silent, she quickly spoke, "Because your rank is high, I think they wanted to give you a more important job." At the same time, a system notification appeared. Your constellation, Fate Reader, is holding up a banner to protest bullying in the company. Boycott workplace bullying. Gio thought to herself, this constellation. You can't do that. Just then, Urim quickly shouted, "Hey, Ms. Giant." Her face immediately became serious. He was the top manager, the one who wouldn't let me run errands for my brother. He reminded her very seriously, "You look really free. Why don't you take a break and have some coffee?" In fact, the meaning behind his words was, "My lady, if you're bored, just go to a cafe and have a cool vanilla latte." But the result that reached Joe's ears was, "Stop playing around and go buy coffee for the seniors, rookie." This made her uncomfortable. Seriously, so fierce, this gorilla. With no other choice, she immediately stood up. "I understand, manager. Let's have some fun together and drink some coffee." Seeing her run off, Urim was very worried and shouted, "No, that's not what I meant." So Gio went shopping. For cups, 1 vanilla latte, 1 Java chip frappuccino, all medium size. The staff member nodded. "Okay, please wait a moment." At the same time, Gio immediately turned her head to one side. A picture of Do Hyun quickly appeared before her eyes. This quickly caught her attention. He's on the main page. Thoughts kept appearing in her mind. Is it a coincidence or fate? I'm walking the same path as him again. At this point, I'm a little curious about the regressor's background. This gave her a headache. I can ignore the fact that I know him, but now he's stuck to G-Rock. The staff member quickly announced, "Your drinks are ready." "Hi." Young MIT Gio showed a happy smile. Anyway, she remembered the necklace she gave to G-Rock. "I also gave the kids something to protect themselves." Her expression became very relaxed. In an emergency, King Gio just needs to fly out and rescue them, right? Constellation. Realizing something was wrong, Gio turned her head in surprise. "Constellation, where did you go?" "Hey, Constellation Soul Fate Seeker. Where are you?" She kept calling out, but it seemed no one answered in this place. Joe's face suddenly became very serious. Constellation. She still didn't understand what was happening. The contract connection was still strong. She hurriedly turned and walked out. "I'm sure he's still by my side. I have to go out now and properly activate the relic." The staff member hurriedly shouted, "Ma'am, what about your drinks?" In Joe's mind, she didn't care about what was happening. I need to find out why the connection was lost. As she opened a new space, it seemed this place had changed. A hand gradually reached out to her. The magic I was using went out of control. Fortunately, at a critical moment, Marimaldi quickly shielded her with his coat. "I'm very sorry, that was my magic. I couldn't control it." He continued to ask, "Baby, are you hurt anywhere?" A surprised smile appeared on his face. "It seems everything is still in a state of semi-chaos, huh?" Although Gio was still very worried, Marimaldi was very relaxed. The scene switched to another vast space. A system notification appeared, catching the god's attention. This was an announcement on the Korean local server. By the authority of the director, satellite interference in this area will be temporarily blocked. Time remaining, 2 minutes and 59 seconds. This made the constellation very angry. That damn bastard. Recently, Gio quickly took off the coat and thought to herself, "Isn't he afraid of being on the news? Why are people acting like animals?" Marimaldi laughed and said, "I gave you the coat. How can you just throw it away like that?" She was still thinking to herself, since that bad guy came, so many strange people have appeared. If that's the protagonist, then this must be the villain. This made her feel very confused. But how does he know everything? Marimaldi continued to pick up his coat. I would try to restrain my emotions. At the same time, Gio turned and walked inside, connecting with the constellation. This made the constellation very moved and wave its hand. Your constellation Soul Fate Seeker regrets its shortcomings 100, 1,000, 10,000 times over. Because the connection was cut, I drifted to some remote place. How many times did I wave my hand? The god didn't forget to add. I cried. Why didn't you answer me? Are you mad at me? It seems Gio didn't care much. I didn't hear anything. The staff member asked in surprise, ma'am, are you okay? At the same time, she quickly pointed behind her, yes. What about that? The staff member asked worriedly, are you okay? I was just a little surprised. She was relieved to hear this. That's great. That gentleman will pay for it himself. Seeing Marimaldi acting strangely, she quickly walked over. Hey, why are you following me again? Why don't you stay and deal with that glass? He calmly explained, I was just worried you might fall again. The staff member behind wanted to say something, but didn't care much. He could go wherever he wanted. In the end, the door was compensated for by Babylon. At the same time, Marimaldi walked up and struck up a conversation. I was worried. She asked coldly, what's it to you? What's the relationship between us? He smiled and continued, it's time for us to ask each other some questions, right? Gio glanced at him. Regressor, reincarnator, master of a book, clairvoyant, stalker. Marimaldi immediately became surprised. Do I have that many options? At the same time, he also slowly announced, probably number 6, the one who possesses fate. Gio focused her mind and thought, it seems this guy is not easy to deal with. Thoughts kept appearing in her mind. Strange. Why do I have a strange sense of favorability towards him too? I'm sure my feelings are right. Absolutely. She was curious. What are those fates? Gio asked, what on earth are you doing? Marimaldi was randomly surprised. She continued, what are you doing to me, you show-off peacock? What do you want from me? Hearing this, he laughed in surprise. What's wrong? I was wondering, do you remember me? At the same time, a system notification appeared. Joe Liberation has been activated. Giant Gio has been granted access. Gio quickly asked, what's your name? Notifications kept appearing. Please specify the casting location. Do you want to access information about Kiddo? Marimaldi's information. But in the end, it was all useless information. No information was recorded. It seems Marimaldi guessed what happened. It failed, huh? Joe's face was a little grim. Who are you? He smiled and continued. No need to read it. Let me introduce myself to you. With a gentle smile on his face, he introduced himself, affiliated with the Aegis Guild, World Rank 9. I am an American from southern Italy, known to Babylon or other guilds worldwide. At the same time, he slowly reached out his hand to Gio. Everyone who meets me for the first time will be the same in one aspect, and that is about the sense of smell. This time, he gently stroked her hair. What scent did you smell when I appeared? Time seemed to stop. Joe's eyes remained stagnant. A friendly smile appeared on her face. We'll meet again soon. In the crowded crowd, Marimaldi gradually disappeared. It all happened so fast that she was stunned. I was powerless against him. At the same time, voices kept appearing in her mind. Magic is always our core. If the opponent is strong, the power of magic will react strongly before the master is aware of it. But I didn't feel any threat from him. This made her fall into deep thought. This means I'm still much stronger than him. Gio recalled to herself, baby, huh? But her expression became more displeased. He's teasing me. So she quickly left with the water cups, suddenly feeling tired. But I'm sure I panicked when the constellation disappeared, not because of him, right? Absolutely. The constellation also kept sending signals. Your constellation soul fate seeker is receiving punishment and asks when it can put its hands down. After a while, he gently tapped Joe's head. Let me put them down, my hands are so tired. She suddenly became silent, standing frozen in place. After she returned, Domi, Babylon's #1 tank and the nation's 28th rank, quickly greeted her. Hello, Ms. Gio. Do you know who I am? Gio quickly replied, it seems we follow each other on Instagram. Hearing this made her feel very incredible. Gio and I follow each other, huh? Then we can chat comfortably, huh? Gio continued to remind, yes, but I rarely use it. Everyone could just be casual. She immediately became happy. You're really approachable. At the same time, Domi quickly took out a key in her hand. This is what I'm going to tell you. I heard the boss told you everything you need to do in advance. Gio nodded and listened. Yes. G-Rock had been instructing her at the time, hey, be strong. You just need to do a few things. Keep the key. It's better than giving it to someone else. I'll send someone over later, so please accept it. If you lose it, it's all over. Domi quickly gave her the key. Okay, I'll leave it to you then. After a while, a colleague asked in surprise, what did Domi give you? Gio calmly announced, the Sapphire Key. A system notification appeared. The Sapphire Key has been added to storage. This news made Choi Hei very surprised. The key to the guild warehouse? Isn't that a place only core guild members and the government can access? Gio calmly explained, I'm just holding it for a while. A brief introduction to this place. The guild warehouse is a necessity that every guild must have. It seems to be a very important thing. It's a place everyone in the guild uses because you can't carry all your items with you. The bigger the guild, the more warehouses there are. The key Geo was holding was also a very rare item. The sapphire key in warehouse number 9, or what was known as Babylon's golden warehouse. It was the key to the red gold warehouse. Thinking about it, Geo found it very interesting. Finally, I got a job that I find interesting. Just then, Do Hyun quickly walked up. "Excuse me." He gently approached her. "The boss asked me to come here to use the warehouse." At the same time, he smiled and asked, "Now I can finally greet you properly, right?" Do Hyun gently placed his hand on Joe's shoulder. "Good afternoon, Ms. Geo." After a while, Do Hyun chatted as they walked. "I didn't have any expectations for this place when I saw Bambi hesitating to let me in. This is the first time I felt so lost. How have you been lately?" We shared a lounge for a short while. Just then, his voice suddenly became strange. "This is the first time I'm seeing you again after that induction week." Joe's face immediately became hesitant. "Should I quit this job?" Do Hyun quickly spoke, "Don't quit." But it seemed she was uncomfortable. "Hey, let go quickly." He continued to explain, "I know you hate troublesome things. To be more precise, I know you're avoiding drawing everyone's attention, but I will be careful not to expose your identity." There was a hint of helplessness in his voice, "So please don't keep your distance from me." At the same time, Do Hyun moved closer to Geo. "I missed you. Didn't you trust me and tell me your name?" Listening to this, Geo suddenly spoke. "The soy sauce sushi that day was terrible. It was sickeningly sweet. If I had eaten a little more, I would have gotten diabetes." Do Hyun immediately showed a forced smile. "I need to change the recipe." "Huh?" She sighed and said, "That dish isn't my style anyway." Do Hyun suddenly called out, "Geo." His voice became very gentle. "Can you hold on until the end of the stairs? It's too dark here. I'm afraid you might fall." She was curious. Me? His voice was a little helpless. Or maybe me. With no other choice, Geo held out her hand for him to hold. "Fine." She didn't forget to add, "It's so hot here." "Huh?" The two held hands tightly. It seemed that suddenly Do Hyun became curious. "Have you been here before?" After a brief thought, Geo quickly replied, "Yes. A new member of Babylon, but doing a job I'm already familiar with. Isn't that too considerate? Do you have any regrets?" Do Hyun continued to walk forward and said, "No regrets." At the same time, the two had arrived at the large door in front of them. It was a calculation. It was what she had been waiting for and was prepared for. Geo nodded and held the key forward. "Yes, I was very decisive." The door opened and she slowly walked forward. "But so what? This is the path you craved." Looking at the vast scene before him, Do Hyun didn't hesitate to lower his head. "Yes," but his expression was unusually serious. "The path I wanted. I thought about it carefully, but something suddenly appeared and caused that path to turn in a completely different direction." His hand gripped the iron bars in front of him tightly. "Because the consequences of regression are like a butterfly, inseparable from me." The power transmission system announced. Owner confirmed. The notification gradually changed. The seal of the Sword of Destruction, Kaki, has been released. Do Hyun continued to propose, "So, let's walk this path together." At this point, there was only determination on his face. Until the end of the final chapter, the scene switched to a vast mountain range. A voice suddenly shouted, "David Sunby, please come down and see. Some words have been passed on." David sighed and kept complaining after listening, "I don't know what it is, just let it be. These guys are really squandering the gold cards." The young monk kept shouting, "It's from Babylon." This startled him. "What? Those brainless bastards dare to send a message here?" He quickly continued, "Senior brother, come down quickly. Hurry. Even the sect leader is looking for you." Seeing such an urgent situation, David quickly jumped down. "So that's how it is. You should have said so earlier." After a moment of contemplation, he continued to ask, "Let's go quickly. Where is our white peacock?" After a while, David quickly walked up and shouted, "Hey, white bird, have you dealt with those negative thoughts?" A woman on the side asked. At the same time, Hyen Sena didn't forget to add, "You don't need to worry about things that don't concern you. Don't let your heart be affected." David sighed and quickly sat down. "I know." She nodded and listened. "It's good that you know." She went on to announce an important piece of news, that Bambi had a few words to convey to us, saying that he would be changing the meeting time to 1300 hours tomorrow. Although it was very impolite, it wouldn't greatly affect our schedule. She didn't forget to add that she had already agreed, so I had to go with her. David was very surprised to hear this. Are you trying to appease me? Because you know I won't go due to this rude way of relaying the message. She sighed and replied, I won't deny it. He felt a bit helpless. Whatever, let it be. The two continued to talk into space. If there was a scale, what would you do with it? And then turn it from a scale into a needle. Suddenly, David leaned back comfortably and fell silent. Meanwhile, the Hyde Guild confirmed their participation. A voice echoed in the room, offering housing in a special safe zone, recruiting for experienced positions at the headquarters, and supporting a family protection program. The woman was very surprised to hear this. Everything was arranged, and even the deposit was very generous. She is a talent worthy of such compensation. Meanwhile, Gil J announced with a smile, I'm a businessman, after all, so I don't invest without reason. Everyone in the room was discussing, but isn't this a bit too much? My daughter hasn't even been on the battlefield yet. Yin Na cried out upon hearing this, Mom. He continued with a smile, so she just needs to sign the contract. His palm suddenly tightened. Basically, we are different from the other guilds out there that operate sloppily. Although D is tied to the guild's name, its basic principles are closer to that of a corporation. His expression gradually became very firm. It is a renowned guild due to the systematic cooperation among its members. Its name is an abbreviation for defense and innovation. His voice was somewhat serious. I dare say no guild in Korea operates more safely than ours. A familiar voice suddenly called out, Supervisor. Yana hurriedly ran over to report, Am I really worthy? I don't know why the ranking is like that, but I really... Gil Jin quickly called out, Sister Jo Yen. His expression became very serious as he reminded her, if you are an adult, you should calculate and make decisions based on reality, especially when it concerns yourself. When you can't make a decision, you might need us even more. This made her listen quietly from his side. First, the highest-ranked healer in Korean history was AA class. Second, as of today, there are no active AA classes left. Meanwhile, Gil Jin approached and stated his decision. Third, you, Nayeon Jo, are the only A-class healer who has just appeared. Saint, God of Faith, Pig Princess, hey, there are many all-around healers in the world. But in this land, not a single hunter is a high-ranking healer. As Yin Na was still listening intently, he continued, Don't you think it's time for you to step out into the world? I think so. His steps slowly moved forward. The raid on the 39th floor is about to begin. That is the best stage for you to accumulate experience. Tomorrow, the 5 major guilds will hold a meeting for this purpose. He smiled gently and extended his hand, suggesting, Would you be willing to join us for the strategy meeting and become a member of the raid? Then after a while, Gil J walked forward quickly. Don't ask if I will succeed. His gaze flickered to the side. It's too much for you to make me go alone. Vivian sighed. Our supervisor is doing well. Huh? He replied calmly. Since I'm a supervisor of a major power, I don't want to go alone. But she still didn't seem to care much and continued to remind him, how embarrassing. What should I do then? Or you could find another secretary. More accurately, it's not a major power, but rather it contains a major power. Don't puff yourself up like that. Gil J laughed, surprised to hear that. Vivian, you should at least look at me when you speak. She explained calmly, It's a burden for me because you're too handsome, so there's no need. I still get shy with a boss I've worked with for over 10 years. This compliment made him nod in agreement. You still get shy with a boss you've worked with for over 10 years. Remembering something, he asked, By the way, how long are you going to pretend you don't know me on our channel? Vivian didn't pay much mind and continued walking. Imagine meeting your boss through a chat window. That's too horrifying for me. An alpha is just an alpha, after all. After hearing this, he sighed and announced, Tell the other party that Na Jo Yen will also be attending. This made her laugh in surprise. It seems you did well, huh? Gil J smiled and stepped into the luxurious supercar. No, now, the scene had shifted to the vast expanse of Busan. This man is Yuzanom. He wearily went to knock on the door of a large room. Even if the underworld is brutal, it has its own traditions. Huh. Meanwhile, he quickly called out, Young master. Twilight spoke wearily. I'm not in the mood to talk. This made him feel angry inside. This pushover. Even so, Yuzanom pulled back the blanket. Get up. I came running straight here after seeing the tearful selfie you posted on Instagram. Remembering the picture he had witnessed made him very curious. You said you'd be in Busan as long as there was news about Babylon. It seems something happened, huh? Hearing this, he unhappily turned his head and shouted, Why do you always have to be so blunt? Yuzanom reminded him loudly. Then why did you run here all sad when you heard Beck Do Hyun sign a new contract with Babylon? Meanwhile, he quickly pulled him up. up. This is no time for amusement. Babylon has sent an official letter. The meeting regarding the 39th floor battle and related competitions has been moved to tomorrow. Twilight was confused to hear this. Want to follow my preferences, huh? You go. I'm not going anywhere. He didn't forget to add, there's another message. His expression was somewhat serious. Absence will be considered as non-participation. That's what they said. Hearing this, Twilight was utterly enraged. That bastard dares. And so he cursed nonstop. Bring the car around now. I won't let this slide this time. Wait, who sent the letter? Was it that dear guy? Yuzanam continued to ask, do you remember the black cat I mentioned? This caught his attention. The black cat? You said you weren't sure and told me to wait for the investigation results. But isn't she a bit like that deer? He nodded in agreement. Yes, but it's not that simple. Meanwhile, he continued to announce, they are blood relatives. Twilight laughed in surprise to hear this. So that's how it is. Remembering what he had just heard, his expression completely changed. Sisters? Remembering the strange faces of those two, he froze. Birth certificates and household registration, born in January and December of the same year, 11 months apart. They are blood relatives who grew up almost like fraternal opposite-sex twins. Seeing him so desperate, Yuzanam quickly shouted, push over. I can't believe my ears. Is it true? He still couldn't understand what was happening. Huh? He cried nonstop. I'm not going. I'm never going to Seoul again. The scene shifted to this side, and a voice quickly rang out. My life is like a passing wind, dying young in the army, dying of old age when old. The scent of chrysanthemums is not so comforting. BM stepped forward and reminded him, that sounds too absurd. The boss stood to the side, feeling bored. Is that how you see it? Every time I send someone off like this, I can't help but feel touched. His voice was somewhat desperate. However, in the end, we're just human. BM reminded him, because you're not a devil. But he seemed to have lost his patience. Can't you be a little more humorous? He continued, I got used to it while living a life of trying to tell everything lightly. This made him praise, what a good kid. He continued, the problem now is that she's too cold. The boss laughed in surprise to hear this. To keep up with the times, his voice continued to ring out. When that little girl rejected my heart, it didn't get lighter, but heavier. This is a world where people collapse under their own weight. Remembering something, BM continued, but she said she has started working at Babylon this time. This made him laugh. Xerx's place. BM fell into deep thought. Isn't this great for her? This time it's like a challenge. When I visited, Madame Giant said she would send Geo to Kanwan-do, so I was quite worried. This made him nod in agreement. Not a good thing. So far, Joe's surroundings have been too narrow. He nodded in agreement because she's still young. Then she will refine herself even more. He was very satisfied. You know you worry about Geo more than I do sometimes, right? A gentle smile appeared on his face. Not sometimes, always. He suddenly realized, you must have been guarding Geo alone for over 10 years. While he remained silent, he continued to remind him, don't be too picky. Don't let her become your weakness. Meanwhile, he prepared to leave. If I die, I worry if anyone can properly lead our guild. BM continued to remind him, I'm here, so why bother looking for someone else? This made him laugh. You're really becoming as cunning as a tiger. As the car was about to leave, the boss quickly called out, BM. His voice was a bit strange. Don't be a leader who is too cruel to his brothers. He still didn't pay much mind and continued driving. They're the younger brothers you entrusted to me with your own hands. How could I dare do that? These words made him very satisfied. Yes, that's good. He didn't forget to announce, well, Bambi said that little guy left the meeting for tomorrow afternoon, so I'll come pick you up tomorrow. He nodded upon hearing this. That kid is really impatient. All right, I understand. The scene shifted to the next day. Everyone had confirmed they would attend. The time came for the day of the meeting. BM's voice rang out. This means he's aware of important information. You mean it will be more dangerous than the last time in Area 9, right, Bambi? Then where did this information source come from? G-Rock spoke up in a fluster. It's difficult for me to say. You just need to know that it's trustworthy. Seeing this, everyone complained. Damn it, but this is too difficult. The guiding Zhou Gong also appeared in droves. After a period of silence, Gil J suddenly spoke up. It seems the nameless ones in this invisible tower are quite powerful. Although the difficulty of each tower is different, clearing the 50th floor will be interesting. As for the midterm challenge, we don't know the criteria for passing, right? Meanwhile, David from his side also added, let's skip the complicated stuff. The important thing is that we take the lead. He didn't understand why they weren't starting now. He smiled and turned his head to respond. If the problem were that simple, we wouldn't have to waste time meeting. He slammed the table in anger. What are you saying about me? He laughed in surprise. You heard me. This angered David. Are you saying I'm not smart, you otaku? Meanwhile, Yin Sai from the side also called out, President of Babylon. Ji-Rock nodded upon hearing this. Yes, she quickly stated her thoughts. It seems you will be leading this conquest of the 39th floor. How many people are you planning to have participate? He thought for a moment, then announced a maximum of 20 people. She quickly guessed, it will include the strongest from each association, right? He continued, because that is a dangerous area. In Ji-Rock's mind, he thought to himself, it was Whitebird herself who first proposed a joint attack to minimize casualties in Area 9. Why keep asking the same obvious questions? Meanwhile, Yinsai slowly spoke up. Actually, her voice was a bit strange today. I'm here to apologize to you. She continued to announce, our association is currently in no position to mobilize our strongest members. David was startled to hear this. What, Haida? She still paid no mind. Due to the civil war, the main forces have left the association. Meanwhile, David also threatened everyone, if you dare to speak of this, you're all dead, understand? Yinsai didn't forget to announce, as David fears, it might be wrong for me, as the head of the association, to reveal such sensitive information to the outside. But it seems she was also helpless in the current situation, because we are no longer just competitors, but teammates on the battlefield, and even more. I say this because I trust everyone. In the room, everyone listened quietly. I hope everyone can understand the reason for my decision, and I hope for your understanding. David was surprised and panicked on the side. What are you talking about? But Yinsai's expression remained very firm as she announced, for this conquest of the 39th floor of the Tower of Babel, Haida will only attempt to send one participant. Whitebird, will participate. This declaration left Ji-Rock stunned as well. He thought to himself, the highest-ranking personnel of an association usually do not participate in the Tower of Babel, because no one knows what will happen until they become the first to enter a newly opened floor. It could take days or even months. It seems this is very difficult. Even if they want to give up midway, they must reach the safe zone randomly placed on that floor to be able to quit. Even in special cases like Babylon, where the raid team mobilizes all its forces to conquer the tower, it is even rarer for the head of the association to participate. This made him feel incredulous. Meanwhile, it's even more impossible for a core member representing the nation, like Whitebird. Meanwhile, Yinsai continued to announce, actually, I was originally planning to just say that Haida would not participate in this conquest. That was before I heard what you said. She closed her eyes tightly, as if she had accepted the facts. If we were to withdraw from the great cause for trivial reasons, wouldn't that be an insult to Haida, the god of war who has protected the Korean peninsula for thousands of years? All this time, Haida has used everything we have to support everyone. This time, everyone immediately fell silent. So this time, please proceed as if they are not present, and there is only me. Seok-Wan listened with a gentle smile from the side. That is all I wanted to say to everyone. Meanwhile, he stood up and extended his hand to her. Don't worry, a lion never forgets a debt of gratitude. He continued to state his decision. A dozen years ago, we never forgot that you collected the remains of the martyrs and erected a huge monument on Mount Sirak. This moved her deeply. Siren Seok-Wan. He continued to say to everyone, the benefactor of our brothers is also our brother. The entire Lion Guild will forever stand with Yehida. Watching this situation, David thought to himself, good, very good. But why do I have a feeling that we're going around in circles instead of getting to the point? After a period of silence, he suddenly spoke up. Actually, if it's just that Joe. Ji-Rock was startled to hear this. He was very worried, breaking out in a sweat. She shouldn't be at the company at this time, right? Because I just transferred her. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to Dongtan Jaehyung Jiddu. Gio was suddenly confused. Why do my ears keep itching? Is an item missing from the order? The manager in charge quickly checked and then reported, you know that this place only specializes in mana stones and items of the awakened. A preliminary sorting has been done on site, and a mana scan has already been conducted. Scan it again. It's impossible to miss. Suddenly he felt curious. Where are you two from? Gio continued to announce, from Babylon. He quickly muttered, try to go through that unfinished sorting area over there, that blue conveyor belt. Meanwhile, the manager didn't forget to remind the two, be careful and don't touch anything, because it's very dangerous. Do you understand? Do Hyun quickly pulled Gio away. I'll go look around too. She felt very curious. What are we looking for? He smiled and turned his head to respond. I don't know, but I have to find it to know. The sight before made her feel surprised. As expected of a regressor, so mysterious. A notification appeared, activating exclusive skill, liberation, followed by a new notification setting the designated area. Do you want to continue recording the unsorted line? Geo kept tapping her hand on the system screen. Please move the arrow to adjust the detailed range. Finally, she opened up a whole new space. She was drawn to the white-yellow light that was emitted. Found it. In Joe's mind, she thought to herself, it feels good to be on a business trip, huh? Meanwhile, the manager also called out the people from Babylon. Looking back, it seems there's a shortage. He turned his head blankly and asked Geo, found it? How did you find it in that corner? She explained calmly, I'm good at this. This one is quite big. Let's take it back to Babylon directly today. Not seeing Do Hyun nearby made her a little worried. Where did that regressor go? Did he go deep inside? She quickly walked towards Beck Do Hyun. What are you doing? Although he was a bit startled, he smiled and explained, nothing. It was faster than I thought. His face gradually lit up. Luckily, it was done before sunset. Let's go back. Joe's gaze suddenly fixated on his face. This made him very flustered, his face turning red. What is it? She laughed and turned to leave, leaving him very confused. No, it's nothing. Geo continued to state what she saw. I saw you stuffing something into your back pocket. But, in her mind, she thought to herself, I'm generous, so I'll just pretend I didn't see it. So greedy at that age. Do Hyun quickly walked ahead. I'll go get the car. Please come out slowly. Geo nodded in understanding. Just then, the phone rang, catching her attention. A strange number, huh? Meanwhile, Geo immediately answered the call. Hello. Yes, this is Giant Geo, the universe's strongest black of black sister, Babylon's secretary. A voice came from the other end of the line, looking for me. This confused her. Yes, for what? Meanwhile, strange sounds kept coming. Save me. Please save my brother. After a while, a notification appeared. Your constellation Soul Fate Seeker says this place is like a slum from a movie. Geo got out of the car and observed secretly. It really is. Looking at this scene, it's so real. Do Hyun's voice rang out. This brings back memories of the past. He continued to gaze into the distance. In the past, I was just like this. Meanwhile, Joe's attitude completely changed. This scene is so romantic and beautiful. She thought to herself, I almost got assassinated. As he walked forward, he asked curiously, the whole family upstairs, is he Uni-UI CEO? I didn't know so much happened while I was at the center. Meanwhile, Do Hyun didn't forget to add, Sword Drawer Baldoge. I've heard of him too. It's surprising that a popular rookie is standing right next to me. Huh? Geo glared at him unhappily. Shut up. Since you brought that guy who uses a needle as a sword, you don't need to pretend to create a sword whirlwind this time, right? This made him curious. Do I need to use a sword in a place like this? Geo shook her head and walked forward. I don't know, but Yin Kong Hei is looking for that B-rank sword drawer. Meanwhile, as she walked, she thought to herself, I don't understand why someone who thinks their brother is the Wizard King would look for a B-rank hunter. I don't know where Uni-UI CEO went, and would Yin Kong Jai call that number? Just two? Do Hyun approached the house and called out, is anyone home? She immediately decided, I'll investigate those things later. Suddenly, she felt that something was very unpleasant. Having no choice, Geo stepped forward and reminded him, Beck Do Hyun, cover your mouth and step back. Before he could understand what was happening, she had already taken direct action. Meanwhile, a strong wind blew through the place. The scene before them quickly entered the eyes of the two. After observing the situation, Geo finally understood. Drug cleanup complete. Looking at the man still lying on the floor, she reminded him, Beck Do Hyun, call 119. After a while, Geo looked at the 4-drip in front of her. I really hate hospitals. Looking at Uick's current state, she sighed wearily. It seems he's addicted to drugs. Usually, when using detoxification drugs, the addiction symptoms are relieved, but this case is very strange. Perhaps we need to consult a high-ranking doctor to understand clearly. Do Hyun on this side was still talking nonstop. I get it. Meanwhile, Kong Jae kept blaming, it's all because of Joe. These words made the two of them freeze. What? Why are you suddenly saying that? She quickly asked, Hey Kong Jae, what do you mean? Meanwhile, he kept blaming, it's all because of that bastard Joe, damn it. It seems Geo couldn't take it anymore. Gosh, listen to that. Hey, what did Joe do wrong? Do Hyun quickly stopped her. Wait, Geo, calm down. Kong Jae immediately shouted, if it weren't for Joe, or rather, if he didn't exist, my brother wouldn't have ended up like this. But Geo was still angry and struggled. Hey, I know life is tough, but isn't that going too far? What did Joe do? In her mind, she thought to herself, this Wizard King is talking about me so naturally as if I were the Wizard King. Suddenly, Kong Jae started crying. catching the attention of the two. He was like a very pitiful child, making Gio feel flustered. Hey, even if you hate Joe, you don't have to cry. He quickly explained, I also know that my brother is not that person. But his expression showed a helplessness that was close to despair. I just didn't want to believe it and pretended not to know. I hoped that one day I could finish everything and admit that I was the one who caused the disaster I'd endured all this time, and hoped that everything would disappear. Meanwhile, he fell into self-blame. I pretended not to see him when he was in pain and didn't listen to my brother. One idiot. At that time, Kong Jae kept asking, You're that person, right? EUICO turned his head in surprise. What? He quickly asked again, Gosh, do you think I'm an idiot? It seems he had already guessed something. Who doesn't know that there's only one person in the world who is the master of the Black Dragon? EUICO quickly reminded Kong Jae, I'm not that person. Wait, you've already been to the guild? I was angry that you absolutely couldn't go. But he still didn't seem to care and quickly stood up. Really, I know. I won't reveal your identity. With your personality, how could you stand in front of everyone? I'm your younger brother, I understand. Meanwhile, he didn't forget to smile and pat his shoulder. Even so, you're really cool. I'm proud that you're my brother. Back to reality, Kong Jie cried helplessly. I was the one who made him like this. For 6 years since high school, he lived like a slave because of them. Anger was clearly visible in Joe's eyes. You want me to help because you know who I am. Meanwhile, Kong Jai also spoke up. Hava man, it seems he learned something. He said so. Back in the past, when G.O. was instructing EUICO, weekdays from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. are not allowed. Weekends must sleep after 2 p.m. EUICO looked blankly at the paper in front of him. Phone number. He said with some concern, I smell it. I smell a certain scent and a burning smell. Then there's only one. Kong Jai continued. If something happened to him back then, G.O. announced decisively, you also reek of the dragon's scent. If you get that, sell it. Go back and observe carefully. This made UICO feel very grateful. I'll contact you when I really need help. Thank you. Kong Jae quickly shouted, please contact here. This made G.O. tiredly blame herself. This is why I told you not to send my precious daughter to the academy. What a hassle, really. Dear Madam Park, a notification appeared, your constellation. Soul Fate Seeker is chuckling and says our little cat seems to be very busy lately. This made her also admit that it was true. Gio walked towards Kong Jae and asked, hey, choose one. What you want is revenge, or... Her expression became very calm. Salvation. Hearing this, his mood seemed to become very strange. Salvation. His gaze gradually became one of disbelief. No, revenge. Please get revenge for me. This change startled Gio, who stood frozen. A surprised smile appeared on her face. That's right, this is what I need to create. The time came for the next day. Madam Park's voice rang out anxiously. Have you prepared everything? Medicine, weapons, shields. G-Rock nodded upon hearing this. Yes, she still felt a bit worried. The association used to send things like medicine. I'll bring it for you, okay? I heard it's very precious. He shook his head upon hearing this. I prepared something better. Madam Park could only nod in agreement. Yes, my son will surely do well, right? Even so, remember to eat and drink well. Don't go hungry and don't get hurt. She didn't forget to keep reminding him. If you feel it's too dangerous, just don't do it. G-Rock smiled gently and patted Madam Park. Mom. He turned to go outside and said goodbye. I'll be back. Seeing Gio prepared in advance surprised him. How are you here? Pick me up. Do you want to go together? She explained calmly, I have something to take care of too, so I came out. This caught his attention. I'll be back before the death anniversary. Please take care of the house. Gio quickly jumped to the ground. There are about 10 days left, huh? He didn't forget to reach out and pat her head. Remembering the whole day, very commendable. She suddenly spoke up. Well, can you take me Pangeo? This caught G-Rock's attention. Sure. Why are you suddenly going to Pangeo? She announced, the butler told me to go there. The scene shifted to a cafe in Pangeo Techno Valley. Seeing Do Hyun's face now, Gio spoke wearily. Butler Beck, you're not actually a regressor, are you, huh? Taking the Shinbundang line to destroy an evil organization isn't cool at all. In novels, people even travel to other worlds and take helicopters to America. Just thinking about these things gave her a headache. Holding a transportation car with a balance of only 2,451 won, he hurriedly said, "Listen, no, since Pangeo Station is nearby, it's more efficient to go this way." But Geo still didn't want to listen. Not only that, but they also had to wait in a cafe. So Do Hyun quickly explained, "If we go in now, we'll be discovered immediately." The thought of what was to come made her feel extremely exhausted. "Hey, are you sure this is the place? The sign has nothing to do with it." What caught Joe's eye was the Liberation Research Center fried chicken, and he also nodded and said, "I was skeptical at first too, but this is probably it." Do Hyun continued to explain his thoughts. The owner of this cafe was also deeply impressed by the Hunter Yun EUICO, who always came here for coffee. This place gives off a certain vibe, and the guild Yun EUICO belonged to also seemed to have been very dangerous. It was once one of the country's leading major guilds, but in the March Nightmare incident about 10 years ago, a large-scale rift left a nightmare for the entire country, and this guild began to decline because it abandoned its responsibilities as hunters. Meanwhile, things became even more complicated. At that time, InVibe's headquarters was in Wjeongbu, because that was the area the guild was responsible for. When the portal broke out, they were supposed to be the leaders of the battle, but things went in another direction. In the Level 2 rift that attacked Wjeongbu, the one who protected the citizens alone was none other than the Haida Guild. Meanwhile, this story was told repeatedly. After all the tragedies ended, the prosecutor's investigation results were even more shocking. There was evidence that when the rift occurred, the guild's leadership had escaped using a spatial jump, which caused national outrage. Everything gradually came to an end, and everyone thought the guild would completely collapse. But Dawn's Night Snack annexed the guild, leaving only an empty shell, and then helped it return to society. This made Do Hyun think from InVibe's perspective. That was simply a godsend. Suddenly, he remembered Twilight's familiar face. In just 5 years, they had climbed to the top of the rankings. Although there were only a few S ranks in the country, Dawn's Twilight, with its terrifying appetite, quickly secured a spot among the top 5 guilds. He was a man accustomed to devouring everything, even the things right in front of him. This made Do Hyun more vigilant than ever. The question was this solely because of Twilight, or were external parties also involved? If it wasn't just Twilight involved, but a third party had intervened, then things would get complicated. Just then, he asked Geo, "Do you know that the Hunter Yun EUICO made a contract with a dragon spirit?" Geo nodded in confirmation. "I've seen the Dragon Yun EUICO brought to the academy. It was pitch black." He immediately fell into deep thought. "Actually, I also saw a black dragon before my regression." She asked back curiously, "Before your regression?" Do Hyun nodded and put his hand in his pocket. If calculated by the timeline, that's a story that happens long after this point in time. But Geo quickly interrupted. "It must be the same one then. Could two of them suddenly appear?" He nodded in agreement. "I think so too, although for a slightly different reason." Meanwhile, he placed a label on the table. This is a drug label found in the Daunton Vault. The main ingredient is Dragon Spirit, a different kind of black dragon from the one I've seen before. Fortunately, it hasn't been released to the market yet. It's a power-enhancing drug. It seems he had investigated something. Although it's just a power-enhancing drug, it's essentially a narcotic. Geo quickly read the label. Manumission literally means the release of a slave. It seems Marimaldi is also involved in this. The Liberation Dawn and the international terrorist organization Jiddu belongs to. Jiddu had an influence in the creation of Manumission, and he would surely interfere in many upcoming events. Thinking of this, Do Hyun became more determined. "I already knew the Liberation Dawn was the mastermind behind the scenes, but I never thought that the predecessor of Manumission was actually InVibe. Before my regression, I couldn't find the connection between these two organizations. If I didn't know that common point, the Dragon Spirit. When I was with Geo, I absolutely couldn't track the trail." Meanwhile, he also spoke up. "If I remember correctly, the powder you released on the rooftop yesterday." Geo turned to him blankly. "Why are you asking about that? That distinctly characteristic powder. What else could it be but the wing powder of a dragon spirit?" The image of Yun EUICO suffering from withdrawal flashed through her mind. One of the dragon spirit's wings has the effect of making people forget pain and reality. A small amount is fine, but with long-term exposure or heavy use, there's a risk of falling into a state of mental and physical decline. This made her fall into thought. "I didn't expect to catch a dragon while investigating drugs." A notification appeared. The Seeker of Soul's Destiny says that when faced with desire, humans are capable of creating in terrible ways. This is surprising. These words made her agree. That's why. Joe's expression gradually turned serious. I didn't expect the world's strongest person to actually like dragons. Tom goes back to the past, and Gio quickly turned off the sound and asked, the basement of this building is really deep. Not counting the height of a car, it's at least 4 floors deep, right? She didn't forget to observe the situation before her. Using magic to see through such a large-scale building, people usually only use it to inspect objects right in front of them, as expected of the king of breaking the balance. Gio noticed something while walking and observing. Do Hyun quickly went forward to investigate. What's wrong? She immediately shook her head. It's nothing. It seems the space here is designed very strangely. A button leading to the basement. Meanwhile, he also deduced a few things. At least one thing is certain. There must be something hidden below the basement. Gio suddenly interrupted. Wait a minute. He turned to look at her. What is it? Meanwhile, Gio had keenly sensed it. It sounds like the low growl of a dragon. Do Hyun asked, is that dragon scared? She shook her head and explained, no. In her mind was the image of that black dragon. The majestic roar of a top predator looking down on a weaker creature to threaten it. That sound. She couldn't mistake these sounds. It was the scream of a dragon before its death, its last cry to its own kind in its life, desperately seeking help. Gio hastily announced, below this basement. She realized a cruel fact. There's a dragon spirit. When she was a child, Gio was drawing helplessly. Why isn't it working? A notification appeared. The librarian's proficiency is insufficient. Failed to materialize the Apocalypse Red Dragon. He didn't forget to add, your star. The Seeker of Soul's Destiny just shrugged at the child's despair, explaining that materializing a memory is almost like creating everything from scratch. Although it does exist in concept, turning something intangible into something tangible is very difficult. The god's voice continued to echo in the space. However, this is not a process of creating something from nothing, but simply a process of pasting a shape onto an already existing metaphysical image. So, the more data there is, and the more specific the image, the higher the probability of success. Based on the rich information about the Apocalypse Red Dragon in the Bible, if you really want to, then give it a try. The god continued, so in the end, it's just as expected. Don't insist on the impossible. Instead, let's take the cat to the Tower of Babel and practice with a handsome guy. Hearing these words, Gio felt hopeless. I'm not going anywhere, you liar. The god replied in surprise, what liar? I told you it was almost impossible 100 times. You're the one who wouldn't listen. She was like a child, constantly rolling around and complaining. I hate it. I hate you. The god had no choice but to sigh. Your star, the Seeker of Soul's Destiny, explained that not every data materialization is the same. But of course, Gio couldn't be bothered to listen. I don't like it. I'm going to do it this way. There was only one thought in her mind. A dragon is everyone's ultimate dream. And so, she went to the library. A determined light shone in Joe's eyes. I will never give up. After a while, she kept researching. As Dahaka, is this type really evil? Fafnir is too greedy. This one has no wings. This one has no picture. Suddenly, Gio found a very ugly dinosaur. It was another dinosaur, and the note said, the most terrifying dragon hides at the roots of the world tree Yggdrasil, lives under the world of the dead in Norse mythology. Food is tree roots. Enemy is a squirrel. This caught her attention. What is this? A look of deep interest appeared on her face. So cute. Finally, Gio made a new decision for herself. Even if it's a slaughterer, why is it so cute? I choose you. I'm going to raise it to be extra large. At that time, she was just thinking with interest. A big one will be super cute. But system notifications kept appearing. Proficiency insufficient, proficiency insufficient, proficiency insufficient. This made Gio very desperate. You stupid dragon. Notifications kept being sent. Proficiency insufficient, proficiency insufficient. She tiredly asked herself, what am I lacking that they keep saying my proficiency is insufficient? A thought appeared in her mind. Or, is it because I'm planning to make the dragon too big? Thinking of this, Gio quickly sat up. Saying something is insufficient doesn't mean it can't be done. So, she stood up resolutely. If it's not because it's impossible, then I just need to make the dragon as big as possible, right? So Gio focused the energy within her body. She didn't forget to chant the spell. You're small and lonely. In fact, you're not that powerful or wonderful. A system notification appeared. Continue materializing the keyword Nidhogg. Nidhogg? Hope shone in her eyes. Someone will be by your side. Joe's heart pounded, anticipating what would happen. Meanwhile, a blinding golden light also appeared. Great achievement. You have successfully created life for the first time on the server. All things are in awe of you. The hostile slaughterer, Nidhogg, is born. This was followed by a congratulatory announcement. The first title, Mythical Sorcerer King, has reached the final realm. Looking at the dragon before her, Geo was immediately surprised. She was so happy she covered her excited face with her hands. So Geo lunged forward and hugged the dragon. But why were you born so small? Meanwhile, she treated it as a friend. The only thing that belongs to me, my subordinate. The scene shifts to another place. So Marimaldi decided to remotely connect to the Babel network. User login. Various notifications are continuously sent. Confirmation complete. Kidda's location, Earth area, no man's land. Suddenly, other warnings appeared. Certain access rights may be denied. He quickly connected to the Republic of Korea. The level he chose was even level 5. Notifications continued to appear. Set the security level of the Pangeo channel from level 1, highest priority nation, to level 5, low-level management nation. Apply this change? He clicked yes, without hesitation. This was followed by a new warning. This action may lead to serious risks. Malicious actions may be blocked to protect the channel. Marimaldi laughed in surprise. Trying so hard, Babel Korea. It seems he felt very pleased looking down at the city from a high place. Due to high-level management rights protection requirements, the security level will be automatically adjusted. The security level of the Pangeo channel has been changed from level 5, low-level management nation, to level 3, general management nation. You are currently logged in with limited administrator rights. Only partial management tasks can be performed, but he didn't seem to care about the system's warnings. The data level is low, so the changes cannot be applied permanently. Calculating the remaining time until the changes are reverted. Looking at the space before him, Marimaldi laughed in surprise. How will you escape this time? On the other side, Geo decisively knocked the guard aside. Get out of the way. A warning sounded from above. Intrusion detected in Research Institute Sector B5. Intruder detected. Looking at this situation, Geo thought angrily. No, aren't dragons extremely rare creatures? Even if they were selected as a species in need of urgent protection, it's still not enough. A piercing sound kept issuing a warning, activating security system. So Geo angrily blew it up. Too noisy. The people from above came down quickly. Intruder detected, estimated to be at least A rank. She immediately observed the situation. Even so, it doesn't matter, and too many of them are coming down. A familiar golden light quickly appeared in Joe's hand. Butler Beck, since they're so annoying, let's just go for it. Declare area. She quickly reached out her hand towards these people until the end. Everything happened in just a few seconds. That group of people completely disappeared. This power shocked Do Hyun. He could hardly believe it. It was even beyond imagination. Is this really a power given to humans? Although I knew beforehand, but he continued to look at Joe's face now. So wonderful. She was still thinking to herself, Star, the people I just met on the stairs were Jong Jin Shiel and his subordinates, right? She quickly remembered the names from before. Meanwhile, the god also reminded her, I confirm that the bastards who almost hurt the Seeker of Soul's destiny are the kidnappers from the Jongyun dungeon. Geo said as she walked, these guys must be from Invibe. My star saw them in the Jongyun dungeon. It really is Jongjin Shiel and his subordinates. Do Hyun walked beside her and asked curiously, Star, are you talking about the Supreme Saint? She nodded in surprise and confirmation. Why? He continued, it's nothing. It's just that I saw you call him so intimately. She seems very close to the star. Geo quickly asked, what do you call him? After a moment of silence, Do Hyun calmly announced, I don't usually call him anything. This made the god feel very speechless. Pathetic, so pathetic. That family's contract is so pathetic. Geo also spoke up, Butler Beck, he's a cold man. Do Hyun suddenly felt awkward. Hey, everyone is like that, aren't they? The god hurriedly spoke. Your star? The Seeker of Soul's destiny said, oh my, I will do very well. I'm sorry I complained before without knowing how lucky I was. His face became flustered. It's not that the relationship with the divine contract is bad. It's just a bit difficult. It feels like an alien existence. Suddenly, Geo sensed something was wrong. Wait, the smell here is strange. She stared at the space in front of her in disbelief. Meanwhile, he also asked, are you okay? It seems a foul smell appeared when the space changed. Geo really couldn't stand it and quickly hid behind him. Please lead the way, regressor orange. This body is too sensitive to smells. A hint of surprise appeared on his face. Is it really the lowest level? She nodded repeatedly. That's right, that's right. In Do Hyun's mind, he thought to himself, she's really hard to predict. He quickly glanced ahead and then continued to announce, I don't want to lead the way. There was even a hint of displeasure on his face. I'm sensitive too. You make me work all day. Gio patted his shoulder to comfort him. But Butler Beck, it's not good to rebel against the king. He quickly started to say, listen. Then his voice rang out. If everything goes well, please do something for me. Gio, who was holding her breath, was also surprised. What kind of favor? Do Hyun showed a very mysterious expression. I'll tell you later. She answered in a panic. I didn't say I'd agree. He continued. You could decide after hearing it. It's not anything difficult. Having no choice, Gio shut her eyes tightly. I get it. Okay, hurry up. Do Hyun kept reminding her as he walked. You promised. She kept nodding. Hurry, there's something ahead. Seeing her being so childish, a gentle smile appeared on his face. He quickly reached out and grabbed the doorknob. I know. The door was gradually pushed open. Do Hyun slowly announced, I'm opening it. This was followed by a series of new notifications. The unique tidal dragon heart is reacting to the dragon's wail. She froze, staring at the giant dragon lying motionless on the ground. Suddenly, Do Hyun sensed something was wrong. Wait, what is that? This makes me curious. His voice was slightly anxious. Up there, look above the dragon. If I remember correctly, the two of them looked up at the huge opening in front of them. That is, it seems the space here is already connected to another world. A portal. After carefully examining the portal, Gio thought to herself, there are many types of portals. 1. When Babel announces coordinates through a lower department. 2. Those that suddenly appear due to a sudden fracture. Looking at the rift before her, she understood. 3. Those that appear silently and wait for the right moment to open. Seed rifts. Seed hate. This made her think. Among them, Gio quickly said this one. Do Hyun calmly announced, it's a seed. It hasn't sprouted yet. The problem was his next words caught her attention. It looks like they're using the fairy dragon to stimulate its sprouting. This greatly surprised her. What? Do Hyun stood still and quickly stated his analysis. These blood vessels at the bottom, and even the seed, are closely connected to the fairy dragon, systematically connected and operating as a single organism. Meanwhile, he concluded if we choose the wrong option, the fairy dragon's lifeline could be destroyed. Gio nodded and thought, those bastards are really. This is a series of compound crimes. Let's hurry and save them. He was curious. What about the seed? Are we going to leave it? Suddenly, a voice echoed in the area. You don't need to worry about it. Meanwhile, Gio realized. You, the dragon before her continued, call me Amphitrite. After many days of torture, it was exhausted. King of humans. Gio quickly said, I have a dragon too. A dragon like you, though a slightly different breed, its origin is very similar. Her expression gradually became very serious. I don't like communicating through this kind of transmission. It's not a conversation, but the other party's emotions directly pressing in. She understood. The fairy dragon sorrow was transmitted so clearly and strongly. The dragon before her continued, can't you feel it? My life is coming to an end. Gio gently stepped forward to comfort it. Hey, it's not time yet, but it seemed truly desperate. That's fine. Instead, can you grant this Amphitrite one wish? She fell into thought. Sounds like nonsense, but say it. Meanwhile, it quickly stated its wish. Your life, your conquests, and your companions are connected. I hope my death will not lead to Yun ICO's death. Hearing this, she suddenly shouted, Hey, why do you have to die? Do you think I came here to break a contract? Its voice choked, but King. Even so, Gio didn't give a chance to speak. Shut up. There's no way I can't do it. Butler Beck. He was ready to listen to her. Yes. She continued. You're good with a knife, right? These blood vessels can't be cut. Sensing something was wrong, Do Hyun suddenly stopped. An arrow shot straight towards Joe's face. Meanwhile, a notification appeared. Forced sanctification activated. Fortunately, a star appeared just in time. Supreme System 00000 will exercise a portion of its intervention rights according to the contract. The god gently reached out and stroked Joe's head. Don't lose yourself. No matter how much you worry about that dragon, you come first. Do Hyun quickly shouted, Zio, are you okay? She nodded in agreement. He breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. I didn't expect someone could hide their presence so well to get here. Good thing the trait activated. She thought to herself, it wasn't a trait, it was the star. Do Hyun looked worriedly in one direction. It seems the people from upstairs have all come down. The problem is, everyone there seems to be poisoned by manumission. Meanwhile, he turned to look behind him. Everything became chaotic. Hearing this, Geo laughed. No, thanks to that, I'm awake now. What should we do? He summoned his weapon. Do what you want to do. He decided to join the fight this time. I will protect the person with me. Notification continued to appear. Supreme System's unique skill, Agent's Command activated. At the agent's request, the Court of Order will open. Notifications were continuously sent. Article 2. Kuruma refuses to comply. Article 3. Baraha remains silent. Article 4. Narasimha. Article 5. Bamaha agrees to comply. But it wasn't over yet. Article 6. Paris Duramiga agrees to comply. Article 7. Ramachandra agrees to comply. Article 8. Krishna remains silent. Article 9. Buddha refuses to comply. Do Hyun tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. Article 10. Kaki, execute judgment. A white light quickly illuminated the entire space. There were 5 swords permitted for use. His speed was astonishingly fast. No one could keep up. Now it's a squad. Meanwhile, he decisively attacked the group of people. Do Hyun didn't hesitate, quickly dealing with every single one. The bodies lay motionless on the ground. Multiples of 5. He felt as if he had become a completely different person. The scene shifts to another place. A man was still entering a password on a locker. Looking at the documents in his hand, he was greatly surprised. Why did so many fall out? His face became very excited. It's been so long. Thinking about the future, the man laughed smugly. It really took a lot of time. The story is being told. The supervisor of manumission. It seems things were not as simple as they appeared. He was originally a researcher with nothing special about him, but in the process of tricking Yuniyu, into taking the fairy dragon for investigation, he discovered a clue. The fairy dragon's blood could be made into a drug. He became the collapsed, the only lifeline of the Invibe Guild. But this brought many consequences. But perhaps it was just a coincidence. The two of them would soon face their limits, forcing them to give up their research. Standing at a crossroads, this made the supervisor of manumission shout desperately, "That bastard fairy dragon!" For him. Just then, Marimaldi gently walked over. "You look tired." He turned his head in confusion. "Who is it?" A gentle smile bloomed again. Miraculous luck had descended once again. Marimaldi asked, "Are you worried about something?" So the supervisor of manumission decided to tell him everything. Although it was clearly their first meeting, he wasn't wary and instead felt like he had met someone he missed dearly. The mysterious man with a fox-like smile listened intently and then replied softly. After a while, he slowly announced, "It's a simple problem." Meanwhile, he gave a surprising answer. Marimaldi casually held his wine glass and judged, "The problem lies in the fairy dragon's nobility. That is a limitation common to naive creatures. Therefore, the solution is simple." After speaking, he took a light sip of his wine. Can it be solved by simply ruining it? Just this simple suggestion made the supervisor of manumission realize something. He provided answers to all his doubts, from how not to be recalled by the timer's summoned beast to the awakening effect. It doesn't actually work on the fairy dragon's blood lipids, but on a part of its wings. This made him realize that's right. Like a god, the supervisor of manumission immediately laughed like a madman. "I met a god. I met a messenger of God." Perhaps he thought he had completely succeeded. "I will bring freedom to humanity with my own hands. A new era and liberation." He was still gloating liberation. A heavy punch suddenly came out of nowhere. Meanwhile, Twilight asked unhappily, "What's that bastard talking about?" Looking at his body lying on the ground, he sighed and complained, "Oh my God, look at the nonsense these guys are spouting." Twilight walked up and kicked his body. His expression turned very ugly. Is this guy really the supervisor of manumission? Huh. He even knows how to do such cute things, huh? Seeing this, he immediately recognized Twilight. Remembering something, he asked uncomfortably, "Who allowed you to mess around like this on my territory?" While the supervisor of manumission still didn't understand what was happening, Twilight continued to scold him. "We've already collected and dealt with all the drugs in the Dondon warehouse. But according to the people who went to the warehouse, the management agency seems to be taking similar actions. It seems someone else besides us has found out." Thinking about this made him feel very tired, and he thought, "I felt something was off, so I deliberately didn't deploy manpower for the 39th floor battle." Meanwhile, he turned his head and ordered, "But what kind of bad luck is this? Was the unease in my heart true after all?" Do a good job and be careful. The username nodded in understanding. I'm sorry, boss. Just then, the time was 12:01. The signal bell suddenly turned red. This sudden situation left Twilight very confused, unable to understand what was happening. What's going on? Manumission. The supervisor revealed a very smug smile. You fools. Who are the real idiots here? You're too late. It seems everything was within his calculations. My comrades have used the free liberation drug and have already rushed to the front gate. He revealed a very crazed smile. You idiots will be the witnesses to the dawn of the liberation era. Meanwhile, on this side, Do Hyun shouted, Geo. Fortunately, he covered Joe's mouth in time. He didn't forget to warn loudly, you'll become a sacrifice. Suddenly, the place emitted a strange, bright red light. The system issued a warning. Danger, malicious code. The place became extremely gruesome. The demonization process is underway. The black dragon at the side said desperately, why are you going this far? I know you're strong. I can feel it, human emperor. But this tiny life is already out of your hands. G.O. quickly waved her hand, signaling, I need to concentrate, so shut your mouth. Do you have any idea how tangled your blood vessels are? It seemed to have lost hope, but hey, little emperor, you've done your best. G.O. still refused to give up, rebuking loudly, hey, I told you to shut up. How much more do you want to embarrass me? I promised your partner, Yin EUICO, that I would help that person get revenge. Hearing this, the black dragon seemed to regain its spirit and asked about Yin EUICO. Is it because I was weak and incompetent that my partner ended up in this miserable situation? Although I hate humans, the person I can't forgive the most. Finally, a tear appeared on its face, is myself. Seeing its tone soften, G.O. calmly comforted it. Hey, what are you talking about? You feel you did wrong and get this upset just by hearing your partner's name, and you're still telling me to stop the treatment? She continued the process of treating the black dragon. It's always like this, always doing it without realizing. G.O. remembered her past self. Good people are always the most vulnerable. They always put their own difficulties aside, always consider others first, and never take care of themselves. But if that's the case, she suddenly felt very small in this place. A thought appeared in Gio's mind. What about the ones who were left behind? Just as she was still thinking, the small dragon's voice rang out, little human girl. It quickly drew closer, becoming more intimate with her. Poor child, it's not your fault. What happened when you were young was not your fault. Back in reality, it was still constantly comforting. This won't tarnish your reputation. Its voice gradually became gentle. So please heed my request and let me go. G.O. suddenly bit her lip at a loss. In a situation where you should be begging to live, why do you insist on dying? Questions kept surfacing in her mind. Is it because there's no hope? Is it because it's too difficult? Or is it because I thought it was a simple task and I promised? She quickly remembered Kong Ji's face from that time. From the beginning, if I had thought it was impossible, I wouldn't have bothered to pay attention to it. This made G.O. feel hopeless and start blaming herself again. Having to bear responsibility because of having power is a terrible thing. Thinking of this, she reached out and created a magic book, but her voice rang out, hey, It seems she hadn't given up yet. I'm not the kind of person who is ignorant enough to abandon someone who can only rely on me. In Gio's eyes, there was now only determination. Even if I'm not a good person, I'm not a bad person either. She was doing her best to heal the wounds of the black dragon in front of her. Compared to others, my fees might be a bit eccentric and arrogant. That's fine. However, that's just human nature. G.O.'s gaze gradually changed, and she glanced to the side. I'm not so evil as to have no humanity at all. Now G.O. no longer paid attention to what the black dragon was saying, so stop spouting nonsense about having me kill you. You're not dying today. If you die, you and Yin EU, I see, won't be able to get revenge. I'm not doing this for honor. Her determination surged. I just want to be responsible for my promise. Notifications kept coming. Extrasensory perception activated. Outstanding genius activated. At the same time, G.O. shouted, are you planning to make me suffer the frustration of not being able to fulfill my promise? Don't even think about it. Suddenly, just then, Do Hyun covered her eyes with his hands. Geo. The action took her by surprise in her confusion. The space here became very strange. G.O.'s voice choked up. Let go of your hands. Do Hyun continued to declare, you'd better not look. But she was still very firm about what she had just said. I told you to let go. Having no choice, he slowly released his hands. The horrifying scene before her eyes made Go freeze instantly. Seeing her suddenly stand up, Do Hyun was very confused. Her expression was no longer as calm as before. Bookmark for a needle. Her voice gradually became very terrifying. Number 4. Painting Vandal. At this critical moment, a black dragon suddenly rushed over to attack. Looking at the black dragon before him, Do Hyun was very surprised. That's not Giant Zio. He froze as he looked at the scene before him. But that's... The scene shifts to another side. A loud voice rang out, "Hey, turn left." Two men were still constantly arguing. Using this to practice is just an excuse, isn't it? Are you planning to wreck the house and cause trouble for me? This son of a bitch is really. If it's too hard, what can I do? So what I mean exactly that. If you knew it was this hard, why did you suddenly call me in the middle of the night? The man was still constantly controlling it. So, I also want to get some luck from your dungeon YouTube channel. This made his friend angry. Hey, you think that's easy? Last time I made an announcement before the YouTube live stream, he didn't forget to add, but one of the members got too scared and disappeared the day before the stream. Hey, you're gambling with your life. Suddenly, the guy holding the remote control realized something was wrong. Hey, wait. The friend still didn't notice anything. Looks like you think doing YouTube is simple. Huh? You got hurt on your nose last time, right? But the guy kept talking, hey? The friend was uncomfortable seeing this. What's wrong? He kept repeating, behind, look behind you. At the same time, he also returned the remote control. How do I land this drone? Quick, retract it and run. Damn it, it's no use. You do it. The friends turned their heads in surprise. What happened? Why were there suddenly dozens of different dragons flying in the sky? At the same time, the guy from before also rushed off. What are you doing? Why are you here? The friends still stood quietly in place. Crazy, could it be that person? Could it be? To save their lives, both of them rushed away from here. Hey, if you're gonna go alone? Are you crazy? Meanwhile, this friend quickly controlled his drone. What's so crazy? The one who gives up is the crazy one. He quickly continued, we're going live right now. Special exclusive news, the best ever. Today will become a legend, guaranteed to regret it for 3 generations if you don't watch. This message attracted tens of thousands of viewers in just a few seconds. Gio's familiar figure quickly appeared. She was constantly dealing with the monsters appearing here, making the space even more gruesome. Thousands upon thousands of swords were constantly flying through the air here. The scene before his eyes made Do Hyun, who was witnessing it from the side, gasp in astonishment. It was like, in his eyes, Go seemed to have become a different person. It was like a symphony. Even one of the most terrifying portals, the demon realm, was completely suppressed by it. I didn't expect the portal to be shrinking. Looking at the news on his phone screen, Yuzunamu said in surprise, "A monster. It was all over in just 10 minutes. Twilight replied with a smile, not a hero nor a savior. A brilliant smile bloomed on his face, but a king. He also nodded in agreement. That's right. Everyone looked at the shining light ahead. That is the king. On the other side, notifications kept coming. Many bookmarks have been opened. Too many processes are being executed. Insufficient skill. Please close unnecessary tasks. At the same time, a new notification appeared. Your star, Destiny's Jester, says with a laugh that your skills can't keep up with your temper. Go reminded uncomfortably. Too noisy. The god quickly replied, your star is now curious if you're still angry. Looking at the space before her, her face immediately became contemplative. I have one last thing to do. She quickly lowered her head and shouted, Nidhogg. It cried out, as if it understood. Meanwhile, it landed perfectly. Go slowly walked forward, step by step. Are you awake? This time, she gently called the black dragon's name, Amphitrite. Its eyes gradually opened and looked at her. Little Emperor, break the contract that binds me and become my partner. Amphitrite quickly shouted, Little Emperor. It stated its wish, break the contract that binds me and become my partner. This made Go confused. Is that really what you want? She thought silently in her mind. Once a partner agreement is established, it can only be broken in 2 situations. One party dies, or Go quickly shouted, Nidhogg. With a thud, the small dragon immediately fell. Dead. Good heavens. The god also glanced at the small dragon with a smile. This gave Go a huge headache, not knowing what to do. Find another master for yourself. Naturally, that could only be a high-level summoned spirit. But this is just a principle. A partner agreement is like a summoning contract with unparalleled loyalty. Finding another master on its own is impossible. She turned her head to look at the dragon before her. But Amphitrite, who cared so much about his partner, said such a thing. She quickly asked, do you think Yin Euic G.O. is in danger? It quickly replied, in the current situation, I can't force myself anymore. Death is the only thing that can happen to me. Its voice gradually became gentle. Please, I'm sorry for placing this burden on you. At the same time, G.O. also changed the spell. Apology accepted, all right. The place was immediately illuminated by G.O.'s spell. As she cast the spell, her body gradually flew into the air. Top-tier evolution. The power of the omniscient scripture and giant Zio has been released. The scripture closed. G.O.'s voice rang out. Life cannot be restored. I've tried hundreds and thousands of times, but it's still no good. Life, fate, these things attached to so-called names are not within my jurisdiction. Her hand slowly reached for the book. However, her expression showed a strange determination. I can still restore it to its original state, even if only for a few seconds. Time seemed to stop as G.O. controlled the place, the spell continuously wrapping around the black dragon's body. How wonderful. Its voice gradually faded. It quickly expressed its feelings. I feel like I can hear the sound of the waves from my home, the Mediterranean Sea. Hey, what's your name? G.O. calmly declared, Giant Zio. This made it remember Zio, huh? At the same time, G.O. continued to remind, tell me your final wish, Sea Dragon. It quickly replied, I am Amphitrite of the Mediterranean. Under the guidance of the stars and the spirit world, I want to entrust my fate to you, Giant Zio. A system notification appeared. Summoned spirit beast fairy dragon Amphitrite proposes to sign a partner contract with Giant Zio. The notification appeared before her eyes. Will you accept? Gio quickly nodded, I accept. Amphitrite's voice gradually faded. I'm sorry. Its body gradually disappeared into the air before G.O.'s eyes as it desperately stated its decision. Please. G.O. stood frozen on the spot. So, this is what it feels like. At the same time, a new notification appeared. Your partner, Spirit Beast Fairy Dragon Amphitrite, has died. Do Hyun quickly stepped forward and asked, Zio, are you okay? Hearing this, she nodded. Is there something wrong with me? She didn't forget to explain. That was someone else's partner, not necessarily mine, right? Nidhogg. Do Hyun was suddenly confused. You didn't have to sign the contract. He seemed very puzzled. I understand that dying with a contract is a relief, but G.O. suddenly interrupted. Look at you, saying terrible things with such a kind face. You're a real ogre, Do Hyun. If I didn't do it, Yun Euico would be wallowing in self-pity in the underworld. He was about to say something more, but she quickly spoke to comfort him. It's okay. Hearing Gio say that, Do Hyun smiled lightly. True. Remembering something made him very confused. Gio. Everyone is spamming the chat window. Meanwhile, he also didn't forget to inform her of some news. It seems the news of the king's appearance has also spread. There will be a lot of trouble from now on. G.O. suddenly grabbed the coat in the air tightly. She hid her current identity without hesitation. That is the fate of a king. Let's go. At the same time, G.O. didn't forget to chat. Let's both take a day off tomorrow. The scene before them shifted to the next morning. A reporter quickly reported, the court has sentenced Mr. Kim, the CEO of the Invite Guild, along with current and former chief executives and 47 related individuals to the maximum sentence. Not only that, considering the increasing proportion of hunters purchasing real estate, people around were constantly discussing, that's truly evil. Over here, Kong Jae was constantly listening to the news on his phone. Hello, this is the news channel. A very significant incident has recently occurred. He looked very focused while listening to this news. It's being called the Pangeo incident. We have uncovered that representatives of Invade have committed the crime of manufacturing drugs. Meanwhile, Yun Euico's image also appeared on the phone screen. The association and the prosecutor's office have made their decision, and the Dawn Guild has also promised to provide full support, stating they will take on management responsibility. Many facts are being revealed at an astonishing speed. The shocking fact is that Invade's top hunter, Yun Euico, was also involved in this incident. Negative news about him followed one after another. In fact, although Yun Euico is C-class, his circumstances were not very good, and he had to live under the care of his younger brother. It is said that because of this, he was unable to escape Invade's exploitation. After this situation was made public, those who sympathized with him gained the upper hand. The voice from the phone rang out. However, arguments about overlooking moral errors due to environmental reasons are also on the rise. Ji-Oh quickly reached out to stop him. What are you watching? She turned her head to chat with Yun Euico. This news is all fake news. He forced a smile and hurriedly explained, I was just a little curious. I used to dream of becoming this famous. It's strange that now that I've achieved it, I'm not very happy. Sadness was clearly visible on his face. It feels very empty, as if my hands and feet have been cut off. Remembering something, Yun Euico immediately turned his head to look at Ji-Oh. I'm sorry. How could I say such things in front of my savior? I apologize for my rudeness. She didn't seem to mind much. It's fine. Why should a patient apologize? While Ji-Oh was still comfortably eating candy, Yun Euico continued, I heard from Kong Jae that you hate hospitals and never want to come here. So even though I'm sad, I'm still happy to see you like this. I really wanted to say thank you in person. Without much thought, she threw the candy into her mouth. Despite his injuries, Yun Euico still bowed his head with great remorse. Thank you. Suddenly, Ji-Oh's voice rang out, catching his attention. Really? Her expression was somewhat calm as she asked, You don't resent me? Why couldn't such a great person bring his dragon here? Aren't you really curious about something like that? Before he could speak, Ji-Oh quickly stood up to chat. I refuse to accept that thank you, because I was very rude to you. Seeing her about to leave, he smiled gently and said, I never thought that way. I never thought that way. It seems Yun Euico had accepted this fact because I know how much Amphitrite suffered and what it went through. I felt it all until the very end, and even though I felt it, I was powerless to do anything. After listening in silence for a moment, her expression was somewhat displeased. This guy, unable to take it anymore, she turned her head and rebuked. I should have been annoyed by that statement earlier. You penguin, take this, it's your blessing. After speaking, she handed an egg to Yun Euico. Here, looking at the item before him, he was very confused. What is this? This left Ji-Oh at a loss for how to explain. Seeing that she seemed confused caught his attention, while she fell in a deep thought. Yun Euico was still listening quietly. Yes, this is... Finally, Ji-Oh decided to say it out loud. It's a dragon egg. At the same time, she informed him it's a fairy dragon egg. Looking at the egg in his hands, Yun Euico could no longer seem to hold back his tears. He helplessly hugged the egg and cried. Time shifts to the evening. Ji-Oh had just returned and was thinking silently. I have two dragons at the same time. On the right is Nidhogg, and on the left is the fairy dragon. She suddenly remembered what happened before. I thought the fairy dragon would leave without leaving anything behind. She borrowed my mana to leave this egg. It's so terrible, because for receiving that, I was temporarily punished with a mana restriction. But thinking of Yun Euico's joy, Ji-Oh smiled again. Of course, if a brand new dragon is born, it might not have the same identity or name, but it's better than me not being able to save it. At the same time, a notification appeared. Your star, Destiny's Jester, generously praised your comfort, coolness, and empathy. This made her smile smugly. Of course. Just then, she noticed two familiar figures in front of her, making Ji-Oh freeze. Realizing that Marimaldi was walking with GM made her freeze instantly. Wait, what the hell? What's going on with that? At this moment, GM looked to the side regretfully. So you still have a few days in Korea, right? Hearing this, he nodded in agreement. Yes, but I haven't arranged my schedule yet. A gentle smile spread across his face. Why do you ask? Don't you like me staying here? She replied uncomfortably. No. When did I ever say that? Marimaldi guessed something. Are you shy? This made her even more uncomfortable. Not at all. You're crazy. Anyway, it's nothing at all. His gaze became scrutinizing. Watching the two from afar, despite being very shocked, Ji-Oh had to hide. Why is that madman with my GM? Thoughts kept surfacing in her mind. Impossible. The man GM is seeing is actually... Suddenly Marimaldi's figure appeared here. What are you doing? When she turned her head to look, he smiled in surprise, playing hide-and-seek. Meanwhile, he didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. I didn't come to see you today, dear Joe. It seems you've been doing well lately. Have you been to the hospital? The distance between the two gradually closed, because I sensed an aura of pain from somewhere. Ji-Oh glanced at him uncomfortably. What are you doing? Before she could react, Marimaldi continued to lean in closer. Only a small distance remained before the two would be pressed together. Aside from here, a surprised smile spread across his face. This place carries a completely different scent, the scent of mint. This action made G.O. feel very contemptuous. Madman, he didn't forget to add, next time, this madman won't just sit by and watch. She still didn't care much and continued to judge, right? What can a pervert like you say? What's your relationship with GM? This surprised Marimaldi. Is that all you want to ask? G.O. continued to repeat, answer if you don't want to die. He thought silently in his mind. I had originally decided to cause a scene to awaken that girl, but now it seems a bit over the top. He shrugged and smiled. It seems we both have a disease. G.O. was very uncomfortable. What nonsense are you spouting again? Without wasting time, Marimaldi quickly turned and walked away. Don't be too sad, dear Joe. We won't be seeing each other for a while. His expression gradually became stranger than ever. Goodbye. Seeing him disappear from here, G.O. was still very uncomfortable. That bastard. Time rewinds to an hour ago. G.O. quickly asked, Euico, did you cry a lot? I have a question. Lift your head and answer. He was curious. What is it? She asked without hesitation. Can a tamer control others' emotions at will? He nodded in confirmation. Yes. Why do you ask that? G.O. kept pressing, like controlling someone's feelings for you or making someone fall in love with you. This surprised him greatly. This is the first time I've heard of such a thing. So she quickly decided, then explained my help. Thinking from the beginning, I seem to have always been inexplicably worried about you, then found you dying, saved you, and your dragon friend. There must be a reason for everything. With things turning out like that, G.O. seemed to have a huge headache over the situation. But this alone can't explain why I gave you my phone number. Unlike other guys, her next words made Euico freeze on the spot. Euico, it seems I've been moved by you. But G.O. seemed to ignore this thought of her own. It's not even like that. Don't get me wrong, this isn't love at all. How could I like an incompetent person who's always dreaming big? He hurriedly said, hey, I'm not like that. Meanwhile, her hands were folded together. I just want to say, the Giant King feels a strange affinity for you. So strange that I feel I should help you, instead of pretending not to know. This made her curious as she walked forward. If it were just you alone, I would never have bothered with this matter in my life. Suddenly, she became very contemplative. But recently, someone appeared who makes me feel the same way as I do with you. Someone I feel drawn to for no reason. The situation is even worse than with you. Euico. Just thinking about it gave G.O. a huge headache. I can't control my calm mind. It seems to have been touched. How about this? He quickly stated his thoughts. As you know, normally people don't feel anything towards this ability. As for animals, they are usually the ones being summoned. Maybe that's why you've fallen for us tamers. His face was still very naive. It's probably something like that. But these words made G.O. very uncomfortable. Are you saying I'm an animal and not a person? Hearing this, Euico almost became flustered, constantly shaking his head and explaining, no, that's not what I meant. Among those born with animal senses, there are some very special cases. I've heard that some people are very sensitive to special abilities, like natural-born S-classes. Just as she was still thinking, and then, he continued, those things mean you are relatively easy to like others. If you feel it, it will definitely not cause you any harm. Maybe it will be a strange fondness for someone around you, or more. Maybe that's the result. Sweat suddenly dripped from Euico's face, but she would be emotionally and mentally swayed by the will of others. How terrifying would it be if someone took advantage of that? Perhaps what he was talking about was Marimaldi taking advantage. G.O.'s mind was filled with her own thoughts. That feeling will become difficult to see clearly in the future. Maybe that's why the Marimaldi Guild is so eye-catching. The scene shifts to John F. Kennedy International Airport in New York, USA. Boarding for the flight to Seoul Airport has been delayed. The flight attendant's voice rang out. We apologize to all passengers for the delayed departure. Seeing this, the man was very annoyed. You gotta be kidding me. This is the second delay already. He even glanced in the direction beside him. They repeat those words over and over, but if you listen closely, you'll understand that they can't take off until this guest boards. It seems to be the passenger sitting next to me. This made him very annoyed. Damn it. If you have that much money, why not take a private jet? At this moment, the man quickly walked forward. He was still thinking silently. I like to see what kind of person that guy is. As soon as he sits down, I'll immediately... Suddenly a warm voice rang out. Please forgive me. Everyone is late because of me. The protagonist's aura shone, making the man freeze instantly. Timothy chatted happily with a smile. Because my guild had an urgent matter. The previously angry man was now completely different. It's okay. It's okay. It's an honor to sit next to you, sir. Looking at this handsome face, everyone was thinking silently. The pride of all America, and the only one in the world to have signed a covenant with two saints. To be able to stay by the side of the greatest shield bestowed by the Lord, and to receive everything the Lord has given, is worth waiting a whole day for. The sound of idle chatter continued. What a mess. I should have just stayed quietly in the hotel. Why are you suddenly so sullen? Because of certain someone, I had to arrive later than scheduled. He used to clamor about wanting to see Joe, but now he's like this. This made Timothy turn his head uncomfortably and rebuke. Hey, are you bad-mouthing me behind my back? The members of the Aegis Guild were taken aback. It seems he's telepathically communicating with you. How can he hear so clearly? Having no choice, he could only sit in his chair. This seating arrangement has ruined everything. Let's see what happens when we get there. Looking at the scene before him, he immediately froze. At this moment, Timothy quickly noticed that comic. The man next to him immediately understood. Yes, you mean King Wizard? His eyes visibly lit up. I thought King Wizard. Search for the Black Dragon Ball 4 hadn't been released on the market yet. The guy next to him heard this and replied with a smile. I have a good friend in the comic industry, so I got it in advance, even though it's only released tomorrow morning. Hearing this, Timothy looked at him with a sparkling face. We're going to be stuck flying in the sky like this for a while. Having no choice, the man immediately handed over the comic book. Do you want to read it? He accepted it happily. It would be my honor. The guy next to him was curious. Are you also a fan of King Joe? In an instant, the scene shifts to the VIP lounge at Seoul International Airport. In the room, the man was chatting. Really, can't you at least pretend that never happened? Timothy was very confused. What? He continued to repeat that crazy fan incident. Meanwhile, he didn't forget to warn, assuming I don't have a mad dog, but he's still a higher level than you, and he'll hold a grudge, which is something I don't want to see, so please maintain your pride. Timothy smiled and nodded in agreement. All right. Although the manager still didn't understand what was happening, he laughed with great interest. That's me. This left him speechless. That's you. No matter how many times I say it, the result is the same. His eyes immediately sparkled. But why hasn't Joe replied? Joe should have received my letter by now, right? The manager gradually grew uneasy. You're not listening to me at all, he continued to complain. You taught me Korean. The man before his eyes was Jonathan, the leader of the Aegis support team, a Marine from Jeolla province, rail named Park Young-yu, whose specialty is being annoyed by Timothy every day. This left the manager speechless. That idiot fell into that guy's trap again. Meanwhile, the door to the room opened swiftly and men walked in and chatted. Everyone has been waiting for a long time. IEL Hyun quickly introduced himself. My name is Jang IEL Hyun, the director of the Korean Provincial Administration Bureau. Seeing this gentleman, everyone was surprised. The young Timothy Friendly ran over, chatting happily. I've seen you. Realizing something was wrong made him worry. Oh no, I messed up, he continued. Joe. His eyes visibly lit up. When can I see Joe? This made him feel helpless and at a loss. Everything is ruined. Meanwhile, the American representative wore a brilliant smile, while the Korean representative sadly thought of a person. Meanwhile, Mrs. Park smiled and chatted. Monk Bo Hyun, how are you? It's been over a year since I last saw you. The monk turned his head and smiled. That person is at Wooljeongsa Temple on Sirak Mountain in Gangwon Province. Zio thought silently. This is the first time I've come with my siblings. GM, he walked forward dejectedly. I'm leaving first. Isn't Bambi coming here? Yes. On this day every year, only Mom and I come here. He was trying to be more sincere, but now it's turned into this, that damn guy. She didn't even forget to complain. He was trying to be more sincere, but now it's turned into this, that damn guy. Zio looked ahead in surprise. March 26th on her face was a hint of contemplation, muttering silently. Stupid Bambi made GM angry again. Meanwhile, she also observed the space of this place. Today is the death anniversary of Father Giant Taesong. Bambi said he would be back before this day, but there's been no news so far, which made her worry. Maybe he's lost somewhere again. Meanwhile, Zio silently looked at her necklace. Since the 3 rings aren't reacting, there's probably no danger, right? The scene shifts to another place, where strange sounds are constantly heard from outside. A woman's voice was heard in the room. Younger brother, Joe's younger brother, is in danger. That shadow was still silently reflected on the wall. Meanwhile, the voice kept reminding, called Joe. Mrs. Park kept reminding her 2 children, Zio, hurry up. This made her feel tired, we're not being slow. Why is Mom rushing us so much? She continued, the monk is waiting. She didn't seem to care much. What on earth is going on? And so, after arriving at the destination, she felt extremely tired, but that strange voice kept ringing as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Timothy was still very expectant. When can I see Joe? But the harsh truth was, as soon as Timothy arrived in Korea, he went to find Joe. But she had gone to a faraway place. Giant Zio was not in Seoul, but at a temple on Sirak Mountain. Time rewinds to a few hours ago, an ordinary morning in Seoul. Meanwhile, GM opened the door and announced, Sister, Mom says to get ready to go out. Zio was confused. Where to? Where are you going? Isn't today Friday? She shook her head and explained, I told her I took a leave of absence from school. She also didn't forget to announce, we're going to Gangwon province. Seeing Zio's actions left her speechless. Hey, calm down. GM's voice was a little sad. Go this time too. It's father's death anniversary. Without Zirik, Mom will be very sad. Back to reality, Zio thought silently. This is completely out of character for me. I should have run away, but I've gotten soft-hearted. A notification appeared. Your constellation Destiny's clown shook its head and said, why are there so many decoys in a small temple in the valley? Looking at the space before her, Zio thought silently. I heard this place is very sacred, so everyone flocks here. Her gaze gradually shifted forward. Maybe Mrs. Park didn't come for the sanctity. She continued to look at her mother's back. Mom just wants to place the spirit tablet in the place that raised father. Time rewinds to the past, when Zio was a little girl. Back then I didn't understand anything, just following Mom because I didn't want to accept father's death and wanted to bury that memory. But now I understand, father lived in an orphanage from a very young age. At that time, his life became extremely difficult. At some point, because it was hard to make ends meet, the orphanage started reducing the number of free meals by letting children leave. At that time, the person who took father in when he had nowhere to go was. Realizing Zio's actions made everyone worry. Zio. But the monk was still gentle. It's all right. It was the venerable Do Hyun of Wooljeonsa Temple. The space here made Zio fall into contemplation. It's like Dad has returned to the place where he lived as a child. The phone rang, and Mrs. Park turned around, startling her. Meanwhile, the sender was Gorilla Ghost, with a short message. Whatever you do, you are not allowed to take unauthorized leave. Seeing this, GM reminded her, turn off your phone. She immediately turned it off. Mrs. Park turned around, annoyed it's all over. She immediately headed outside. Let's go out. Zio was horrified. And then at that moment, 8 minutes, a truly dangerous gap. Meanwhile, Timothy quickly shouted, Mr. Young. This made IEL Hyun feel desperate. Giant Zio, I told you to never turn off your phone. Where are you? The scene shifts to Incheon Airport. The nameless song of center director Jang, IEL Hyun silently rising. Seeing a familiar figure, Mrs. Park hurriedly called out, Venerable Do Hyun. He smiled and walked over, at the same time quickly putting his palms together in greeting. It's been a long time, madam. She hurriedly bowed her head. How have you been lately? In Zio's mind, she secretly thought, the final boss has arrived. He looks like that, but is actually over 100 years old. Definitely the final boss. Noticing something, he turned and smiled. It's been a long time, Zio. She quickly ran off. Hello, teacher. He smiled and continued. The last time I saw you, you were just a child, and now you've grown so big. Indeed, it's better to keep memories, isn't it? These strange words made Zio immediately realize something was wrong, sweat dripping from her face. Why is he saying such suggestive things? This old man, does he know everything? Is he reading my mind? The system displayed a new notification. Your constellation Soul Fate Weaver is confused. What's wrong? I didn't teach you to be so weak. Zio shook her head helplessly and explained, I don't know, it feels like the teacher sees right through me. At this, Do Hyun continued, well then, I'll take everyone to see Song Woldang. You probably need to unload your luggage too. She was confused. Why do I need to unload my luggage? I just want to go back to my warm home. Hearing this, Mrs. Park angrily scolded her daughter. How can you speak so impolitely? Apologize to the teacher. Don't hide there. Come out and greet him properly. Do Hyun laughed and replied, it's all right. Zio has always been shy. He smiled and continued. Speaking of which, Tae-sung was also timid. Father and daughter are so alike. She laughed and nodded in agreement. Zio is really like my husband. Do Hyun chuckled and nodded. Looking at her reminds me of the old days. Without wasting any time, he turned around directly. Well then, let's go. Receiving spiritual energy from the Siarak mountain range will surely be beneficial. GM turned and whispered, if you run, you're dead at Mom's hands. Just think of it as a pilgrimage. But this made Zio feel extremely pained. She looked at the surrounding space in despair and shouted, no. Time shifts to late at night, the moon hanging high in the sky. Zio couldn't fall asleep in this strange place. Unable to bear it any longer, she quickly opened the door. It's too noisy, the floor is too hard, I can't sleep. Meanwhile, the system displayed a notification. The parkour trait has been activated. Zio quickly ran forward. I need to take a walk. The fresh air here brought her a little pleasure. The scenery is beautiful. Looking at the huge waterfall in front of her made her heart race. It looks like stars. Meanwhile, her constellation spoke. Your constellation soul, Fate Weaver whispered. That is the graveyard of stars. It wouldn't be wrong to say Zio was confused. The graveyard of stars? What's that? The deity heard this and kept explaining to her. This canyon is the resting place for souls that could not become constellations. Those whose names were not acknowledged, removed from their positions in the sky with nowhere to go, they wander the galaxy and eventually return to the land of their birth. Unable to ascend to the celestial realm, they gather in the place closest to the sky where the moonlight shines purest. When the moon rises, they temporarily become stars. When the moon sets, they sleep peacefully on the ground. Their resting place is Wuljongsa Temple. Final notification. Therefore, it is called the Graveyard of Stars. Zio's eyes quickly lit up. Oh, her mood wasn't very good, was it? That's just starlight reflected in the canyon water, a phenomenon that can be fully explained by science, but you're giving it too much meaning. The constellation hurriedly explained, that's why I said it's still early. No one has taught you everything yet. But hey, wait a minute. The deity kept judging. Your constellation soul Fate Weaver is speechless. I don't know if you're a sorcerer or not. The constellation Tutade, you're still young and have no romantic cells. No wonder you kept failing in art school. Hearing this, Zio was angry. What? How dare you poke my sore spot, you lousy star. Then, the familiar figure of the constellation appeared. Undo the seal of the formation, and you will naturally understand. He didn't forget to point to the stream in front. Special vision service. All right, look carefully. The lotus flowers there suddenly bloomed in a strange way. The constellation gently grabbed Zio's hand. Come here. It was as if he was leading her into another dimension. This is crazy. He laughed and replied, this is nothing. The constellation's 8-pack abs quickly became visible. The light quickly shone, attracting Zio's attention. Walking on the river that emitted this light surprised her, so beautiful. Meanwhile, the constellation quickly waved, I'm leaving, okay. She felt speechless. He only did a little thing and acted like a big shot. Just then, a young man hurriedly arrived here and observed, it's not the season for flowers to bloom yet. The sight before him immediately froze him. A person? What, just a kid? Hey, are you from Wuljongsa Temple? Out for a walk or something? This address surprised Zio. What? She continued, you can tell I'm older than a kid, right? The young man's expression turned surprised. Really? Kid, how old are you? Zio continued, 8 years old. Okay, what's it to you? Hearing this, he laughed with great interest. I see. Smaller than you look, you're all alone. This situation startled her. He actually believed me. Zio wordlessly continued towards the young man. What are you doing here? He said calmly, it's dangerous here. Don't come close, kid. She quickly repeated, what? 8 years old. Hong Hei saw that name. He didn't seem to care much. All right, even so, you can't come near. These deified, spiritual plants are extremely sensitive and hard to please. If you touch them, they might close all their leaves. As he focused on picking these flowers, his hand immediately lit up, attracting Zio's attention. Magic. She quickly approached. What? Are you an awakened hunter? The young man nodded in confirmation. This made Zio even more curious. But you look so ordinary. His expression was a little sad. That's because I'm E-rank, so I look ordinary. Noticing the close distance between them made him flustered. Oh my, you scared me. Zio continued to ask, E-rank, is that ordinary? But hearing this made him sulk. Wait, what do you mean by ordinary? I'm not that bad, okay. Aren't you from Wuljongsa Temple? Don't you know me? But she still didn't seem to care much and asked, I need to be sure. He sighed and continued putting the flowers in the basket. Sigh, you don't understand anything. If you're not careful, you'll be caught by the monks. You're a naive kid, so I'm telling you specially. You know there's a distinguished guest at Songwoldang, right? Right? Zio immediately shook her head. No. He laughed with great interest, pointing to himself. I am the distinguished guest of Songwoldang. the third-generation grandson of the first-generation legendary figure, Mr. Hong Goya. I am Hong Hei. Zio's expression gradually became contemptuous. Nobody asked you. He didn't forget to add, outside the temple. This is a secret, okay? You know how secretive the families of top figures are. After a moment of silence, he hurriedly asked again, why is there no reaction? I'm talking about Mr. Hong Goya, a former top 10. Hearing this, Zio feigned surprise. Really? The first-generation legendary Hong Goya of the top 10? Oh my god. He didn't forget to remind her, outside the temple. This is definitely a secret, okay? You know how secretive you family members are. This surprised her greatly. But isn't Madame Hong Goya not in the top 10 anymore? The new rankings were updated, and her rank dropped, didn't it? Hong Hei turned and replied, I've noticed from now on, you speak without considering others' feelings, right? This situation left Zio momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, a notification appeared. Your constellation soul, Fate Weaver, can't believe its eyes. Because that kid dared to say what no one had dared to ask for years. To say that to his face less than an hour after meeting. Meanwhile, he turned away in a huff. Well, ranks go up and down for me. Those who should go up will naturally go up, so I don't think much about it. This made Zio fall into contemplation. The one who should go up, it sounds like he's talking about someone he knows. Don't tell me it's. Before she could ask, he announced, it's all over the news. You know him? He's very close to me. Beck Do Hyun. Hearing this familiar name made Zio freeze. She didn't know what to say him again. Nearby, Do Hyun felt that something was not right. He scratched his ear in confusion. Suddenly my ear is so itchy. The woman beside him smiled and chatted. Thank you for coming all this way. I've heard so much about you from Hay that my ears are calloused, but I still wanted to see you for myself. I had to see with my own eyes. This woman was Hong Goya, former Korean rank 10, currently rank 11, a top-tier formation sorcerer. She smiled and turned. You're the one who snatched the position I held for many years. What kind of person are you? This made him curious. So, after meeting me, how do you feel? Her eyes were calm as she said, enlightened. Meanwhile, she continued to look at Do Hyun. I don't know what your purpose is in coming to see my granddaughter, but if it's someone like you, I'm sure it will be fine. Goya quickly let him in. By the way, did I say thank you? He replied with a smile. I heard. This surprised her. The divine grass you showed Hay was effective, but it seems she has understood the problem. But you came here today. Can I assume you have another reason? Do Hyun smiled and said, today I only intended to meet and leave. I was originally going to bring someone who could help, but that person suddenly got busy. In his mind, he secretly thought, I don't know what she's doing. I keep calling, but she just won't pick up. Goya walked forward helplessly. I don't know who that is, but they probably couldn't have helped much anyway. Just then, she suddenly swung her fan forward. A strong gust of wind quickly blew towards this place. Meanwhile, Do Hyun also felt that something was not right. It's too cold. She turned around and told him seriously, there's only one person I am looking for. Meanwhile, the figure of a thin woman with chapped lips came into view. On the other side, GM called out loudly, Zio, come out, it's late, Mama's gone ahead of us. She hurriedly said, wait. This made her very unhappy. You went to bed at 8 last night. She hurriedly explained, I was just up at dawn. This gave Zio a headache. Why? Where are we going? Why are we leaving so early? GM quickly announced, it's the morning service. I think it's called 108 bows or something. I think we have to do it too. After saying that, the space here immediately became silent. Sensing something was wrong, GM hurriedly turned around. Could it be that Zio had already escaped from this place at some point? This made her very angry. That hopeless fellow. On the other side, the little boy walked, panting. You always have to choose the most remote places. Where is she? The sight before him immediately caught his attention. Found her. Meanwhile, the little monk kept waving. Great Elder, please come down slowly. Zio was still very sleepy. I'm not the Great Elder. He was startled to see her. Who are you? But she also quickly asked, who are you? After a while, the little monk seemed to understand everything. So what you mean is, you're an ordinary person participating in a Zen retreat at Woljangsa Temple, right? Zio lay there comfortably and nodded in agreement. That's right. This made him very curious. Then how did you get into this place? She calmly announced, I just came in like this. This obviously made him feel very incredulous. But this is a restricted area. She didn't seem to care much. Restricted area? What restricted area? Do you own the entire Sirak Mountain, or what? The little monk hurriedly shook his head. It's not like that. Sweat dripped from his face. I can't explain the formation or the barrier, but she really is an ordinary person. Meanwhile, the story was being told. This sacred mountain deep in Sirak Mountain has been covered by a huge barrier since the Three Kingdoms period over 1,000 years ago. If ordinary people get close, they will feel uneasy and turn back to protect the flow of energy from Giri to Beck Do. This feng shui system is from the Korean Affiliated Center. It seems this is not simple. They have well-trained sorcerers who inherit the world's arts, and they personally inspect and maintain the barrier every 10 years. They come here, which is why it's called a restricted area. In the little monk's mind, he secretly thought, if she's an ordinary person. He looked curiously at Zio's comfortable appearance. Then she couldn't be lying there like that. While he was still on guard, she continued to ask, when will the sun rise? Because he was so worried, he hurriedly ran away from this place. She's too suspicious. Different plans kept appearing in his mind. I must report to the sect immediately and deal with her immediately. At a critical moment, a very strange sound rang out. Realizing something was wrong, the little monk immediately became worried. Did I step out of the boundary? What did I get out? The sun hasn't risen yet. That's very dangerous. While the little monk was still thinking, something rushed past this place. Meanwhile, continuous sounds appeared, making him not understand what was happening. When he looked closely, a ferocious monster had its eyes on him. It's the Jangsan tiger. Because he was so scared in this situation, the little monk's whole body immediately trembled. Jangsan. Jangsan. Before he could finish, it stuck out its disgusting tongue, making him hug his head in despair. Help. Help. Just then, Zio immediately reached out her hand. Speak clearly. He also felt that something was not right. Her voice kept ringing in the little monk's ear, sending a distress signal. You have to say it with conviction. A notification appeared. The trending keyword trait has been activated. Zio quickly appeared in this place. I don't know. A surprised smile bloomed on her face. They really are some kind of monk. Seeing the pressure here being released, the little monk was very surprised. Meanwhile, the familiar figure of David appeared. She angrily swung her fist forward, causing the space here to gradually change. Looking at her calm appearance, it seemed she couldn't take it anymore. You bitch, who are you? Only anger remained on David's face. Do you know what place this is? Endless curses could be heard. You want to die? Hey. The little monk looked at Zio with sparkling eyes. Are you bald dog? Before she could react, David was immediately surprised. What bald dog? Are you bald dog? Meanwhile, the attitude on her face completely changed. Right, updating current situation, desperately hunting bald dog. Time rewinds to the past, when Giant Zio was a 6th grade elementary school student. Continuous system notifications were sent. Congratulations, a Korean S-rank hunter has appeared in the Republic of Korea. And so, reporters kept interviewing David. How does it feel to be the second person in Korea to reach S rank? Is it true that you are an unregistered person? There are rumors that you are of multinational descent. Questions were constantly being asked, making her very confused. The family annihilation case. You are the only surviving suspect. What about that rumor? This surprised the others, and they discussed. Reporter Kim, why would you say something like that? Although we have to verify it. Suddenly a phone rang. Joe. Everyone focused on David. Her eyes immediately widened. Meanwhile, a familiar voice rang out. Joe, I want to see you. Zio stood there and quickly announced. He said he wants to be friends with me. Zio didn't forget to remind them. I'm also curious about the other S-rank hunter. He won't go around telling stories about me anyway. This made the manager very worried. Zio, I'm sorry. I know you're training hard, but he seemed hesitant to explain. You're not completely stable right now. And he's even more unstable than you. Zio could only listen silently and reluctantly. If the only 2 S ranks in the country meet and something happens, I can't even imagine it. Continuous sounds rang out. It would be something that shakes the foundations of the nation. A few years passed. In an art class, Zio still looked at the apple before her with sparkling eyes. But it seemed her art skills were not very good. A notification appeared, making her quickly notice. Zio lost her armor, remembering David's words from back then. Joe, I want to see you. The thought of this made her smile with great interest. Back to reality, David was very surprised and asked, What? Why? Why don't you want to join the guild? Seeing her in reality surprised her. Haida is very good. Zio lay there comfortably. I am ashamed of this modern society that only pursues fame. I am a master in seclusion, choosing to help people in the shadows rather than showing off my name. This left David a little speechless. It sounds like you memorized that from somewhere. Zio shook her head and replied, I didn't. She subconsciously recalled a memory from the past. Because I'm ashamed of this modern society that only pursues fame. I am a master in seclusion, choosing to help people in the shadows rather than becoming famous. Hearing her say this, David's face gradually became incredulous. But even if I don't want to now, what about later? Or should we start by introducing our names? Zio quickly interrupted, I don't like it. This made her very frustrated. Suddenly Zio asked, but why do you guys need Bald Dog? Looking at David's disappointed figure made her even more curious. You guys are Haida. Time rewinds to the past, even before the Babylonian era. If Silver Lion is the shield of Korea, the story continued to be told through David's words. Then Haida is the sword here. Haida is the peninsula's leading martial arts sect, a home for swords and fists. She even added with a laugh of great interest, why would they need a B-rank swordsman like Bald Dog? The little monk suddenly spoke from behind. That's because if they can't invite Bald Dog, the great elder will have to resign from her position as acting sect leader. Hearing this, she turned around angrily. Shut up, you bastard. He continued, but the great elder promised the council of elders. David's eyes immediately lit up. Internal affairs should be resolved internally. Damn it. Collapse or destruction? Mutual destruction is so obvious. Zio listened in her heart. So in the end, everything will fall apart. The little monk felt very ashamed. What are the chances of getting an opportunity like this anyway? Hurry up and persuade her. Suddenly David rushed over and covered his mouth. Her face became very uncomfortable. Being bald is really stressful. The little monk kept asking, is face that important to you? We have to try to hold on for once. Zio thought secretly from a distance, even if I walk far away, I can still hear you guys talking. And so the two of them continued to punch and kick each other. This is all the great elder's fault. What? You bastard. What did I do that was so excessive? And this time the little monk chattered on and on. 1. Everyone knows that elder number 3 cooperated with the great elder just because he was treated a little kindly and you gave him the authority of acting sect leader. 2. When questioned by the council of elders, you had to explain that it was elder number 3 who did it. You could have explained it clearly, but you even accidentally admitted to something you didn't do. You were wronged without even having time to explain, one accusation after another. David was still trying to explain something that was, but he continued to judge. 3. Everyone got angry, and you got angry along with them, thinking that getting angry would solve everything. In the end, you accepted all the unreasonable conditions. Handing over power was already a big deal, but to put the resignation of the acting sect leader on it too. The sect leader left a series of accusations on the table, leaving her at a loss amidst the sect's internal strife. If the center also collapsed, internal spies were waiting for an opportunity to leak all the skills and secrets. Zio found this too interesting, continuing to eavesdrop while eating. If that's the case, Haida would have collapsed before I could even get the White Bird leader back. This made her very curious. What on earth did this guy do to end up like this? A notification appeared. Your constellation Soul Fate 1 asks if David knows it became like this because the White Bird's power was transferred to someone else. Zio kept thinking while eating. It seems that's indeed the case. The constellation continued to chat. David, you once said you liked him, right? Is he that dumb? He was staring blankly. Zio thought to herself, dumb in a cute way. That's right, but this idiot is. David was still probing. Great Protector Hongoya, you probably have no hope, do you? The little monk nodded and continued. What reason is there to recall someone who left the sect due to family matters? I heard her granddaughter is very ill. She quickly asked, do you need me to donate an organ? He turned around and replied, stop talking nonsense and hurry up and find a way to take Baldridge away. The two continued to chat. This time, don't do anything stupid again. A fool? Zio looked at the two of them blankly. What's a fool? You're the fool. And so the two quickly started arguing again. Watching this situation, Zio was speechless. So dumb. A thought appeared in her mind. No wonder you're always being played. After a while, Zio asked in surprise, you're here today too? Hong Hei calmly explained, because the scenery is beautiful. She also nodded, it's really beautiful here. After remembering something, he hurriedly turned around and announced, by the way, I contacted Mr. Beck Do Hyun and told him you were here, and he was very surprised. This made her very curious. Sister, why are you suddenly calling me sister? He became very embarrassed. He said you're 2 years older than me, and I've been calling you, so he scolded me. At the same time, Hong Hei didn't forget to complain. This is the first time I've seen him so serious. Even on Mars, he's an incarnation of Buddha, never getting angry. This caught Zio's attention. So you two met on Mars? Suddenly he spoke, turning his head to look at her at the same time. He asked me to tell you, this is a request from Panzio. After hearing this, Zio turned her head to look at him in confusion. A request from Panzio? What's that? Suddenly she remembered what Beck Do Hyun had said to her. If everything ends well, please do something for me. Those words had surprised her. What kind of favor? He calmly announced, I'll tell you when the time comes. She kept reminding him, I haven't agreed to help yet. Beck Do Hyun still didn't seem to care much about what she said. It's fine to decide after you've heard it. It's nothing difficult. Remembering these words, a contemplative look appeared on Zio's face. She pretended it had nothing to do with her. I don't know. Hong Hae was disappointed to hear that. Is that so? He said you would know. At the same time, he continued to look at the scene before him. I find it strange. This is the first time I've seen him ask someone for a favor. Don't act like you know everything, Zio thought to herself. This is definitely going to be a hassle. He was still chatting on. He always helps others, but he has never asked anyone for help. Looking at the flower in his hand, Hong Hae fell into deep thought. He was the one who taught me how to use spiritual herbs for my sick sister. If it weren't for him, Dahlia might not be here anymore. Dahlia is my twin sister. But his voice was tinged with despair. But recently, the spiritual herbs don't seem to be working well. Dahlia keeps insisting on seeing Joe, so my mother has been looking for Joe everywhere, but his whereabouts are too vague. Seeing Zio's flower, Hong Hae had been surprised, and he turned around. What's wrong? Are you cold? She turned her head to look at him blankly. Why is the first-generation legend Hong Goya looking for Joe? He shook his head helplessly and explained. Dahlia just keeps looking for that person. His next words made her feel awkward and at a loss. She thinks that if she meets them, her illness will get better somehow. So yesterday he also stopped by my house, and he said he would come again soon. Someone was supposed to go with him, but that person isn't answering their phone. Talking about this gave Hong Hae a headache. Where can I go to meet Joe? He asked me when you're going to Seoul, and he told me to ask you, why is your phone always off? Suddenly a system notification appeared. Invisible person trait has been added. Seeing Zio completely disappear, he was very confused. Where did you go? On this side, she hurriedly ran forward. Beck Do Hyun, you really. Is it that hard to meet Joe? You shameless old returnee. She thought desperately in her mind. I have no intention of turning it on. Time moved to the next day. At 5 a.m., Zio was very confused. Why am I in the sky? David smiled and calmly explained to her. You said you didn't want to do 108 prostrations early in the morning, so you asked me to help you escape. Since we're escaping, let's go see something cool. Hold on tight, sister. Seeing this, she sighed and complained. We've only known each other for a day, and you're acting like we're close. She laughed in satisfaction after hearing that. That's right. David didn't forget to add a few words. It's so interesting. I don't even know your name, but how can you be so cute? Zio turned her head to look at her. It's because I'm a bald puppy. That's why I'm so cute. She shook her head and explained. It's not like that, but it's that familiar feeling. Speaking of which, she suddenly fell silent and turned her head to look in another direction. We're here. A vast space appeared before her eyes. David continued to ask, what do you think? It seems she was very confident about the place she found. This is my favorite place on Sirak Mountain. Her voice suddenly took on a strange tone. It's ironic, isn't it? That terrible March nightmare left behind such a beautiful sight. This made Zio surprised, and she turned her head to look at David. The March nightmare? She sighed and continued telling the story. Back then, during that March nightmare, the level 1 gate on Sirak Mountain opened. This made her freeze, looking at the gate before her. This is the place. David's voice rang out. Half of the people who died are buried here. This made Zio freeze. Before she could speak, she continued. This is a monument that we at Haida built after collecting the remaining bodies and commemorating the fallen heroes. Someone used to come here. At the same time, she further explained the place. Every year around April 1st, people come to commemorate. Suddenly, she interrupted. That's also the reason I came here. Before David could understand what was happening, Zio placed her hand on the stone statue in front of her. My father also died in that operation. His memorial tablet is in Wuljeonsa Temple. Her voice choked up a little. I haven't been back here in a long time. The stone statue was engraved with the words, glory in life, mourning in death. Zio thought to herself, this is Mr. Sukwin's handwriting. Based on the residual magic, she could seemingly picture the two of them. They probably came here last year too. Thinking of this, Zio fell into deep thought. Somehow, they don't know that I've found out. Time flashed back to the past, and Sukwin woman's voice rang out, "Zio, I brought fried chicken." This surprised her, and she turned around. "Why are you so late?" He hurriedly explained, "I'm not late. I was earning money to buy you something good to eat." Zio quickly ran to him and shouted, "You're lying. You have a lot of money." Back in the present, she was lost in her thoughts. No wonder he only let me eat fried chicken back then, and not those 8 vegetarian dishes. Can you really abandon a child like that? The little monk beside them was still nagging. "Why did you suddenly bring me to a graveyard and make this mess?" David whispered from the side, "I don't know either. I was planning to cut her hair and then take her to the place with the best scenery." He uncomfortably scolded. "I asked you to persuade her, and you ended up messing everything up." Zio, who was behind them, was a bit speechless. "I can hear everything, you idiots." She turned her head to look behind, startling the two of them. They really can't keep a secret, always blabbering on. Realizing something was wrong, David turned around in surprise. "Why did you stop talking?" At the same time, Zio slowly announced, "If you had told me what was happening earlier, maybe I would have listened and changed my mind. This doesn't seem like a small problem." Hearing this, she scratched her head in embarrassment. "Aren't you a hermit who likes to live in the shadows like a swordsman? I wanted to respect you, even though I don't fully understand." At the same time, she didn't forget to point at herself. "So I will wait, and I will try to persuade you in my own way. Besides, you said it yourself." A breeze blew past, and David's hair fluttered in the wind. "Why does Haida need a swordsman?" After hearing that, how could I lower myself to beg you? I was too embarrassed. Zio listened quietly to the words she mentioned. "Haida's pride is my pride." Unconsciously, a surprised smile appeared on her face. Innocent, awkward, and so sincere. "This is what I like about her," she thought to herself. "I just hope she doesn't change easily." Zio walked forward. "David, I like you because you're innocent and a little dumb." While she still didn't understand what was happening, she continued, "You've been that way from the very beginning." Zio's words completely moved David, who expressed her desire to be friends in an innocent way. She introduced herself without hesitation. "My name is Jian Zhao. People who are close to me usually shorten my name." It made her feel incredible when the teacher opened up. "They call me Zio Choi." David, Zio, extended her hand to David, who was standing there. She quickly asked, "Do you want to be friends with me?" She immediately extended her hand without hesitation. "Yes." A brilliant smile appeared on her face. "I do." The two quickly shook hands. "Don't worry about that gathering. Your friend is my friend." Zio smiled hearing David's words. "One day, you and Haida will benefit from this friendship." Time shifted to late at night. A voice rang in his ear. "Hong Hei, watch your words." At that moment, he listened to the phone in confusion. "Mr. Beck Do Hyun." His voice came through the receiver. "What kind of world do you think we live in? What era is this?" It seems the chaotic behavior displeased him. "In this crazy world, there are powerful entities you can't even imagine. Always remember, you never know who among you will be by your side or when." Meanwhile, Zio's familiar figure appeared. "Sorry for calling you an elementary schooler." This surprised Hong Hei, and he looked up at her. "It's you." He continued to ask, "Have you heard the legend of Moonlight Valley?" Zio's eyes widened quickly. "You mean the Tomb of Stars?" Suddenly he became curious. "What's that?" A notification appeared. "Your constellation Soul Fate 1 crosses its arms and asks, how can a mortal's power know the story of the stars?" Zio continued to ask, "Wait, I think I mixed it up with something else." "What is it?" Hong Hei looked up at her. So boring. Meanwhile, she began to tell a story she knew from long ago. It is said that this Moonlight Valley was a place where immortals descended to the mortal world to observe the human world, using the water in the valley that reflected the entire cosmic galaxy like a mirror. He listened quietly from the side. They observed every corner of the human world from this place. Zio understood all of this very clearly. So on nights when the spiritual energy becomes dense, if a mortal happens to come here, their eyes will briefly open, just as those beings once did, and they will be able to see the world of the stars. A constellation notification appeared. Even the contract constellation finds this very interesting, saying that humans have cleverly and surprisingly performed their rituals. But then something bad happened through Zio's story. But, humans tend to want more. Eventually, the brief moment between midnight and dawn was no longer enough to satisfy them. So, not content with only being able to see for a moment, they longed for something greater. Her voice gradually became horrifying. Perhaps like a celestial entity, rumors began to spread that one could obtain eyes that see through the world. A villain's voice rang out. Let's take the eyes of newborns and soak them in the valley. This story was also passed down. Before the spiritual eyes close, they might retain the ability to see through the world. Let's turn that child's spiritual eyes into the ability to see through the world. The valley never dries up and the moon never wanes. So let's keep trying until we succeed. At this point, Hong Hei asked, "Do you think they succeeded?" Zio immediately replied, "They definitely succeeded because human greed is endless." He nodded in agreement after hearing that. That's right. Thousands, perhaps hundreds of thousands of children died in this submerged valley until the last child succeeded. His voice rang out. Some of those children became the first generation Hong Dahlia. Zio continued to look at him. I really don't know what they actually saw, or if they really saw through the world as the legends say. Who knows? He quietly contemplated as he looked ahead. But just having those eyes seems to be extremely painful. Apparently, even having a divine spirit is no longer working. Even so, a happy smile bloomed on his face. In any case, because of this, the Hong family is said to be born with very sharp eyes. My great-grandmother was like that, and so is my sister. At this moment, Zio stared at Hong Hei's face. I'm noticing it now. Your eyes are unusually sharp. You know everything, don't you? He nodded affirmatively. Yes. She immediately jumped towards him. Then I'm not the sentimental type to be easily swayed by a sad story. He just nodded back sadly. At the same time, Zio was already standing in front of him. I am Zio. She continued to voice her thoughts. Your sister, Hong Dahlia. I will go see her. But I don't think it's fair to only accept Beck Do Hyun's request. So I hope you'll agree to my condition too. Zio looked at Hong Hei with an expectant gaze. You'll agree, of course, right? The scene shifted to Sirak Mountain on the day of the meeting. Mrs. Park quickly spoke. Thank you for everything you've done so far, teacher. As everyone was preparing to leave, Bo Hyun quickly called out, Zio. She turned around in surprise and asked, how was your time on Sirak Mountain? She quickly replied, there were just more people than I expected. He smiled in surprise. The world from a distance you see the land, but up close you see people. Suddenly, Zio asked, what about you? What did you see? Bo Hyun wasn't surprised by the question. A person. I saw Karma, and he seemed to have guessed something. Perhaps a king. She turned around in surprise, thinking the priest should have realized it long ago. Her voice carried a certain intention. I've always wondered how Yang Sang snuck into the temple, but the answer was closer than I thought. Bo Hyun smiled in surprise. What do you mean? Zio sighed and said, really, compared to GM, he's in Mom's room. My paper window is too easy to break through. It seems he wasn't surprised at all. Is that so? Then I guess we should take a closer look. She could only calm herself down. Yes, that's right. Feeling it was a bit of a waste of time, Zio quickly turned around. What king are you talking about? He must be a weakling. She continued to remind him. There's someone easier to bully than me, so I'll let him off this time. The scene shifted to the main building of the Haida main hall. David let out a sigh of relief at this moment. The little monk walked forward and shouted, Elder. A very confident smile bloomed on her face. She gently placed her hand on the little monk's head to comfort him. You've suffered a lot, Sam Make. Wasting no more time, David quickly walked in. I'm going in. The door gradually opened, and as soon as she entered, a voice rang out. The great elder has arrived. Everyone inside was waiting here. Meanwhile, one of the great elders was the first to speak regarding the temporary removal of the sect leader because the great elder has not fulfilled all the promised conditions. We will now begin the vote on the removal case. Everyone was quietly observing the situation. If the cup is filled with wine, it means agreement. If the cup is empty, it means opposition. Looking at the smile of the great elder before her, David felt very uncomfortable. This is why on the other side, Fox seemed to have guessed something. Did she bribe all the elders? The leader's voice rang out. Let me confirm. It seems everyone has filled their cups with wine. Agreed. Agreed. A series of voices rang out. Agreed. David thought to herself, is the conversation going to end like this? Thoughts kept appearing in her mind. Because I acted like an idiot, the precious thing you trusted and entrusted to me, the Haida you protected. Time flashed back to the past. A voice rang out, David. At the same time, Yensai stood in front of her and said gently, I know your feelings for this place are different from mine. To you, Haida might not be an organization, but just a person's name. But Yin, Sai's voice was still very gentle as she reminded her. Even so, David, this place, this name, these words were engraved in her mind, belongs to you and me. A happy smile bloomed on David's face. This is our Haida. So at that moment, the two rushed forward and hugged each other tightly. Yin Sai's words echoed in David's mind. I trust you and entrust Haida to you. Thinking of this, she became more determined. Don't, damn it, you dare. She suddenly shouted, wait a minute. Immediately after, a familiar voice appeared. All right, let them go. I'm also not worthy of drinking this cup of wine. At the same time, Hong Goya slowly walked into the space. To me, they're all familiar faces. Hearing this voice, everyone was in disbelief when they saw her appear. Isn't that the protector, Lord Hong Goya? What wind blew you here? A very strange smile bloomed on her face. If I'm injured, can I go where I want to go? Everyone hurriedly explained, no, of course not. It's just that we are concerned about the protector lord's health. She slowly spoke. The March nightmare, the wounds from that fierce attack have all healed, so don't worry about that. The voice of the person behind her rang out. You were in seclusion at the time, so you probably don't know much, right? An elder, realizing the situation was not good, said in surprise, who is that behind you? A tall figure came into everyone's view. I am Chi-san. I am from Silver Lion, the authorized person of the Guildmaster. At the same time, Hong Goya also announced, finally, I'm going back to my hometown, so I invited an old friend. After hearing that, she shouted angrily, how could an outsider step into the sacred main hall of Haida? He didn't seem to care much and continued to remind them, I'm not an outsider. I am here to fulfill a promise between the two guild masters. Chi-san's very certain voice rang out in the space. To repay an old friend's kindness and loyalty. His hand slowly extended forward. My brother's benefactor is also my brother. Silver Lion will always stand by Haida's side. Choi David, do you want to be friends with me? Time seemed to stop suddenly, and she remembered what Zio had said during their chat. Don't worry about that meeting. Your friend is my friend. Those warm words soothed David's heart. Now it's your turn, you and Haida, if you accept the blessing of friendship. Looking at the new message on her phone, Zio thought to herself. Maybe. David kept sending messages. Hong Goya is frantically drinking cup after cup, then roaring almost like a lion, almost slamming her hand on the floor with a bang. And then she flew into a rage. What's there to be ashamed of? Everyone was terrified and rolled out like chaff in the wind. And our Chi-san is just sitting quietly in the corner reviewing what looks like a document. I am not an outsider. I am here to fulfill a promise between the guild masters. See you later. At the same time, Chi-san also sent a message. No, don't ask again. This surprised Zio, and she thought, look, he revived immediately. Immediately after, David's messages kept coming. Even so, thank you. I've been talking to myself for a while now. What are you talking about? You don't need to know. Go away, Park. She smiled and walked forward. Looking at the supermarket in front of her, she felt very excited. All right, if it works, that's great. So now I'm leaving, and I can finally enjoy this mortal world to my heart's content. And so Zio kept picking out delicious food. My sweet Hogan. She thought to herself, to eat, you don't need to hunt first, you just need to scan a barcode. This is such a convenient world. I really miss this place. Zio brought her selected items to the checkout counter. I'm buying a lot. At the same time, she continued to look for her card in her bag. Since it's Hogan, I think I should use the black card. The clerk continued to announce, excuse me, customer. He thought to himself, is she really going to use an Imperator black card to buy Hogan at a convenience store? At this moment, he suddenly spoke. Well, I guess there's no law against it anyway. In any case, this is Ms. CEO's card. Hearing the familiar voice, Zio looked up. What? Wait. Seeing Jang Hyun's miserable appearance, she was very confused. He walked over crying. Long time no see, Ms. CEO. This situation made her very embarrassed. What the hell? What are you doing here? He kept scolding her. It didn't answer your phone, so I came to see you in person. This situation made Zio even more scared. After calming down for a moment, she asked, how did you end up behind that counter? Jang Hyun explained seriously. I'm friends with the store manager. You haven't had snacks in a long time, so I guess you would definitely go to a convenience store to buy ice cream. So I waited here. This guest left her speechless. This stalker actually said it was something to be proud of. On the contrary, he was very desperate. What else was I supposed to do? When you don't answer the phone because you're ignoring me, I can't just show up at your house without warning. I told you, even if you don't want to use it, don't turn it off. It's our only light and hope. After remembering something, Zio asked, so you came here to complain? If I don't turn it off again, I'll throw it into the Han River. This threat was enough to make Jang Hyun despair. Don't do that. She smiled happily. Then behave yourself. He was uncomfortable, but perhaps he had no choice. This dirty world. If you don't have power, you can't even find a single person. In his eyes, Zio was a very dangerous person, and worse, she was a mage. Radar couldn't detect tracking magic. The best agents tried all sorts of professional skills. This made Jang Hyun despair, as all efforts had failed. But seeing Zio made him sigh in relief. Fortunately, like any modern kid, her eyes are always glued to her phone, so we were relieved. Even so, things weren't as easy as he thought, or so he thought. Looking at the incoming messages, Zio was startled. No data connection. She was very confused, not knowing what to do next. Mrs. Park Sanyeo. In her mind, she imagined her mother getting angry. That day, she confiscated her phone bill and turned her phone into a Wi-Fi-only paperweight. The entire national security team cried together. This made Jang Hyun also afraid of Zio's mother, the woman who raised the entire Korean peninsula, Park Sanyeo. She quickly spoke. Don't exaggerate. He crossed his arms and looked ahead. Exaggerate? I'm serious. Zio's face became very innocent. So what do you want? This made him curious. You really don't know? Zio immediately shook her head. Of course I don't know. Noticing a picture of Timothy up ahead, she was surprised. Wait. Jang Hyun continued to ask. You really didn't see that? A line was written on the sign. Joe, I won't let you get away. These words left Zio speechless. What the hell? A brief introduction to this man. He is the guild master of the world-famous guild Aegis, God's favored son, admired by the whole world, Timothy Lillywhite. Things gradually became more complicated. It was currently April, and in a certain hotel in Seoul, Timothy's loud voice rang out. Jonathan, I did everything you asked me to do. Not seeing Zio made him very desperate. Then why? Why isn't he contacting me? He was sulking. Jonathan, who was beside him, thought to himself, do you really think he'll show up after seeing that old-fashioned ad? This is revenge for my stolen vacation, you bastard. But he still pretended to be innocent and replied, what now? Are you planning to try folk songs this time? I heard those things will ruin your career over there these days. This made Timothy very frustrated. Wait, really? But I'm really not good at singing. Malone quickly came forward to remind him. Stop bullying him, young Gil. He laughed excitedly. I just thought it was fun. Suddenly he spoke. Timothy, this is why I told you not to bring him. After remembering something, he turned around uncomfortably. Lucas. But he suddenly interrupted. Think about it rationally. His face gradually became serious. Your original plan was to stay only until the day before yesterday, but now it's already April. We can't keep waiting. It seems Malone has a new plan. Even the Whiskey Hotel called to ask when you're going back. They said it's okay even if the job fails. Just come back quickly. You always say that top players represent a nation's strength. His expression became very serious. Don't forget that you insisted on coming here. Are you planning to abandon your homeland just like that, Timothy Lillywhite? After a period of silent thought, Timothy quickly proposed, just one day. This time he turned around angrily and said decisively, give me one more day. Hearing this, Jonathan smiled in surprise. But you're not the type to forget your responsibilities. Malone had no choice. All right, but only until tomorrow. Meanwhile, he quickly stood up. Then I'm going to step out for a bit. Jonathan was very curious. Where are you going? To go shopping and lose everything you own again? Don't worry, I'll take care of him while you're gone. Hearing this, he uneasily thought about the consequences Timothy had caused before. I'm not going shopping. Okay, and last time you said you'd personally pay for the nationwide advertising costs. This took him by surprise. What? You don't trust me? Malone replied coldly. Remember to do a good job this time. Don't mess up the finished product. He nodded in agreement. All right, that's great. After stepping outside, Jonathan couldn't help but marvel at the swiftness of the service. A continuous ringing sound was heard. Jonathan, is he in? Meanwhile, Jonathan ran forward quickly. Room service, boss, come quickly. Timothy said dejectedly, I've got it handled. No one noticed that Gio had disguised herself as a service staff member. The story returns to a moment in the supermarket. Gio sighed and announced, all right, I'll meet him. Hyun found it incredible. Really? But she continued to announce, but only after I've personally assessed whether he's trustworthy. Prepare to start tailing. Watching the situation, he suddenly turned around. around. After you see what kind of person he is, then you can decide whether to expose yourself or Joe. IEL Hyun continued to express his feelings. I'll observe up close. So are you saying I should take measures to avoid exposing your identity? Gio nodded in confirmation. That's right. These things made him feel even more incredulous. Are you kidding me? She quickly explained, I don't want to see him. Seeing someone walk in, IEL Hyun hurriedly stood up. I mean, customer, it's really nice to see you. Welcome. Sorry, you've misunderstood. I was talking Miss Gio, right? She sighed and complained. Such bad acting. Seeing Gio run outside, he was very worried. Gio, wait a minute. He suddenly appeared and blocked her path. What I want to ask is, that's Timothy, isn't it? He's been investigated clearly enough. She listened quietly to IEL Hyun's analytical words. If you have any questions, I'll answer them all. When it comes to national-level figures, our intelligence is no joke. Gio didn't seem to care much and continued walking forward. I'm leaving. See you later. After a while, she stared blankly at her clothes. What is this? IEL Hyun. In this situation, IEL Hyun didn't know what to say either. What do you mean? She hurriedly explained. In spy movies, they all wear decent suits and have earpieces and stuff. He was a bit speechless. You said you didn't want to attract attention. His expression gradually became serious. Timothy has been hiding in his room since he came to Korea, but there's an Aegis dinner party today, so if you're here, you can naturally meet him. Suddenly, Gio accidentally dropped the bowl and chopsticks on the floor with a clatter. This made the chef behind them very angry, who scolded, Get out! And so, IEL Hyun and Gio were quickly kicked out of the place. Realizing the situation, she smiled and turned around. We've been kicked out. Looking at IEL Hyun's despairing look, Gio spoke in confusion. Sorry. She seemed to have her own plan, but since you've been kicked out anyway, can you get me something else? Back to reality. Gio looked at the party she had prepared. As expected, cool stuff is always the best. Let's monitor like this too. Just then, Jonathan's voice was heard. Don't be so sad. Have something to eat. Hearing this, Timothy dejectedly nodded in agreement. All right. Jonathan, did Guido go out again today? He nodded in agreement after hearing this. Vice Chairman, that's right. He's been super busy lately. The kids say he has a Korean girlfriend or something. He's even planning to attend the dinner party. Timothy said dejectedly, I see. He chattered nonstop as he walked. I feel tired every time I see him. Do you want me to call him? He quickly shook his head. No, it's just that maybe Guido knows something about Joe. This made him curious. What connection does the vice chairman have with Korea? I didn't even know. Gio thought to herself from behind. I can't understand a single word he's saying. Timothy immediately nodded in agreement. Right, it's fine. Just then, she suddenly suggested, Excuse me, the service is over. May I leave now? He was startled to hear this. Wait. Jonathan hurriedly fumbled through his pockets as if to take something out. I almost became the bad guy. I should give you a tip. Unfortunately, just then he accidentally knocked over the table in front of him. This situation made him very embarrassed. Sorry. Gio sighed and complained. Oh, for goodness sake. Jonathan wanted to say more. No, it's nothing. Before he could finish, she glanced at him secretly. I'm sorry. Are you hurt? This situation took him by surprise. What the hell? Seeing that everything was still normal, as if nothing had happened, Jonathan was stunned. I swear, the plate was about to fall just now, but then it just stopped in midair. He wanted to say more. Suddenly, Timothy quickly stepped forward. Calm down. He seemed to realize something was wrong. Wait. His hand gripped Gio tightly. Hold on a second. Looking at the man before her, she recognized him immediately. Just as the rumors said, his eyes were truly beautiful. This situation left Timothy looking blank. Gio was still wondering to herself, did they record the current state of the sky? She still tried to remain calm. Is there something you want to say? Hearing this, Timothy quickly let go of her hand. I'm sorry. I thought you were someone I knew. You can leave now. She nodded in understanding. All right. She thought to herself, this guy, his Korean is quite fluent. After stepping outside, IEL Hyun's voice was heard. Miss Gio, the Aegis farewell party is about to begin. Please head to the banquet hall. She immediately nodded. Got it. Although inwardly, Gio felt excited. I've always wanted to say that line. Meanwhile, Timothy also seemed to realize something was amiss. At the subsequent party, everyone gathered and walked around, and the scene became very chaotic. Gio hid to the side, comfortably eating snacks. Why is this party so big? I'll just keep watch here until Timothy shows up. She clearly wasn't paying attention to anything around her, because this was an expensive hotel, and even the snacks were exceptionally delicious. Suddenly, Jonathan appeared here. Hey, you seem to notice her odd behavior. You over there, hiding and not working, you look a bit suspicious. He quickly went over to investigate. I'm sure I felt magic just now. Geo didn't know how to act. Don't be like that. Don't be so stingy with your own countrymen. She still pretended nothing had happened. What do you mean? Impossible. A notification appeared. Brazen face trait has been activated. Geo tried to switch on her acting mode. Are you a malicious customer? This situation left Jonathan confused. What? She continued, turning her face in another direction. You deliberately bump into people and then create trouble to extort money. He hurriedly explained. What are you talking about? It's not like that. This situation left him very confused. I'm sure I felt magic just now, but now I can't feel anything. Geo wasted no time and walked forward. You don't have anything else to say, do you? Then I'm leaving. Just then, a familiar figure quickly walked over. Johnny. It was none other than Marimaldi. What are you doing? He recognized him immediately. Vice Chairman, when did you arrive? The chairman was just looking for you. Marimaldi smiled and walked forward. Little Lily always needs me. A system notification appeared. Your constellation soulmate of the faded frowns, saying that misfortune is about to strike again. This made Jonathan force a smile. Well, that's true, but Vice Chairman, your Korean has improved. Marimaldi smiled and nodded in response. Thank you. My tutor is really great. By the way, his hand slowly reached forward, causing Geo's service cart to stop abruptly. Lucas was looking for you. Go see him, he's upstairs. This surprised Jonathan a little. Is that so? So he turned and walked forward. That Lucas is always looking for me. Marimaldi said with a smile, see you later. After he left, he turned his head to look at Geo. Goodbye. He seemed to have noticed the anomaly. No name tag, a hotel employee. What's your name? Geo didn't hide anything. Geo Marimaldi laughed in surprise. That's quite a grand name. She reminded him coldly. This is boring. Don't pretend you don't know me. Suddenly, he grew curious. Why would a king be in this state? She looked at Marimaldi uneasily. Anyway, she had planned to dig up intel on this bastard this time. She could only blame her bad luck, but she hadn't expected to run into him like this. It's too suspicious. He's the final boss from the novel. This led Geo to a conclusion. A foolish bastard who wanders around exuding an aura of wind. Geo suddenly looked at Marimaldi. Since you know I'm the queen, then get lost, you smelly old man. This situation left him speechless. My dear, do you know you're just the type I like to tease? Faced with his words, she remained unfazed. Don't you know you're a pervert with a mental illness? He smiled and nodded yes. This series of confirmations stunned Geo. Damn it, I don't know what else to ask. Marimaldi continued, but don't you think? The distance between the two closed rapidly, and more importantly, am I being a little too unguarded? Seeing her serious face, he laughed in surprise. Your body still remembers, doesn't it? Marimaldi immediately leaned down and pinched Geo's face tightly. I thought it had no effect on you. I'm so hurt. She suddenly shouted, what the hell are you talking about? A twisted smile bloomed on his face. I want to make you cry. Tom seemed to stop in this place. His expression showed he didn't care about this world, looking down arrogantly. This person, immersed in the overwhelming favoritism of a constellation, was trapped in a fragile human body. Suddenly, Geo blurted out, I want to cry. It seemed something had changed. A notification appeared. The constellation forcibly opens the gate. On Marimaldi's face was a smile as he looked at the wound on his hand that really hurt. The constellation was furious. How dare you? Geo laughed in surprise. Sorry. Under the protection of her constellation, she felt very confident. My constellation is a little angry. Her expression gradually changed, and it's not just me. Seeing this, Marimaldi wasn't scared at all. You certainly have a powerful constellation by your side. As far as I know, the stars are not allowed to interfere in human affairs. Geo quickly moved closer to him. Hey, you said you knew I was Joe, right? A confident smile was on her face. Have you never wondered what kind of constellation a king would have? While he was still thinking, Geo's voice rang out. Listen up, you pervert. One of the conditions of the contract I signed with this powerful constellation is a very strange energy appeared in her hand. Omnipotence. Everything is under the constellation's control. Wealth and power, victory and glory, omniscience and omnipotence. Geo was like a monarch sitting silently on a throne. As long as I wish it, this world will be at my feet. One could see her immense arrogance at a glance. As long as I wish it, not even death can destroy me. Her eyes widened, anticipating Marimaldi's next move, the supreme constellation. Before he could react, she moved closer. I don't know what you're wandering around here for, but watch your behavior and don't cross the line. Sensing something was wrong, Timothy immediately came forward. Where's the smell of blood coming from? I smell it too, but why now? The scene below quickly caught his attention. Marimaldi's familiar face made him freeze. Kiddo. Marimaldi acted as if nothing was wrong. Hello, Timmy. He rushed downstairs. Is your hand hurt? What happened? He immediately shook his head. It's nothing. Timothy was confused. How could something like that happen? Gio thought to herself, damn it, I'm done for. A notification appeared. Invisible person skill has been activated. Marimaldi explained, just an accident. This surprised him even more. Just an accident? His attitude completely changed. Lucas, take kiddo for treatment. He quickly shook his head. Timmy, I'm fine. But his expression remained very decisive. What are you talking about? You said it happened suddenly. What if it's a curse or something? Timothy turned and commanded, support team, take him in immediately. This surprised Marimaldi a little. Meanwhile, the crowd hurried downstairs. Yes, sir. After everyone had left, Gio breathed a sigh of relief. They're gone. Just then, Timothy's familiar voice was heard. Kiddo falls asleep at 3 a.m. Meanwhile, he was secretly passing a message to her. So, around 4 a.m., I can meet that person in my room while avoiding everyone. This situation made him hesitate quickly, and while Gio was still thinking, Timothy continued to announce, I'll be waiting. This made her turn in surprise to glance at him. Timothy wasted no time and quickly strode forward. The story tells of a shepherd boy named Timothy Lillywhite working on a sheep farm, who one day heard a voice. Why don't you pursue it? The story continued. Why don't you pursue it? I asked. The boy immediately replied. Peter hasn't eaten in almost a month. The voice continued. Does the wolf have a name? He quickly hugged a small lamb. It's not just Peter. It gave birth to some kids a few months ago. Mary, Ivy Roy. The voice prepared to ask. So you plan to let those wolves go? He speculated and answered. Jasper died a few days ago. If they starve again today, Peter will be next. If Peter dies, the beloved kids will die too. The question was posed, don't you feel sorry for the sheep? Timothy had his own answer. The sheep will die anyway. It's sad, but it's fated. The wolves are not like that. The voice kept ringing out, what about you? Your master will hold you responsible for not protecting the sheep. He didn't care much. That's unavoidable. Just as the night when the constellations shine will fall, the day when the sun rises will also come. That is the law of nature. Suddenly, the voice blurted out one word, lies. A series of sentences rang out, you're scared. If you're afraid of being beaten, just do what you're supposed to do. Timothy continued to approach and look at the poor little lamb. Maybe I won't be beaten to death. He unconsciously returned to a previous time. Humans have to go on living anyway. A series of criticisms appeared. You hypocrite. He's really a kind child. Too naive. Not bad. The story continued. 2 voices disappeared, leaving 2. Following the instructions given by the remaining voices, Timothy climbed the mountain. Time passed until winter. Discovery in a 30-day trial period. After a while, a heavy rain poured down. Timothy's figure also stepped towards the light. He had become a completely different person. Babylon Network global announcement. Everyone on site received a notification. Congratulations to America. With this, the United States of America has become the first nation to produce an S-Class Awakened. Everyone happily welcomed this news. The first title, Superstar, a legendary figure has appeared. This name was remembered by many. Timothy Angelos Lillywhite. Since the beginning of the Great Babylon era, many have been watching Timothy. He was ranked second in the world. The birth of an S-Class Awakened. Time shifts to late at night. Timothy was very worried and felt restless. A notification appeared. I've said it many times, but you overreact to everything. A series of notifications appeared. That way of putting it is quite interesting. Just say, he's a pathetic idiot. Oh, don't be so harsh on the kid. Timothy listened quietly to the voices in his head because it's annoying to watch. He suddenly shouted, I unilaterally agreed with you, and now I'm acting like this. He seemed to plead desperately, so just leave me alone. A series of notifications appeared. Our poor Timmy. How long is this kid's puberty going to last? We shouldn't have taken him from that rundown farm in the first place. Timothy continued to ask, what if that person doesn't come? The two voices in his head quickly replied, "You're hopeless, pathetic. Hesitation is nothing new, so don't expect anything. Just wait patiently." Having no choice, he could only listen to the two constellations. If it's meant to be, it will be. Calm down. A knock came from the door. Timothy quickly sat up and ran outside. This even surprised the constellations. That damn Ranker kid is useless anyway. Seeing him open the door so quickly, Geo asked, "What's wrong?" Looking at Timothy's expression now, it caught her attention. This happy? Seeing he still didn't react, she continued, "Shouldn't you ask who I am first? Someone who comes at this hour." After a moment of silence, Timothy quickly walked towards her. Joe, fearing being discovered, she immediately walked in. "Hello." Il Hyun found out when he was a bit flustered and hurriedly explained that room service had come. Geo sighed in disappointment and sat on the chair. Damn it, from the very beginning. Suddenly Timothy remembered something. "Sorry, my contract attribute gave me a clue." She continued to ask, "What's your real name?" He quickly introduced himself, Timothy Angelos Lillywhite. A notification displayed, exempt from designation. Geo wasted no time and immediately got to work, starting to build a file on Timothy Angelos Lillywhite. Finally, all information about you is displayed. Age, 27. Class, S. Rank, World 3rd. National 1st. Tendency, sincere and hesitant leader. Affiliation, United States of America. Secondary affiliation, Aegis. First title, Superstar. Special titles, Shepherd, Listener, and Messenger. Vice Chairman, Flow of the World. Savior, Hypocrite, Shy Prince. Kid, looking at this information, caught Geo's attention. Flow of the World. She continued to ask, "Don't you know that when a mage asks an important question, you shouldn't just blurt things out?" Timothy quickly walked towards her. "I know you want to look up things about me." He seemed to have accepted it inwardly. "I just feel like it doesn't matter what I do." Geo glanced at him. "You have nothing to hide." Timothy smiled gently and sat on the chair. "Because my feelings for Joe are pure, with absolutely no impure intentions." This situation startled her. Feelings? He turned his head blankly to look at her. "What's wrong?" She continued, "Sorry in advance. I don't like dating foreigners." Hearing this, Timothy's face quickly turned red. "It's not like that." He covered his tomato-red face and kept explaining. "It's admiration and respect. The role model type. Never. Absolutely not." Geo sighed and complained, "Hey, you stubborn guy." Her gaze suddenly became confused. "If it's not, then just say it's not. Why deny it so vehemently?" He lowered his head helplessly. "I was worried you'd misunderstand." Then a notification from the constellations sounded. Timothy. This caught his attention. After a moment, he kept muttering to himself, catching Geo's attention. So he really is the listener and messenger. His current state surprised her. Watching how he chatted directly with the constellations, Timothy kept speaking. Now is not the time to stand around like this. Remembering something, he turned to look at her. "Hey, Geo, there's not much time, so I'll be direct. The official purpose and the unofficial reason. Which do you want to hear first?" Geo decided immediately without hesitation. Official. Meanwhile, Timothy also slowly stood up. "Then first, as the official representative of the United States, I will convey the message from the White House." His expression now became very serious. Frankly, there was not a hint of hesitation in Timothy's voice. "The United States of America wants you. After all, we know that Korea is a great nation, and we are allies." In the room, his voice kept ringing out, "But Joe, America is the best. A nation of heroes built on justice and religion for heroes. We will not impose many conditions or restrictions on a hero. We promise to give one all the privileges and honors." After speaking, Timothy looked at Geo with hopeful eyes. "Please come to America." A gentle smile bloomed on his face. "That's it. The message from America and the official reason I came to Korea." Suddenly Geo asked, "Don't you need my answer?" Timothy slowly sat on the chair. "I don't need to know right now." She continued to announce, "I'm not a patriot." This took him by surprise. "It's not like that. It's just..." He seemed to have guessed something. "Joe, it seems you don't intend to become a hero." Geo's gaze rested on him. "You act like you know everything, but you're right." "What the hell?" Timothy continued to express his thoughts. "I've been watching from the very beginning." Time went back to the past. At first, it was just out of curiosity. When she appeared, the global rankings changed. A series of notifications appeared. Global rankings are being updated. The planetary representative has changed. First place, Joe. This surprised him greatly. But then time changed him. Curiosity turned into interest, and interest into admiration. A light shone on Timothy's face as he looked at Geo. Perhaps it was natural. Before long, meanwhile, Timothy stared blankly at the flock of sheep before him. At first a shepherd boy, then the first superstar. No, an inky hero who lived like a prince. So attractive, the charm was irresistible. But then he noticed Geo sleeping comfortably on the black dragon. Not a hero, but a king. At this point, Timothy quickly lowered his head, blushing. You and I are opposites, Geo. Extremely. He remembered the moment Geo appeared, possessing freedom, unpredictable instincts, lurking in the shadows, and only appearing when people truly need her. Like an outlaw. After a moment of silence, Geo thought to herself, this prince. Timothy seemed to have been sad for a long time, trapped in a castle of his own making. Thinking of this, she quickly chatted, you must have made some dramatic declaration about living life the way you want. Timothy replied with a smile. Now you understand why I said those feelings weren't like that, right? She nodded angrily. I get it. Stop. Wasting no time, he acted again, now for the unofficial reason. His hand slowly took out an item. I came to Seoul to give this to you. As soon as the box was opened, Timothy's voice was heard. It's mine for now, but I'll transfer the authority to you. Looking at the item before her, she found it incredible. Check it. Information displayed. Sacred essence of a lamb. Quest item type. Expiration date. Single use. Meanwhile, a line on the information board caught her eye. Resurrection. Geo's gaze quickly locked onto this gift. A resurrection item. She immediately became suspicious of everything around her. Even Geo, who was unshaken by most things, was shocked. Perhaps she couldn't believe this was happening. In the early days of Babylon, when many things were still unknown, such rumors were rampant. Since the Babylon system mirrored modern game systems, people speculated that resurrection spells or items also existed. This was all just speculation, but among all the items brought out from the towers and dungeons, none related to resurrection had ever appeared. This led everyone to the same idea. Even the world's top healers said that coming back from the dead was impossible. People subconsciously considered resurrection a taboo area. This stunned Geo, but it's here, right here. She hurriedly looked at the crystal before her. Why are you giving it to me? She even thought she was dreaming. I bit my tongue. I was just so surprised. Timothy quickly explained, I don't know the reason either. He immediately voiced his thoughts. Sure, I just listen and convey. The constellations tell me, and I listen. That's all. She quietly looked at his face now. The moment it is needed will eventually come. Timothy's gentle voice was heard, so I have to hand it over before then. Perhaps you are the user, but you are not the sole beneficiary. We all benefit. The light shone on his face, glowing like a god's. I only know that the constellations haven't told me everything. His star-like eyes gazed at her. Timothy's special title, Flow of the World. Perhaps this meeting with him made Geo completely change her mind. With that title, he was seen as the last goodwill in the Babylon and celestial systems. His constellation must be a top-tier one with a good tendency. But this only surprised her more. Then what kind of future did they see to give this to me? Geo looked at the item in her hand. I hope a situation where this is needed never happens. Even so, she accepted the gift, but if it does happen, I won't forget your kindness today. A notification appeared. Sincere essence of a lamb has been added to your storage. Remembering something, Geo pointed at Timothy. Don't promise as Joe, but as Giant Zoe. Not as a queen, but as a person accepting a personal kindness. He laughed at this. That's enough for me, Geo. Meanwhile, she also realized time was short. Looking at what happened before, it seems you know. Geo continued to look at him. Your vice chairman is really insidious, isn't he? Timothy turned his head blankly to look at her. You mean kiddo? I know. She continued to ask, why do you keep him around? His expression remained very naive as he answered, he's my friend. It seems he really treasures this friend. The constellations whispered to me that he's dangerous and told me to keep my distance. But Timothy's next words stunned Geo. He's my friend. Looking at the sincere man before her, she sighed and commented, you idiot. Geo wasted no time and left the place. Why are good people always so foolish? Seeing Geo had returned, Hyun hurriedly called out, Miss Geo. He ran swiftly toward her. Thank you for staying and waiting for me. Now we and the Americans can both save face. Thank you. Geo quickly called out to Mr. Young. He noticed. Yes, Her next words made him freeze instantly. "You told me I should live in paradise." Gio walked past Il Hyun, not forgetting to pat him. The scale of that place was insane. It left a deep impression on me, so I remembered his name, Timothy Lillywhite. That foreign name is a bit strange. Realizing the situation, he hurriedly shouted, "Zio, wait a minute." She turned back. "What else?" "I'm so sleepy, I want to go home." Il Hyun immediately decided, "I'll carry you home on my back." She unexpectedly looked back at his current appearance. "Are you planning to leave the limousine behind?" Still as usual, in Gio's familiar home. She sat in her room, staring intently at her phone screen. "Just a little more, and I'll set a new record." Just then, a call suddenly came in. It startled Gio. Being interrupted while playing a game made her very angry. Who is it? Don't they know someone is about to change world history? After realizing the caller was BM, her attitude completely changed. "BM, what's up?" His voice came from the receiver. "There's a message from the Hong family of Woolji for the guild." He smiled gently and announced, "They asked me to tell Zio that since the Hong family has fulfilled all conditions by assisting David and helping manage Haida and Silver Lion, they wish to receive the promised reward as soon as possible." Meanwhile, Gio continued to ask, "Did we really promise them that? What kind of person is Mrs. Hong Goya?" BM slowly announced, "Nalbu." Before she could understand what was happening, he continued, "Perhaps like Nalbu." Seeing this, Gio thought desperately, "I really don't want to go at all." She quickly hung up the phone. "Okay, thanks." She secretly schemed in her mind, "I should contact Butler Beck immediately." Afterwards, Gio quickly sent a message. "When are we going to the Hong family's mansion?" Do Hyun replied immediately, "I think you can go alone." Meanwhile, his messages kept coming, startling her. "I don't think I'm qualified to be Zio's true confidant, not worthy even to be with someone to stand by the side of the person at the top of the world." This shocked Gio greatly. Confidant? Top of the world? What is he suddenly talking about? Just then, BM pushed open the door and walked in. "Did you meet Timothy?" She immediately nodded in confirmation. "That's right. How did you know?" She quickly handed over her phone. "How could I not know?" A photo came into her view. BM continued to tell her, "Timothy mentioned you at a press conference in Korea, and he uploaded it to Instagram afterwards. If you see him, you should get his autograph." This reminded Gio of Do Hyun's words. "Maybe I should withdraw from your life." She continued to look at her phone screen. Thinking back, "I feel like I'm just a burden." Gio quickly sent a message. Because of the Instagram post, Do Hyun continued to reply. "I try to take some time to reflect on why I would see such redundant social media posts, fabricating stories, and exaggerating a normal meeting into a secret love affair. That kind of application is very harmful. I'm not interested." Seeing him send such a cute text message, Gio laughed. That damn border collie. She thought of him curled up in bed, not wanting to go out. He's sulking. After a while, Do Hyun spoke quickly. "The bus to Ulsan is that way." Gio asked in surprise, "You have to take the subway and then transfer to a bus?" This politeness, humility, and determination was impressive. He looked back as he walked and announced, "What can I do if I lack the ability? That's why I told you to go alone." Seeing this, she said in surprise, "Look at him. I was just teasing you to cheer you up, and now you're sulking again." This made Gio curious. "Didn't I say my number one butler is Mr. Beck?" Hearing this, Do Hyun immediately pouted, "But the other person is your real confidant." She immediately turned her head and whispered, "Stop it. That's what he said. I didn't do anything." "So Danny, do you reply? Someone's Butler Beck." Quite surprised, Gio asked as she walked, "Let me ask, Mr. Beck, are you going to keep sulking?" These words made him freeze. "What did you just say?" She glanced at him blankly. "What?" Do Hyun continued to explain. "Just now, you used that word to call me." Gio didn't seem to care much. "What are you talking about?" "I need snacks before getting on the plane." He hurriedly followed her. "Wait, let's go together." And so he didn't notice the person behind him. Zio, hey. I immediately froze. That's the Mage King. He unconsciously recalled Zio's confident face. This brought his thoughts to the surface. The fear I felt at Wolji Temple was not fake. Absolutely. He slowly walked forward. Was it a mistake? Meanwhile, Do Hyun asked, "Are you planning to eat that much?" Gio kept pleading, "Buy it for me." After a while, black crows continuously gathered on the roof. Seeing the situation, Hea couldn't help but worry and think, impossible, it can't be a mistake. This is the first time the sacred crows that protect the Hong family have cried so mournfully. After a while, the man quickly announced to Gio, this procedure is mandatory. Seeing the crow's reaction to her, they seemed very surprised. State your purpose and name clearly, and wait for the family head's approval. This stunned Heya, who was about to say something. This person, Gio suddenly reached out her hand. I can't tell you. Her finger rested gently on the man's forehead. After solving the problem, Gio continued to walk forward. A name is something I cannot reveal lightly. After everyone stepped inside, the space here became very eerie. Gio used magic to cover her face and slowly explored the space. After just a few steps, she could feel something was unusual. Meanwhile, Goya's voice rang out, overcoming all the spells and formations to come here. She couldn't help but admire Gio. I've heard of you. You're quite the cruel tyrant. A happy smile blossomed on her face. Welcome. This morning, I saw a character in the sky. It was a true omen. After a while, Goya asked with a smile, is this tea to your liking? She didn't forget to add, I went to great lengths to get it for you. I prepared it flawlessly. Drink it all. Gio looked at the teacup in her hand, somewhat blankly. It's too sweet. Looking at Do Hyun made her very confused. Is she just messing with me? Even so, Butler Beck drank it all. He still smiled and praised. It's very fragrant and comforting. This made Gio fall into thought. She really is like Naobu. She gently placed the teacup on the table. It's okay, but not really to my taste. Goya laughed seeing this. Kids these days, really. She suddenly affirmed, I'm not a child. Hearing this, she nodded. All right, how old are you? You tell me first. I'm almost 80. Hearing this, Do Hyun forced a smile. Mrs. Goya, you're a bit different for last time. She quickly replied, I only treat others the way they treat me. Do you know how rare those formations are? Gio glanced at her uncomfortably. So, should I just leave the main gate wide open before people arrive? It's unreasonable for you to ask for someone's name. She quickly replied, what's so hard about giving a name? Always acting superior. Realizing something was wrong, Gio's expression instantly became emotionless. Sorry, Grandma. Perhaps you don't know why you were kicked out of the rankings, do you? Meanwhile, she turned to look at Do Hyun. Those high rankers are like that. Butler Beck, you know, right? This made him a bit awkward. Miss Gio, but this completely infuriated Goya. What? Where are your manners? Gio replied without hesitation. So you know about being eliminated, but you still live so freely. Do Hyun tried to stop her again, Zio. Because she was so angry, she quickly stood up. You little brat, you little punk, call your parents here right now. Heya at the side hurriedly stopped her. Calm down, Grandma. Seeing no other choice, Gio sighed. Anyway, I've heard about Haida. Finally, she calmed down. All right, we had an agreement. If I had known Haida was in that state, I would have gone even if you didn't ask. I also didn't see the temple being destroyed. Heya, at the side, thought to himself, acting as if nothing happened. Meanwhile, Gio slowly spoke. You look like the type who grew up in a wine barrel, but I didn't expect you to know the art of tea. This made Do Hyun, at the side, very embarrassed. Zio, please. Instead, she burst out laughing. I was a drunkard in my youth. Goya continued her story. I couldn't live a day without drinking. And what's worse, when that strange black tower appeared, there was a hint of helplessness in her voice. That hole in the sky seemed like it would never close. Funerals were held constantly. This forced Goya to take action herself. 10 acres of land and chrysanthemums were always wafting at the tip of my nose. That was the harshest time of my life. You are closest to life, but also the furthest. As she spoke, she gently touched the teapot in her hand. I often immerse myself in alcohol just to forget them for a while. But then, this time she glanced at Gio. After you appeared, the world changed overnight, right? Just as Goya said, that day seemed strange. The way the city had lost its color began to regain its contours. People noticed the lights. Those who saw hope began to stand up again. As she spoke, Goya gently held the teacup in her hand. I observed everything. It's still vivid in my memory. So I thought about it hundreds and thousands of times. This time, her gaze quickly shifted forward. Who was this girl who mended the hellish world in the blink of an eye and then suddenly disappeared? Silver Lion and the center deliberately hid it, so I had no way of knowing. But after a long time, finally, Gio's expression remained serious, watching to see what she would say. Her expression suddenly softened, and she sighed. If it were before, I would have asked all sorts of things. Why are you so young? Why are you so strong at that age? But it's not like that anymore. Just meeting you is enough. A sad smile hung on Goya's face, as if she had accepted it. I won't ask anything about you, so I ask you to honor the promise between us. Meanwhile, she guessed something. You're going to see my granddaughter, Hong Dahlia, right? Suddenly, Gio felt very curious. Why does she want to see me so badly? She sighed and replied, "You must have heard Heya talk about Dahlia." She nodded in confirmation. Yes. But seeing her calm tone, I've completely forgotten. Having no choice, Goya quickly placed the teacup on the table. Not every child of the Hong family is born with a good pair of eyes. It seems something worse happened among them. Among them, only a very few are given the name Hong Dahlia. Heya, Dahlia, Bialea, there must be at least 3 siblings born on the same day. Something bad will happen next. One of them must die immediately after birth, so that the birth of Hong Dahlia can be complete. But things were not easy. Hong Bialea is a sacrifice, the one who receives all the filth related to the eyes that see through the world and dies. These words left Gio speechless. Damn, that's barbaric. Goya sighed helplessly. What can we do? That is the consequence of seeking forbidden power. For humans, the story continued to be told by her. When the sibling Hong Bialea died, covered in blood, among the 2 remaining children, she listened to the story quietly. Only one opened their eyes to see the world. That child became Hong Dahlia. This made Heya always close himself off. The surviving child would naturally be named Hong Heya, because the moon and the sun must always accompany each other in a pair. But things were not so wonderful. These generations were different. Only from a pair of twins, Hong Dahlia emerged. Dahlia's expression became very strange. Hong Dahlia appeared, but Bialea did not die. The one who had to bear all the burdens and die. That was something that had never happened before. So everyone constantly argued about this issue. After Dahlia left, the useless people in the family argued whether to kill this child. They were afraid of the birth of the most powerful and dangerous Dahlia in the family's history. As she spoke, Goya sighed wearily. So I said I would take care of Dahlia myself. After all Dahlias don't live past the age of 20. So I said I would take responsibility for it. Gio couldn't help but nod. You did a good thing. She continued, because the time was also short, I didn't plan to get too attached to her. In her expression, a look of sadness was revealed. But the heart doesn't act the way we want it to. She suddenly felt very curious. Then why is she in danger now? Just then, Goya looked sadly to the side. Heya, hearing this, he obediently replied, yes. Seeing him stand up, Do Hyun watched in surprise. All right, and so the 2 of them left the place, leaving only Goya and Gio. After it became quiet here, she suddenly announced the 3 realms. This made Gio very curious. What is that? Her voice rang out. The past, the present, and the future. They call it the 3 realms. The moon saw the end of the 3 realms. Meanwhile, she still listened to the story quietly. The sun is not clear, but the constellation brings destruction. A blinding light flashed. If Bialea survives and opens the eye of the constellation, destruction will befall the world, as recorded in the family records. This generation's Dahlia was born and has the eye of the constellation. But things were not that simple. Hong Dahlia is currently burning all her life force to avoid opening the eye of the constellation. This made her very helpless. The only true prophet of the apocalypse. This world's existence is slowly dying in despair. Gio's expression also gradually became serious. But one day, that child started looking for you. Gio's decisive voice rang out. Heya and I, we just want to hear what that poor child has to say. After a while, Do Hyun saw the 2 appear and asked in surprise, Are you 2 done talking? Gio immediately nodded. Then let's hurry and move forward. She quickly walked ahead. From now on, follow me silently. The fan in her hand opened quickly under everyone's gaze. The space here gradually changed. It confused Gio out of curiosity. She suddenly asked, Since when did you become so reckless? She thought to herself, this place is a maze. Goya didn't answer and continued to walk forward. This made Gio ask herself, is that child named Dahlia so scary? She turned her head to look back in surprise, even though she can see the moment of the apocalypse. Just then, Goya slowly announced we've arrived. Gio continued to step into the room. I know even without you telling me. Realizing something was wrong, her expression changed. There's the stench of death everywhere. Everyone turned to look at Gio. Just then, Do Hyun suddenly asked, what did you do? I suddenly feel like I can breathe much more easily. She calmly announced, just cleaned up a bit. This made him very suspicious. No, I mean, how did you? Can that be done with magic? She slowly walked forward. Of course not. While Do Hyun still didn't understand what was happening, Gio turned around and explained. Magic doesn't work, so I used real magical power. These words seemed very unreasonable to Do Hyun. What if there's no bread? Then eat cake. Meanwhile, Geo slowly moved forward. A magical power more fundamental than magic. Who can talk so calmly about using true energy? Finally, she reached Dahlia. You said you were looking for me. This person is from the Hong family of Wulji, the prophet of the apocalypse. As she looked at Geo, her gaze gradually became tired. That familiar face of hers appeared. She still wanted to shout, You. She quickly spoke. Seeing Dahlia struggle to sit up, she was surprised. If you're sick, just lie down. Her voice sounded gently. Is it okay? She suddenly reached out and grabbed her clothes. This made Geo very confused. Isn't she sick? Why is she so strong? Dahlia's voice slowly sounded. My name. She still tried to grip Geo's clothes tightly. Is Hong Dahlia. Dahlia. It seems she has remembered. Really? A system notification appeared. Library mode has been activated. Approval for the prophecy of true reconciliation has been verified. A golden light immediately appeared in the space. I don't know how she knew the activation condition for the library, but if I'm asked to do it, I have to do it. Different notifications were continuously sent. Designated area. Do you want to start compiling the archive on Hong Dahlia? Geo thought to herself, yes. The notification continued to change. Analysis paused because the area is heavily encrypted. This made her very confused. What? The notification continued to appear, temporarily opening in an alternative form. Gears kept turning. An image quickly appeared. This time, when Geo opened her eyes, it was a completely different space. A film projector at the side suddenly turned on. A singing voice rang out, catching Geo's attention. The space shown in the picture was a haze of dust and smoke. There was no sound of despair, accompanied by bright red syrup dripping on the ground. No, please don't do that. Wake up, I said wake up. The desperate woman sat on the ruins and begged, I'm begging you. After a period of silence, this woman suddenly became strange. Watching this short clip was enough to see how helpless she was in the face of her lover's death. Why can't I? Why can you do everything but not this one thing? Tears fell on her face. Did you lie to me again? You bastard. Suddenly, the space here became unusually silent. The helpless woman sat there and begged, don't go. How can I live without you? The space here gradually receded. I can't, not even for a day. Come back. Looking at the scene before her, Geo was very confused. That's me. A sentence was uttered. I love you. These words made Geo freeze. The woman in front of her collapsed on the ground and begged, I love you. After a while, the man saw Geo in surprise. Walking forward, he hurriedly ran up to block her. Where are you going? Crazy dog said he prepared something interesting. She turned around coldly and replied, not interested. He became even more confused. Are you really leaving? Where are you going? Hearing this, Geo turned around and scolded. Do I have to tell you where I'm going? You're quite arrogant. Just then, the man suddenly spoke, Kiddo will throw a fit. But Geo didn't seem to care much. Really? Why should I care? Get lost. I don't care if that lunatic throws a fit or not. He was still explaining something. He's your lover. But she didn't seem to care much. Nonsense. Just tell Kiddo that. As she spoke, she continued to step forward. The last place I'm going to flatten is New York. The film quickly switched to another scene. In an empty space, Geo appeared alone in this place. She cried desperately and nonstop. But then, just a few seconds later, she started laughing like a madwoman. A strong wind blew, her hair fluttering in the wind. No one knew what Geo was thinking. If you've already decided to let go, it seemed her spirit had completely collapsed. You shouldn't have insisted in the first place. Watching this film, the real-life Geo was also surprised. The golden light changed again. Finally, information about Hong Dahlia was displayed on the screen. Age, 18. Class, unconfirmed. Rank, outside the ranking system. Personality, a dreamer with dangerous courage. Primary affiliation, Earth, Republic of Korea. Secondary affiliation, Wulji Hong family. Superior, first title, Moon of the Three Realms. Special titles, Observer, Prophet of the Apocalypse. Preparing for that moment, stubborn. While Geo was still lost in thought, Do Hyun's shout rang out. Geo. He quickly supported her. Are you okay? You almost fell. She just raised her head and looked at reality. This made Do Hyun very curious, and he asked, but what did you see just now? You must have. Dahlia's voice rang out. She suddenly coughed continuously, confusing Geo. What's wrong? Hey. She hurriedly moved towards her. What's wrong with you? Suddenly, a notification appeared. Your constellation, Soulmate 1 feels sorry for her. saying she has lost half of her remaining lifespan, so she won't live much longer. This news made Geo very confused. What? Why? The constellation continued to explain that is the result of recklessly violating the laws of the world. These words made her freeze. The punishment of the world's laws. After a period of silence, Dahlia struggled to say to her, that is the future and at the same time, the past. So maybe it won't come, and maybe it will. Suddenly, Geo quickly warned, hey Dahlia, Hong Dahlia, stop talking. Her face was very calm as she announced, if you keep talking, you'll die soon. I don't know what you're trying to convey, but stop. I don't want to know to the extent that someone has to die for it. As Geo was about to stand up, Dahlia reached out and grabbed her clothes. Go to the tower. Although her strength was still weak, she still warned. The Tower of Babel. Go to the tower. This startled Geo. What? Hey, I told you to stop talking. However, Dahlia's eyes looked at her with hope. Meanwhile, her next words made Geo freeze. Your younger brother is in danger. Unable to hold on any longer, Dahlia quickly collapsed. He's in danger. Seeing this, Heya and Goya hurriedly ran over to support her. Dahlia. Do Hyun continued to pull Geo back. Geo, this way. She remained stunned on the spot. What is she talking about? Looking at the necklace in her hand, she thought to herself, he looks completely fine. Meanwhile, continuous notifications were sent. Your constellation, Soulmate 1 says, hey, I've tried to stay out of this, but if you buy a product, shouldn't you read the instruction manual carefully? And politely advises you. Geo remained stunned. What? Her emotions quickly became anxious. Why? What's wrong? Meanwhile, a notification came into her view. When a user is inside the tower, the reflection status may take some time. Cannot be summoned. Reading this made Geo very desperate. Hey, this madman, those Babel scammers who told you to stuff the warning notification at the bottom. After a while, Geo asked herself, is Zirek in danger? Do Hyun said as he walked, impossible. The 39th floor hasn't been discovered yet. She glanced at him blankly. Discovered? He nodded and continued. It refers to malicious interference with the tower from the outside. It happens occasionally. His expression gradually became serious, and he continued, but in the cursed 9th zone that Zirek just entered, discovering a new floor is impossible. That's because Babel's influence was very strong before, right? Because that's like the final stage of that floor. Even the power of the Holy Throne is restricted. Seeing him talking too much, Geo quickly reminded him, summarize. Having no choice, Do Hyun sighed and announced, in the timeline I know, Zirek was never in danger when entering the 9th zone. Meanwhile, he glanced at her. Of course, as you know. Geo sighed and walked forward. A lot of things must have changed. He nodded in confirmation. That's right. He thought to himself, the butterfly effect of a regressor. Do Hyun continued, so I can't guarantee 100 safety. The story continued with the incident at CLN Station, where countless people died, including Kwang Na from the center. Things were not easy. Even drug dealers were pardoned. Things gradually became more chaotic. Just looking at the events that have already changed, there are already several. Geo seemed to have understood. So what Hong Dahlia said is also one of the changed events. Suddenly, Do Hyun felt curious. Are you going to listen to Hong Dahlia? She continued thoughtfully, who knows? Didn't you arrange for me to see her because she had something to say to me? He hurriedly shook his head and explained, no, what I intended to ask was about Hong Dahlia. Her expression was a bit strange, which he noticed with surprise. There's one more thing. If there's anything that bothers me, it's what happened just now. I'm pretty sure she saw something through Hong Dahlia. Time returned to just now. At that time, Do Hyun hurriedly ran over. The problem is, he shouted worriedly, Zio. He quickly supported her and asked, what's wrong? He kept getting closer. What? What did you just say? Geo suddenly interrupted Kiddo. This made Do Hyun look at her thoughtfully. What did she see to be muttering Kiddo's name? Whatever it was, he clenched his fists in anger. Zio must absolutely not meet Kiddo. Absolutely not. Meanwhile, Geo had already made a decision. In any case, she immediately sighed, I don't really plan on listening. A confident smile blossomed on her face. This is my life. Is it reasonable for a king to be swayed by the words of others? Time flew by to a few days later. The assistant's voice rang out. Vice Chairman, there are guests from Babylon. Seeing this, BM was surprised. Babylon? Without an appointment? Meanwhile, the assistant continued to explain, should I tell them to schedule an appointment? Hearing this, he nodded in agreement. Then, he hurriedly changed his mind. No, it's fine. Bring them up. Looking at the scene before him, BM was startled. What on earth is going on? When Hong Jio walked over, her expression became very serious. This situation startled him. What's with that expression? She asked herself, what if they die? She continued to fall backward. If something happened, BM hurriedly ran over to support her. Who's going to die? Just then, he seemed to have guessed something. Don't tell me this is about Bambi. Hearing this familiar name, Jio collapsed in despair and screamed. She was very tired, her head hitting the ground. My little brother. After a while, BM seriously reminded her, calm down. That Bambi has only been in there for less than a month. Because she was so desperate, Zio reminded herself, a rescue team? I have to form a rescue team. This situation surprised him greatly. Giant Zio, are you going too far? Forming a rescue team for the S-Class Hunter Giant Zirek. Of all people, I'm sure no one would dare to go. Zio sighed. No, she continued dejectedly. I've already gathered them. The news stunned him. What? A knock came from the door. Director, someone else from the Babylon group is here. At the same time, the familiar figure of Hyo Do Hyun appeared. Hello. Seeing the scene before him, BM was speechless. When the world is going on, he felt very confused. The rising star of Babylon appeared here, and a strange smile bloomed on Do Hyun's face. Meanwhile, Zio continued to announce, Team Leader Giant Zio, Junior Beck Do Hyun, and Logistics BM. The rescue team has been assembled. Let's start the meeting. The situation left him speechless. Giant Zio, who gave you permission to shove people in without asking? Hearing this, she turned to look at him blankly. I won't allow you to chatter on. Our Bambi rescue team's first challenge won't be easy. The scenario inside has already started. How are the three of us supposed to enter that tower? Just then, a system notification appeared, catching her attention. Your Star Soul Fate 1 is issuing multi-person admission tickets to the Tower of Babel using Stellar Zone authority. This was followed by a change notification. This randomly issued, dedicated multi-person admission ticket cannot be transferred to others. The Star Soul Fate 1 laughed heartily. Oh my goodness, is this what my baby needed? Why didn't you say so sooner? My lovely baby underestimates my abilities too much. I'm more than capable of doing these things, he said, thumping his chest. Looking at the situation, Zio sighed and announced to the two of them, looks like it's settled, right? We've got the admission tickets for the Babel scenario, and it's for multiple people. This surprised Do Hyun, and he asked, multi-person admission tickets? Does such a thing really exist? A star's sphere of influence is originally limited to its own incarnation. The story continued. The Tower of Babel is both a bridge between stars and humans and a filter. For example, it's like a control tower used to filter out immense pressure when an entire generation focuses simultaneously in the name of the world, preventing it from collapsing. It seemed very complicated. Stars can only exercise their power through contracts certified by the Tower of Babel, and no matter how great the star, there are no exceptions. Meanwhile, a machine quickly announced, please draw a number to exercise your right. The stars quickly stepped forward. Where there is light, there is darkness. Zio's star numbly reached out its hand. Give me the Babel admission ticket, the multi-person kind. Even as people outside cried out things like, sir, you can't do that. With twisted mouths, there will always be those who disrupt the balance, twitching their ears and saying, I don't care, it has nothing to do with me. This was also the reason why Zio's star possessed considerable registration rights. Your Star Soul Fate 1 turned up its nose and sneered. In the face of my transcendentally great love for this baby, the laws of the world are nothing but cheap dust. My little baby, watch. The contract star clinked glasses with her with its star-like eyes, affectionately raising a glass of whiskey. This surprised Zio as well. He did a good job and was very pleased. She continued to announce, that's good then. Do Hyun asked her curiously, on what principle does this operate? She explained calmly, it's enough to know that it exists. At this moment, BM slowly announced, forget it, trying to understand the nature of this absurdity will only give you a headache. As usual, Zio turned to look at him blankly. Wait, did you just say my star is a nuisance? This made him laugh in surprise and reply, isn't it? This made Zio furious, and she prepared to pounce on him. Seeing the two so close, Do Hyun, who was standing aside, thought unexpectedly. It seems he was already used to this before the regression. Do Hyun continued to observe BM closely. His other title was Demon King, head of all demons a person to whom all ghosts and gods bowed, and also the next successor of Silver Lion. He remembered this story from the world before his regression. After the death of Prince Sukwon of Gaudium, he took over Silver Lion and skillfully led the guild until one day he suddenly disappeared without a trace. News reports stated that BM was last seen at. Meanwhile, as the story continued, not only his whereabouts, but even whether he was dead or alive was completely unknown. Things gradually became more chaotic. Having suddenly lost its guild master, Silver Lion eventually disbanded. The article reported, "Is BM dead or missing?" Looking at the BM before him, Do Hyun thought to himself, "That was the last scene I wrote about BM." Just then, he immediately asked, "What are you staring at?" Do Hyun quickly shook his head. "No, nothing." Meanwhile, he continued to explain, "Giant Zio, don't be so stubborn. Even for you, there are some things I can't agree to." This surprised Zio greatly. "Why does love spoil so quickly?" He replied calmly, "Do you think I don't know your intentions? Planning to take an acquaintance to a strange place and boss them around." Watching their conversation, Do Hyun unexpectedly realized, "When I watched from far before, I only saw pressure, a sense of heaviness, but now, what is this feeling?" Meanwhile, BM gently caressed Zio's face. He smiled gently and announced, "Watch your mouth, we have a guest." Seeing this, Do Hyun suddenly understood, "I understand this feeling now." At the same time, Do Hyun also slowly announced, "My judgment is that it would be best if only Zio and I go. If someone of a guild master's level is mobilized, things will get messy, and since the goal is a rescue, mobility is the most important thing." His expression became very serious. "No offense, but it's probably because I haven't been on the front lines directly in a long time." This displeased BM greatly. "You need to understand you're not a rookie anymore. Don't run around like an idiot." He immediately retorted, "The more people who follow, the slower everything gets." BM had become a battle-hardened tiger. "It seems you've just distorted the meaning of so-called responsibility." Do Hyun didn't back down. "Shouldn't one look single-mindedly in one direction? That is responsibility." BM replied, "You have guts, but your perspective is too narrow. Even if you give it your all, you won't be able to overcome the difficulties." This situation surprised Zio. Why are they suddenly bickering like this? At this moment, BM sighed and commented, "It seems you've reached another level." Listening to this, he suddenly felt tired. "Stop this meaningless argument." This situation made Zio, who was beside them, think. Looking at his face, you can tell he doesn't understand why he's arguing like a child. He suddenly reminded Zio, "Don't worry about things here." He continued, standing up, "Time inside the tower will be longer than outside, so there won't be a problem. You came here just to hear this, right?" Zio immediately feigned anger. He sighed and turned to leave. All right. The next day arrived. Mrs. Park asked worriedly, "Zio, have you packed your things?" Zio immediately nodded. "Yes, I'll be home late." "You got the message, right?" She still felt a little worried. "You're going to a special guild meeting, right?" "I heard Professor H's school will be there too. You have to make a good impression. Don't act too rude, you hear?" Zio nodded quickly. "Okay, Mom." A notification quickly sounded. The morning discussion session will begin at 10:00 a.m. Zio quickly listened to the news. Currently, 2 of South Korea's representative guild masters have gone missing for over 2 weeks. The news continued to report. According to analysis, what impact will this incident have on the Korean hunter community? Mrs. Park suddenly became very worried and reminded her, "Don't eat strange things or you'll get a stomachache." She didn't forget to add, "Don't turn the air conditioner on too cold or you'll catch a cold." Zio quickly stood up. "I told you not to watch the news." She quickly nodded. All right. She walked out of the house, not forgetting to wave goodbye. "I'm leaving." Just as Zio was about to leave, GMH's voice rang out, "Sister." She turned around in surprise and met her. "Where are you going?" She seemed to have realized something. "That meeting is a lie, isn't it? Where are you really planning to go?" After a moment of silence, Zio suddenly asked, "GMH, do you remember when we played hide-and-seek as kids?" This surprised her greatly. Why bring that up all of a sudden? A confident smile bloomed on her face. One time, Zurek climbed a tree and hid by himself, not eating or drinking all day. She continued, taking out the bracelet on her wrist. What was with that strange competitive spirit? I couldn't even understand it. Time rewound to the past. In Zio's story, Zio was constantly running around. That little brat is playing without eating or drinking again. Mrs. Park shouted helplessly. Zirek, where are you? Returning to the present, Zio announced with a smile. I'm going to pick up my little darling. She didn't forget to tell GMH. Remember to help me take care of our Mrs. Park. A moment later, the system displayed a notification, confirming the #1 ranker is the Mage King. Meanwhile, Zio and Do Hyun appeared here together. Welcome, Giant Zio. You have entered the Tower of Universal Balance, the Babel Sanctuary. Dedicated multi-person type. Accurate ownership confirmed. Giant Zio, along with one other person, approval complete. The notification continued. Please state the floor you wish to go to. Zio announced without hesitation. Floor 39. Do Hyun, beside her, chatted with a smile. The setting for the 39th floor is a school. The notification continued. This is a scenario in progress. Do you wish to join midway? She nodded in agreement without hesitation. Yes. The notification continued, confirming permission for Giant Zio and one other person to enter midway. Suddenly, notifications kept appearing. Variable adjustment failed. This is a special stage where a main scenario is in progress. Partial authority of the star will be restricted. Zio was very desperate and was about to say something. Hey, wait, you useless star. When she opened her eyes again, a blank white space greeted her. Looking at this situation, Zio was very confused. Snow? Where's Butler Beck from just now? Apparently, at the same time, Do Hyun quickly walked over and asked, Zio, where are you looking? The situation before him also surprised him. I've long known this tower is unstable. The same floor, the same scenario, but the structure changes and the method of clearing it is different. This kind of situation has happened several times. The space before him confused him greatly. But this place, this is the 9th magic zone. A small explanation for what Do Hyun just said. The 9th magic zone is a stage belonging to the main scenario, like a pillar of the tower. 095, all interference from the outside, even sudden fluctuations, were originally impossible. Time rewound to the past. Apparently, the mission for the 39th floor this time was a school. Reporters were constantly reporting, Hunter, Giant Zirek, congratulations on clearing the 39th floor. What's with this uniform? For those who had waited and waited, was this an unexpected event? He shouted angrily. What the hell is going on? Damn it, get lost. Realizing the future had changed, Do Hyun was extremely shocked. I remember it clearly. The last time the hunters came out of the tower, they were all wearing school uniforms, and the fans were going wild. But what in the world is this? He reminded himself, I have to find Zio first. Unfortunately, just then, a sound rang out, catching his attention, the roar of a beast. Seeing the monster charging at him, Do Hyun was very scared. Monster sighted. It's a bear. He hurriedly drew his sword to fight. Zolfast. A bear suddenly charged straight at Do Hyun, making him worried. Come on. But he was still waiting to see what it would do next. Come on. Suddenly, the bear brushed past him. This confused him greatly, and he turned around in surprise. I was definitely in the bear's arms just now. He hurriedly shouted, Zio. Zio's voice rang out. Hey, stop. The bear immediately stopped, leaving Do Hyun baffled. She turned to look at him in surprise. Butler Beck. At the same time, she quickly controlled the large bear to run over, waving, Butler Beck. After a moment, Do Hyun seemed to understand something. You're saying you've been here for 3 days? This surprised her greatly. You're only just arriving? What a jerk. Nice, huh? What a jerk. Meanwhile, she took the blanket from Beck Do Hyun's storage space. He coughed a few times and explained, Luckily, we were only separated by 3 days. Remembering something, Do Hyun's expression turned a little serious. Because when entering a scenario, location and time are applied randomly and separately. If we were separated by more than a week, you would have definitely died in this weather. This surprised Zio. That's really lucky. These words suddenly made him stop, a trace of regret on his face. Lucky? How is that lucky? I should have entered first. She looked at him angrily. That's right. What is a butler's duty? It's to supervise, you know. Her mood became even angrier. You said it was a school with uniforms. You said you'd go to the cafeteria to buy me mineral water. Because she was so desperate, Zio hugged the giant bear. If it weren't for my teddy bear, I would have frozen to death long ago. I hate Butler Beck. This situation made him pay unexpected attention. How did you tame this giant bear? She announced without hesitation. I could beat it up. These words made both of them freeze instantly. Remembering something, Do Do Hyun was startled. Wait, but you're a mage. You have temperature-regulating magic, right? There was a hint of judgment in his voice. You're too lazy, skipping all the basics and only learning advanced things. This situation made her a little embarrassed. Do Hyun was speechless. Really? A strained smile bloomed on Zio's face. Geez, a mage who can fly well and use weapons well is enough. What else is needed? He thought to himself. You've thrown the concept of magic as a discipline out the window. Remembering something, she suddenly pointed ahead. More importantly, hey, did you see that? He saw it and said, confused, yes. She suddenly asked, why isn't the star skill story activating? Didn't you say it would beforehand? Do you want to die? These words made Do Hyun very helpless. It's a misunderstanding. I did say it. As he explained seriously, she was still angry. I said in Elson too. I even called and said it last night. With no choice, Zio could only explain, I didn't hear it. At the same time, a memory suddenly flooded her mind. Back then, Do Hyun had announced very seriously, but now that Zarek is in the magic zone, I can't command you. The influence of that floor of the Tower of Babel is immense. It's like the final stage of that floor, where even the power of the stars is restricted. So hearing this, she had nodded. I heard you. At this moment, Do Hyun suddenly announced, I can't even send messages. No wonder the star skills can't be used. It's not for nothing that people call it the ninth magic zone. Zio's gaze gradually became vacant as she looked up at him. You can't even send messages? A series of notifications appeared. Variable adjustment failed. This is a special stage where a main scenario is in progress. Partial authority of the star will be restricted. All this information made her freeze. Hey, wait, you trash star. The star quickly appeared and reached out to rub her head. Trash star. He moved closer quickly and whispered, at least I have to open the voice channel. A system notification appeared, verifying Babel network connection request. This was followed by a congratulatory notification, request approved. At the same time, the star quickly praised, good girl. This situation startled Zio as well. That's right, huh? Do Hyun was confused. What were you going to say? She continued. It's just, I've really seen it. This tower's bad reputation is no exaggeration. In this magic zone, the only useful thing is Teddy. The star moved closer quickly and asked curiously, what about me? This made her think to herself, what can you do? He smiled and quickly chatted. Have you forgotten the lullabies I whisper in your ear every night? Who is it that tried so hard to lull you to sleep these past 3 days? Have you forgotten it all? The star didn't forget to move closer and tease. You're always so anxious. So who is it that assured you Bambi was still safe? I don't know whether to praise you for being cute or blame you for being sentimental. Zio immediately reminded him, sit properly. He gently reached out and pinched her cheek. My little kitten. Realizing something was off, Do Hyun called out in surprise, Zio. She looked up at him. What is it? He quickly shook his head. It's nothing. Her behavior confused him greatly. Why did you suddenly laugh like that? Zio sighed. Do Hyun was confused, thinking I must have seen it wrong. He immediately turned his face in another direction. All right, it's nothing. The blizzard seems to have calmed down. Should we head out while it's light? This surprised her greatly. So early? It's too cold. He moved slightly closer to her and added, it might be more urgent to meet the others and hear their stories about this place. Because this is a main scenario, judging by the scale and situation, there's definitely a storyline. After a while, the two of them continued on their way with the teddy bear. After walking for a long time, he turned around in frustration and announced, we've been walking for a while, but we haven't seen anything. Let's find a place to stay before it gets dark. Before he could finish, well, Zio had already fallen asleep at some point. With no other choice, Do Hyun quickly walked over and called out, Zio, wake up. She turned to look at him lazily. What? He was about to say something. We should slowly, realizing something was wrong. Both of them froze instantly. This time, both of them reacted very quickly, looking up at the cliff face. Very strange dark figures came into their view. Killing intent. Do Hyun quickly gripped the weapon in his hand, as if ready to enter combat mode at any moment. After waiting for a moment, Zio suddenly asked, what are the watchers doing? Why are they just watching and not moving? He also nodded in agreement. That's right. Realizing something was wrong, he looked up in a certain direction. A female monster started to come here and attack, making him shout worriedly. Zio, seeing these insignificant monsters, she showed great disdain. I know, who cares? Before she could finish, the space here changed in an instant. It turned out the bear got scared and threw Zio onto the cold snow. This situation left Do Hyun at a loss for words. That damn bear. Meanwhile, monsters kept charging here. With no other choice, he could only pick up his sword and fight. Realizing the monsters here were very strong, he felt a bit helpless and reminded her, "Zio, get up quickly. They're moving too fast." A familiar sound rang out, catching his attention, the neighing of a horse. Then came a light that purified all the monsters here. Light, Do Hyun still didn't understand the situation before him. Exorcism? Don't tell me. A rush of hoofbeats appeared here. Hey, a girl with a beautiful face looked at the two of them worriedly. Are you guys okay?